Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 469. Starsabil had also watched the battle, and Lu Yin's answer kept appearing in her mind. She did not know what his answer was, but she felt that she needed to return to her sect. Lu Yin, Mu Rong, and the others represented a certain stage of the younger generation. Once the 10 arbiters left the younger generation, the top 10 of the top 100 rankings would be about done, and Lu Yin's generation would take their place. Lu Yin was clearly at the top of this stage, and his answer was very important. Hai Chi held back for a few days, but she finally came to find Lu Yin. "Hey, what's the use of that farmer boy's song?" This was what Hai Chi was most curious about. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at her. "Controlling people. If it's that powerful, then why weren't you controlled?" Hai Chi's eyes widened as she blinked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Because I'm powerful." Hai Chi fell into deep thought and then looked at Lu Yin. After a while, she asked, "Do you think that cultivators are more prone to domestic violence?" Lu Yin was speechless. The monkey sighed. "Seventh bro, I suddenly feel that Ming Yan is more suitable for you. You're just trying to ride her coattails, so there's no need to sacrifice yourself. Let's find someone else. With your looks, there's bound to be someone blind who'll fall for you." At that moment, Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he tapped it open. Lily Ann was on the screen. "Congratulations, Brother Lu. You've truly become the strongest leader," Lily Ann said with a smile. Lu Yin humbly replied. Hai Chi leaned over. "Who's that?" "It's none of your business," Lu Yin snapped. Hai Chi snorted. "I'll tell father that you have a mistress." Lu Yin was stunned, and so was Lily Ann. She was clearly stunned. Hai Chi giggled. "I'm just kidding. I've never planned on marrying you. It's even better that you have someone you like. I'll have Imperial Father grant you your wish." After saying that, she waved at Lily Ann and left happily. Lily Ann only regained her senses after Hai Chi had left. This was the first time in her life that she had met someone like Hai Chi, and she clearly could not handle it. A single sentence from Hai Chi had caused the atmosphere to change. "My apologies, Miss An. That girl is a little. Lu Yin did not know what to say. In any case, Hai Chi's thoughts were jumpy and she did not walk the path. Lily Ann smiled. "That must be the Sea King's daughter." Lu Yin nodded helplessly. Lily Ann smiled. "She's a very straightforward girl. Brother Lu, you have to grab hold of her. Being able to marry the Sea King's daughter is the dream of countless people, and she's also so beautiful." Lu Yin did not know where Lily Ann had seen Hai Chi from. Was she pretty? This woman was definitely trying to flatter him. Although she had an intellectual beauty and didn't seem like someone who knew how to flatter others, Lu Yin had not forgotten what had happened during their trip to the North Line flow zone. This woman had always been good at flattering others without even realizing it. This time, she was definitely trying to flatter the Sea King. "Miss An, why are you looking for me?" Lu Yin asked. Lily Ann's expression turned serious. "Brother Lu, do you know what happened in Frostwave Weave?" "Frostwave Weave? What is it?" Lily Ann frowned. "You don't know. The Beast Tamers Flowzone's second Great Hall has declared war on Frostwave Weave, and their target is the Great U Empire. I've heard that the Great U Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons have already sent several captains to the border, including the Hunter, the Blind Monk." Lu Yin's expression changed, as he really did not know. "How do you know, Miss An? It seems like Brother Lu really doesn't know." "Alright, I'll tell you then. This matter is no longer a secret among many of the great clans in the universe. Lillian paused for a moment before continuing in a serious tone. In the astral wilderness, someone discovered an extremely compressed substance called pyrolite. It has immense destructive power, and just 1 gram can produce a destructive power level of over 10,000. It's considered a strategic resource, and the discovery of large quantities of this pyrolite has the potential to change the structure of the universe. Thus, many powers in the universe have sent people to explore the astral wilderness. Currently, the location where most pyrolite has been discovered is closest to North Castle Weave. North Castle Weave is one of the outerverse's closest weaves to the astral wilderness, and it's also a neighboring weave to the north of Frostwave Weave. Brother Lu, do you understand now? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So you're saying that the various great powers have sent people into North Castle Weave, and that the second Great Hall wants to encroach on Frostwave Weave? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I know that the second Great Hall has launched an attack on Frostwave Weave. When I found out about this, I immediately contacted you. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Thank you for informing me, Miss and her. I understand. Lillian knew that Lu Yin wanted to contact the Great Yu Empire, so she didn't say anything else and quickly ended the call. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately contacted Hua Qingshan. Hua Qingshan's image quickly appeared on the screen in front of him. Uncle Hua, do you have anything to tell me? Lu Yin asked, suppressing his anger. Hua Qingshan was astonished. Something. Nothing. The second Great Hall is attacking Frostwave Weave. Is Uncle Hua trying to hide this from me? Or am I no longer the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin asked sternly. He was truly furious, and he felt like he had been deceived. Hua Qingshan asked, where did you hear such rumors, royal regent? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Rumors. Hua Qingshan nodded. Some time ago, experts from the Second Great Hall were hunting down survivors of the Great Sword Dynasty in North Castle Weave. They fought with Captain Shalosh and were forced to retreat. Thus, the Second Great Hall sent experts over to take revenge, but that's all. There's no such thing as attacking Frostwave Weave. What about the blind monk? Why did he go to the border? Lu Yin asked. Hua Qingshan smiled. He was worried that the Second Great Hall's commander would personally take action. After all, a hunter isn't someone that Captain Shalosh and the others can handle. Rest assured, Royal Regent. The Great Yu Empire isn't weak, and we've already reported this matter to the 5th Princess, Her Highness Wendy Yushan. She told us not to disturb you. Lu Yin sighed. It seemed that Hua Qingshan and the others weren't intentionally hiding this from him, they just didn't know the severity of the situation. Lu Yin had told Hua Qingshan and the others not to contact him unless it was something important, but Hua Qingshan had classified this matter as revenge and not war. The Great Yu Empire definitely didn't know about pyrolite and thought that the Second Great Hall's appearance in North Castle Weave was just an accident. The other great powers had sealed off this information, and the Great Sword Dynasty survivor probably didn't know about it either. Most of the outerverse powers had been kept in the dark, and only the innerverse great powers knew about it. Fortunately, Lu Yin knew about it. Otherwise, if the Second Great Hall coveted Frostwave Weave's geographical location and launched a surprise attack, the Great Yu Empire would be in grave danger. Uncle Hua, pass down my orders. The Great Yu Empire is to stop all foreign wars, and the fleet is to gather in the north. Captain Rocky Anna of the 9th Imperial Squadron, Captain Luiying Zishan of the 13th Imperial Squadron, as well as the newly joined space-exploring powerhouses, are to gather at the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave. If you discover any enemies, try to intimidate them, and try not to engage them in battle. Hua Qingshan was shocked, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression, he knew that something was amiss. Royal Regent, what happened? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then told Hu Qingshan about the pyrolite incident. Hu Qingshan immediately understood where the problem lay. Frostwave Weave was south of North Castle Weave, and it bordered the Weave, so its geographical location was very important. The Second Great Hall wanted to control Frostwave Weave, which meant that North Castle Weave was finished. It wasn't as the survivor had said, that only the Great Sword Dynasty had been destroyed. On the surface, the various great powers of North Castle Weave still existed, but in reality, the rulers had all been replaced by the great powers of the Innerverse. The Second Great Hall and the First Great Hall both belonged to the Divine Great Hall, and the Divine Great Hall represented the Beast Tamer's flow zone. I understand. Rest assured, Royal Regent, Hu Qingshan said solemnly. Lu Yi nodded, but just as he was about to end the call, he suddenly thought of something. Uncle Hu, you said that Captain Shalosh fought with the Second Great Hall's experts to save a survivor from the Great Sword Dynasty. Then, where's that survivor? He's on his way to the capital star, Hu Qingshan replied. Lu Yin replied, protect that person well. Hu Qingshan nodded. Many great powers of the Innerverse had gathered in North Castle Weave, and it was very lively there. Even the Lily family, a small family that wasn't part of the 8 great flow zones, had gone there. Why couldn't Lu Yin participate? Lu Yin didn't expect to be able to compete with those great powers, but it wouldn't be bad if he could get his hands on some. Just a little bit would allow him to use his Dai's enhance to level up, and he might even be able to make a fortune. His eyes lit up as he thought about how he could earn money from the centipede's body. However, for now, the most important thing was to resolve the crisis in Frostwave Weave. He tried to contact Wendy Yushan, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach her. He also wanted to contact Mira, but he decided against it. The 10 Arbiters' Council couldn't affect the competition between North Castle Weave and the Astral Wilderness, and they couldn't protect Frostwave Weave either. Lu Yin stood beneath the waterfall and pondered for a long time before slowly bowing towards the sky. This junior requests an audience with the Sea King. The Sea King's figure quickly appeared in front of him. Have you figured out how to defeat Mu Rong without relying on your physical strength? Lu Yin shook his head. This junior hasn't thought of anything. It's very simple. Steal his flute, the Sea King reprimanded. Lu Yin was stunned. Steal his flute. His innate gift is the wooden flute, and the shepherd boy's song can only be played with a wooden flute. If you steal his flute, won't you be able to stop him from playing the song? Since you were able to hit him once, you can hit him a second time. Although you'll have to pay a price, it'll be worth it compared to defeating him, the Sea King explained. Lu Yin blinked. But since the wooden flute is his innate gift, won't it disappear if I steal it? Idiot, steal it and destroy it. Using an innate gift too frequently will exhaust a person's body, and no one's innate gift can be used endlessly. Similarly, if you destroy the wooden flute, it'll hurt him as well. Techniques like the shepherd boy's song aren't that easy to use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Ling Kei a chance to combine his 3 blades. After all, the shepherd boy's song might not be able to be used again once he's hit by all 3 blades, the Sea King explained. Lu Yin recalled Mu Rong's battle and realized that the Sea King's words were true. Mu Rong wouldn't give Lu Yin a second chance to attack and had impatiently used the shepherd boy's song. Perhaps the requirements for the song were too high, and once Mu Rong's injuries reached a critical point, he wouldn't be able to use it. Destroying the wooden flute would indeed damage his innate gift. Lu Yin looked at the Sea King in admiration. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Here's the 4th update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 470. The Sea King raised his head and waved a hand. It's normal that you can't think of it. How many people in the universe can think as well as I do? Chi-Chi is the inheritor of my excellent genes, and I only hope that you won't tarnish this legacy. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This father and daughter were exactly the same, they both had sharp tongues and felt good about themselves. Senior Sea King, this junior has 2 things to report to you. The Sea King nodded. Speak. First, the betrothal gift. If this junior wants to marry Chi-Chi, the gift cannot be shabby. This is not only a sign of respect to the Sea King's dome, but also an explanation to my hometown. The Sea King glanced at Lu Yin. What kind of betrothal gift can you prepare? How about this? Just give me back the essence you spent. Lu Yin felt awkward. This junior doesn't have that much money. Then what are you talking about? If you don't even have that much money, what kind of betrothal gift can you prepare? The Sea King was displeased. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, although this junior doesn't have the money, this junior will do his best to prepare a betrothal gift worthy of Chi-Chi. Senior, please allow this junior to return to Frostwave Weave. The Sea King sneered. You want to leave? We'll talk after you become an explorer. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Senior might not know this, but this junior's hometown is in danger, and this junior must return. The Sea King was disdainful. What can a Lameter like you do back there? Lu Yin solemnly replied, even if I'm a seeker, this junior will not shirk his duty if his hometown is in danger. Dare I ask, if the Sea King's dome is in danger, will the residents of the Sea King's dome rush back to help? Even if it's useless, I'd rather die with the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's gaze shifted, and he looked up into the sky. All right, you can return if you want, but bring Chi-Chi with you. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior, this junior's return will be fraught with danger. How can I implicate Chi-Chi? The Sea King proudly replied, Chi-Chi doesn't need you to take care of her. No one will dare touch my daughter, so don't worry. She might even be able to protect you. Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but the Sea King interrupted him. All right, I'm not discussing this with you. Either bring Chi-Chi with you or become an explorer. Lu Yin had no choice but to agree. This junior understands, I will do my best to ensure Chi-Chi's safety. I already said that Chi-Chi doesn't need your protection. Meet her at the harbor tomorrow. The Sea King then tore open the void and left. 7th bro, it looks like you won't be able to get rid of that woman. I feel like you'll go crazy if you spend too much time with her, the monkey gloated. Lu Yin did not have the time to think about such things. He took out a star chart of Frostwave Weave surroundings and started thinking about how to resolve this crisis. He could not charge into the enemy's ranks, as any random hunter could be sent out. All he could do was try his best to use the various powers to achieve a balance of power. After all, he had been in the innerverse for quite some time, and his social circle was not something that the outerverse could compare to. Moreover, with honor points, he could learn more about the conflicts between these factions. This was his advantage. Currently, the Beast Tamer's Flowzone's 2nd grade hall was eyeing Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin wanted to investigate more about this organization, and Quang Wang might be useful to him. Elsewhere, the Sea King stood at the peak of the Sea King's dome as he looked at the Starfall Sea. Hai Dashao appeared behind him and said, Father, I've found out that Frostwave Weave has been targeted by the 2nd grade hall. North Castle Weave has actually fallen into the hands of the various great powers. The Sea King nodded, his gaze calm. Lu Yin won't just be facing the 2nd grade hall when he returns. With Pyrolite's importance, it will be very difficult for him to protect Frostwave Weave. At most, he'll be able to protect the Great U Empire's territory, and that's with the various great powers being apprehensive of our Sea King's dome. It's impossible for a puny Lameter like him to reverse the situation, Hai Dashao said disdainfully. The Sea King smiled. Do you really think that he's going back alone? What? Does he have helpers? Hai Dashao was astonished. We are his helpers, the Sea King replied. Hai Dashao was shocked. Father, are you going to personally intervene? This will attract the attention of the Hall of Honor. Back then, the Sea King raised a hand to stop Hai Dashao from speaking further. I didn't say that I would intervene, but this kid isn't stupid. Based on his past deeds, he's adept at socializing and taking advantage of others. Why do you think he proposed to prepare a betrothal gift? I can guarantee that if he can't hold on any longer, this kid will definitely use the excuse of preparing a betrothal gift for our Sea King's dome to intimidate the various great powers and try to protect Frostwave Weave. He might even give Frostwave Weave to our Sea King's dome as a betrothal gift. Hai Dashao was furious. Is this kid really that bold? Father, you can't let him do as he pleases. We have an agreement with the Hall of Honor. The Sea King did not care. So what if we have an agreement? No one in the universe can stop me. Hai Dashao frowned as he looked at the Sea King's back. Suddenly, he thought of something. Father, are you telling Chi-Chi to follow him to express the Sea King's dome stance? The Sea King smiled but did not reply. Father, do you want to obtain the pyrolite? Hai Dashao probed. The Sea King's gaze turned cold. Whether or not we can obtain it will depend on what that kid does. I hope that he doesn't disappoint me, or else I might personally take action. Hai Dashao was shocked. Once the Sea King took action, the hidden old freaks of the various great powers would also take action. That would be a disaster that would sweep through the universe. Was pyrolite really that important? He did not understand. Even if pyrolite was a strategic resource, no one in the universe dared to provoke the Starfall Sea, and no one dared to provoke the Sea King's dome. Was there a need for them to leave the Starfall Sea for such a resource? Once the Sea King took action, the Neoverse would not remain silent, and the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Hai Dashao suddenly realized that Lu Yin's return this time was very important. He had to obtain a sufficient amount of pyrolite that the Sea King was satisfied with, or else a disaster would descend. No one besides him and the Sea King knew what would happen. Lu Yin naturally did not know that the Sea King needed pyrolite, and it would be good enough if he could even protect Frostwave Weave. Hold on, Hai Dashao thought of another possibility. Could his father have let Lu Yin go because he wanted to use the excuse that his prospective son-in-law had been bullied as an excuse to leave the Starfall Sea? If Lu Yin could not protect Frostwave Weave, then the Sea King would be able to legitimately take action, and no one would be able to pick a fight. The Hall of Honor would not be able to stop the Sea King from helping his prospective son-in-law. Even if the Sea King helped his prospective son-in-law obtain some pyrolite, no one would dare to say anything. Hai Dashao was shocked when he saw the Sea King smile. The various powers fighting over North Castle Weave probably did not know that they were all being targeted by the Sea King. Everything was logical. Hai Dashao left. He understood some things, and he knew that he could not stop this. Father, it's time to tell second brother. A screen appeared beside the Sea King from his gadget, and a man who looked very similar to Hai Dashao appeared on it. He was the Sea King's eldest son. The Sea King had a complicated expression. Let's wait until he becomes a hunter. Father, you want to use pyrolite to blast open that path? That's too radical. No one knows what will happen if that path is blasted open, and it might even repeat the tragedy from before. The Sea King's gaze was deep. So what? This region of space is fake, and there's nothing worse than that. That path might be a dead end, but it might also be hope. Even if it's a dead end, so what? At worst, we'll all die together, and no one will be able to escape. The Hall of Honor will not let you succeed. They're too conservative. They don't know that the longer we delay, the more will be suppressed. This region of space hasn't had a progenitor for too long. Second brother should have gone to find Luin. Aren't you worried that he'll say something? The Sea King clasped his hands behind his back. It doesn't matter. The kid can't decide his own future. So what if he knows or doesn't know? He'll be happier if he doesn't know. Then, what about Chi-Chi? Do you want Chi-Chi to marry him? If he's not an enemy, then that's fine. If he is, then just kill him. The Sea King's tone was icy, and the atmosphere of the entire Sea King's dome changed as the starfall sea became much more oppressive. Hai Dashao's emotions were complicated, as he did not understand how important pyrolite was. With the power of the entire Sea King's dome, they did not need to obtain it at all. The Sea King's dome had a transcendent status in the universe because the starfall sea did not interfere in the struggles of the universe. However, if the Sea King's dome made a move, then the various great powers of the universe might retaliate and restrict the Sea King's dome. This was not something that Hai Dashao wanted to see. He had unwittingly walked to the waterfall where Luin was, and he saw Luin deep in thought. Luin was looking at a star chart and organizing the situation that he could use to his advantage. He was also thinking about what he should do after returning to Frostwave Weave. When he saw Hai Dashao, he gathered his thoughts. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Hai Dashao asked. Luin nodded. Hai Dashao looked at Luin and thought for a moment before saying, "Your answer to Starsabild disappointed me." Luin smiled nonchalantly. "Then I'm sorry. It's not just you, Senior Sea King should be disappointed as well. However, that's my answer, and it won't change." Hai Dashao frowned, but he did not say anything. "You came here just to say this?" Luin asked. Hai Dashao stared into Lu Yin's eyes. "You should know about pyrolite." Luin nodded. "I've heard. Father hopes that your betrothal gift will be pyrolite," Hai Dashao said. He could not say it out loud, so this was all he could do. Luin was stunned. "Senior Sea King needs pyrolite." Hai Dashao replied, "Whether or not he needs it is none of your business. In any case, your betrothal gift can only be pyrolite. Otherwise..." He paused, not knowing how to continue. Otherwise, what? Would he not let Chi-Chi marry Luin? Hai Dashao had not forgotten what had happened during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and this brat simply did not want to marry Chi-Chi. Luin replied, "All the great powers in the universe have their eyes on pyrolite. It'll be very difficult for me to steal it. I'm just a Lemmeter, and while my status might cause others to be apprehensive, it's definitely not at the level where they'll be willing to make concessions." Hai Dashao turned to leave. "That's your problem. In any case, the Sea King's dome needs pyrolite as a betrothal gift, and if you can't get it, you'll know the price you'll have to pay." After saying that, Hai Dashao left. Luin felt that pyrolite was more important than he had imagined, as even a power like the Sea King's dome that did not interfere in the universe's disputes wanted it. However, since the Sea King's dome wanted it and had even used the betrothal gift as an excuse, then it was even more justifiable for Luin to borrow the Sea King's dome's name. However, that was the final step. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 471. The Sea King's guess had been correct, as Luin had been preparing for the worst from the very beginning. He was not so confident that he could protect Frostwave Weave, so the name of the Sea King's dome was his trump card. If worse came to worst, he could give the entire Great Yu Empire to the Sea King as a betrothal gift. He did not believe that anyone would be willing to oppose the Sea King over a tiny empire. However, if that happened, he would have nothing left. Still, it was better than being divided up by other powers. Without news of Feng Imo and the Bo duo, Big Pow and Little Pow could only remain at the Sea King's dome. With Lu Yin's current status, Feng Imo and the others would not dare to act against him. Even if they did, Lu Yin had many ways to escape, so he was not worried. As for Hai Chi-Chi, the Sea King's confident tone made it so that Lu Yin did not even need to consider it. The next day, at the harbor of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi-Chi had arrived even earlier than Lu Yin. She stood on the large ship and seemed very excited as she stared at the entrance to the Starfall Sea with sparkling eyes. She only reacted when Lu Yin walked up behind her, and she rolled her eyes at him. "You don't make any noise when you walk. Why doesn't anyone recognize you? Aren't you the Sea King's daughter?" Lu Yin was curious. Hai Chi-Chi was standing at the bow of the ship, and logically speaking, there should be many onlookers, but it was completely empty below. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes dimmed, and she feigned arrogance. "I'm the Sea King's daughter. Do you think that just anyone can see me?" Lu Yin did not mind. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. "Princess Chi-Chi, the spacecraft is ready." The voice was very sudden, and it gave Lu Yin a fright since it had come from right next to his ear. He subconsciously took a few steps forward and vigilantly stared at the old man who had appeared out of nowhere. The old man looked at Lu Yin and smiled kindly. "Oh, got it," Hai Chi-Chi replied and excitedly ran into the ship. The old man watched Hai Chi-Chi leave and then looked back at Lu Yin with a smile. "Kid, take good care of Chi-Chi. Although she doesn't speak well, she's very kind and pure." Lu Yin nodded. The old man smiled. "I've seen your battles. Not bad at all. Continue to work hard, and I hope that one day, we'll be able to go against the tide together." He then left. Lu Yin watched the old man leave, not understanding of what he had just said. Hai Chi-Chi's voice. "Hey, what? Let's go." The spacecraft that the Sea King's dome had provided had a very unique design, and the manufacturer was the Aurora Spacecraft Company. It was a miniature, foldable spacecraft that could seat up to 3 people. When not in use, it could be folded and shrunk to its smallest size before being stored in a cosmic ring. The moment he saw this spacecraft, he decided that he had to buy one. He did not have many spacecraft left, and he only had one Aurora left on Deep Crimson Planet. However, in Hai Chi-Chi's words, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to afford a foldable spacecraft even if he sold himself. Lu Yin refused to accept this, as he had spent nearly 20,000 star essence on his cultivation. It was just a single spacecraft, and even an ordinary radiant-grade Aurora was only worth 10 star essence. However, when Hai Chi-Chi reported the price to him, he felt that he had overestimated himself and that he really could not afford it. This foldable radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft was actually priced at 20,000 star essence. "Why is this thing so expensive?" Lu Yin asked in surprise. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. "Calling you ignorant is already a compliment. Have you ever heard of a foldable spacecraft being sold anywhere? This is a technology that transcends time. A foldable spacecraft doesn't just need to be folded, but also whether or not the joints can withstand the speed of a radiant-grade spacecraft, as well as how well its defensive capabilities can be perfected. Just this technology alone is worth a lot of money, not to mention a radiant-grade spacecraft that can be used to escape at any time. Do you think 20,000 is expensive?" Lu Yin was speechless. Not expensive. It was too expensive for him, and it was no wonder that he had never heard of anyone using it. Even the heirs of the great powers that he had come into contact with could not afford it. Only a wastrel like Hai Chi-Chi would not have cared. However, her words made sense. If he had had a spacecraft like this back then, he would not have been trapped in outer space and could have escaped at any time. This thing could have saved his life if he had used it well. Even so, it was still not worth such a high price. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This thing was not only sold for the spacecraft itself, but also for its grade, a grade that ordinary people could not even lay their eyes on. Let me tell you something else. There aren't many of these spacecraft in the innerverse or outerverse, and the Aurora Corporation produces a limited number each year. You can't buy one even if you have the money, Hai Chi-Chi said arrogantly. Are you saying that even the Mavis family can't buy one? Lu Yin teased. Hai Chi-Chi's expression changed. Who told you about the Mavis family? The Mavis family is synonymous with money. Don't try to confuse me. I wasn't talking about the Mavis family, I was talking about you. Someone like you can't buy one even if you have the money. How do you know that I'm rich? Let me tell you, we have to separate our assets before marriage. Hai Chi-Chi gritted her teeth. Tui. Why would this princess care about your money? Pauper, wait, who said anything about marrying you? Lu Yin pretended to exhale. That's good. I'm actually very rich, and I'll be even richer in the future. Hai Chi-Chi snorted and ignored him. The Radiant-grade spacecraft was very fast, but even so, it still took more than 2 months to travel from the Sea King's dome to the outerverse Frostwave Weave. The Starfall Sea was located in the westernmost part of the innerverse, close to Endless Weave, while Frostwave Weave was located in the eastern part of the outerverse, close to the Astral Beast domain. One was in the southwest, while the other was in the northeast. They were quite lucky, as they did not encounter any accidents from the Sea King's dome to the Starfall Sea, and they did not encounter any turbulence. As for the possibility of being attacked by Feng Mo or Undying Yushan's enemies, there was nothing. Perhaps this had something to do with the symbol of the Sea King's dome on the spacecraft. Lu Yin believed that at least in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Day-Night Flow Zone, and Chaos Flow Zone, no one would dare to attack a spacecraft from the Sea King's dome. These 3 flow zones were close to the Starfall Sea, so they knew the symbol of the Sea King's dome. However, things were different once they left the innerverse. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi did not stop along the way. They passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and Chaos Flow Zone before heading towards the Astral River. As long as they crossed the Astral River, they would reach the outerverse, and then they would cross dozens of weaves to reach Frostwave Weave. Just thinking about it made one realize how far it was. Lu Yin sometimes wondered what level of power Mr. Mu possessed to be able to throw him from Tempest Flow Zone to Xingyang Flow Zone. This distance was not much closer than the distance between the Astral River and Frostwave Weave. It was too terrifying, as it was equivalent to crossing half of the human domain. The moment they left the Starfall Sea, Hai Chi-Chi's excitement reached its peak. She had never left the Starfall Sea before, and her shout almost scared the monkey out of Lu Yin's arm. The monkey cursed at her for 10 minutes, but unfortunately, only Lu Yin could hear it. However, as the unchanging darkness of space grew further and further away, Hai Chi-Chi's excitement died down. Hey, look! That planet is so colorful and interesting. Shall we go up and take a look? No, we're in a hurry. Hey, look! There's a beast over there. Lu Yin was startled and looked over. It was an Explorer Realm astral beast. Astral beasts did not only exist in the astral beast domain, as there were many in the human domain as well. However, they were often swept up by the various powers in their respective domains, so they were not very dangerous to humans. Still, they could occasionally be seen. The Explorer Realm astral beast only glanced at the spacecraft before flying off into the distance. Chase it, chase it. I want it to be my mount. Hai Chi-Chi was excited. No, we're in a hurry. Hey, look! There's a fleet. It's so long. Let's go greet them. No, we're in a hurry. Hai Chi finally exploded and glared at Luin. What's wrong with you? I'm the Sea King's daughter. You have to listen to me. Luin rolled his eyes. Didn't the Sea King tell you to listen to me before we left? No, Hai Chi replied angrily. Luin was helpless. There's a war going on back home, so I don't have time to waste. Then let's break up. Luin raised his brows. No, you have to follow me. Otherwise, how am I supposed to send you back to the Sea King's dome? Hai Chi was furious, and she gritted her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite Luin. Luin stared at her warily. Don't bite me. You'll break your teeth. Nonsense, of course I'll break my teeth. You might be ugly, but your skin is thick. I can't bite you, Hai Chi said viciously before turning to face the sky and ignoring Luin. Luin relaxed. As long as she did not cause trouble, everything would be fine. He was in a hurry to return to Frostwave Weave. If it had been anyone else, he would have slapped them unconscious, but he did not dare to do so in front of Hai Chi. The Astral River had a completely different scenery from the Starfall Sea. Although it was called a river, it was far more magnificent. The Starfall Sea's greatest characteristic was that it was a real sea with water. The Astral River, on the other hand, was mixed with all sorts of liquid energy. In the past, Luin had thought that there was only one Astral River arc, but he had not expected that there would be 3 in total. They were on the east, west, and middle sides, which made sense. Otherwise, how could the Astral River arc allow everyone from the outerverse to enter the innerverse? Hai Chi looked at the Astral River in admiration. She had only seen it on the internet, but this was her first time seeing it up close. Hey, I want to go fishing, Hai Chi suddenly spoke up and looked at Luin expectantly, blinking her eyes. Luin pursed his lips. No. Hai Chi was furious. Why? The Astral River arc will take some time to reach the other side. You're not allowed to care about me during this time, or I'll really get angry. Luin nodded. Okay. Hai Chi was stunned, and she probed, really? You're not allowed to care about me. Luin answered seriously, okay. Hai Chi did not believe him. Luin used his honor points to board the Astral River Arkansas. He did not have to wait in line like before, and he used his special privileges to board. The Sea King's dome symbol on their spacecraft also alerted the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. The spacecraft was guided into orbit and stood side by side with the other spacecraft. Luin was puzzled as to why they had not entered a separate VIP passage when someone appeared outside the spacecraft. It was a cruiser. The cruiser's goal was simple, to ask Luin if they wanted to transfer to the VIP passage. That passage was not connected to the other spacecraft, and it had all the necessary facilities. There were even specialized attendants to serve them. Luin refused, but he did provide the cruiser with some information. Hai Chi was an important person from the Sea King's dome. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 472. The cruiser's expression immediately changed, and he became even more respectful and humble. After that, Hai Chi's fishing dream came to an end. Ordinary people could not fish in the Astral River. With Lu Yin's strength, even old Guda and the others had thought that he would be dragged into the Astral River and die. The mortality rate of fishing was very high if one was not a cruiser, and even a cruiser would not last more than 10 hours. This was one of the dangers of the Astral River. Since the Flow Zone envoy knew that Hai Chi was an important person from the Sea King's dome, how could he allow her to fish? What she was fishing for was not a fish, but her life. Thus, Hai Chi had lost all hope of fishing. Not only that, but she was also being monitored the entire time while she was on the ship, so that she could be protected at any time. This was the reason why Luine had allowed her to do as she pleased. The Astral River envoy was more worried about her safety than anyone else. Luine had been paying attention to the situation in Frostwave Weave, and Hua Qingshan had reported to him almost every day. During this time, the Second Great Hall had actually stopped sending experts to Frostwave Weave, and they had even withdrawn their previous experts. This strange phenomenon was hard to fathom. In the Outerverse, at the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, dozens of giant astral beasts soared through space. These astral beasts were all explorers, and a Second Great Hall expert stood atop each of them. Even further away, a fortress-like warship floated in space, filled with people from the Second Great Hall. The Second Great Hall had sent out many powerhouses to fight for Pyrolite, and the one who had targeted Frostwave Weave was a hunter named Anfield. This kind of powerhouse was known as a commander within the Second Great Hall. Anfield stared at the star chart with a gloomy expression. He had never thought that a tiny Frostwave Weave would be able to withstand their attack. When he flipped through Frostwave Weave's history, he discovered that the Great Yu Empire, which now ruled over half of Frostwave Weave, had once blocked an attack from the Ross Empire. The Great Yu Empire was not simple at all. He had also fought against a strange-looking hunter and had been suppressed. This situation had caused him to immediately stop attacking Frostwave Weave, as he had felt that the hunter had not used his full strength. Although the Second Great Hall was an innerverse power, they were at the bottom of the Beast Tamer's flow zone, so they could not waste their strength on Frostwave Weave. Furthermore, just the day before, he had received news that the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Luine, was likely to become the Sea King's son-in-law. This news had shaken him to the core, and he no longer dared to make a move against Frostwave Weave. However, as long as Luine did not truly become the Sea King's son-in-law, they would not give up on Frostwave Weave. They were not the only ones, as there were other powers that would do the same. Becoming the Sea King's son-in-law was not that easy. However, it was not suitable for them to show their faces at the moment. Thus, they had chosen a method that many powers in the Innerverse often used, which was to recruit a group of independent cultivators to attack Frostwave Weave. Currently, countless independent cultivators from all over the Innerverse and Outerverse were heading towards Frostwave Weave. At this moment, the chaos in North Castle Weave was extremely severe. All of the great powers that had been in North Castle Weave had disappeared, and the Innerverse great powers were now in charge. Battles were unending, and experts were frequently deployed. More than 10 hunters had been deployed, and the entire North Castle Weave had been plunged into a quagmire of war. Beyond North Castle Weave was the Astral Wilderness. The Astral Wilderness was a place where there was no network, and there were no spatial wormholes that could allow one to jump through. It was filled with dangers and beasts, and even if a calamitous astronomical event occurred, it would be impossible to avoid it. This was the true universe, a universe where one could die at any moment. Because there were no spatial wormholes that could allow one to jump through them, traveling the same distance in the astral wilderness would take several times longer than traveling in the human domain. At the very least, one would need a radiant great aurora to barely be able to explore the astral wilderness. Otherwise, all of the time spent traveling would be wasted. There were nearly 10 hunters from various great powers fighting in North Castle Weave, but there were even more in the astral wilderness. Just the Soul Dream tribe alone had 3 hunters. Most of these powerhouses were not fighting with other powers, but rather, they were truly exploring the astral wilderness. Exploring the astral wilderness was extremely dangerous, and more than 10 hunters died every year. This was a terrifying number, as the entire Outerverse might not even have that many hunters. Of course, the benefits were considerable as well. As the exploration of the astral wilderness expanded, so did the Outerverse. Perhaps after some time, a new weave would be born to the north of North Castle Weave, and the outerverse 72 weaves would become 73 weaves. The technology to search for pyrrolite was becoming more and more mature, and now, various great powers had discovered a large amount of pyrrolite on a giant planet in the astral wilderness. This planet was dark red and somewhat gloomy. Occasionally, there would be huge explosions on the planet's surface, and it was highly likely that these explosions originated from pyrrolite. Outside the planet, warships surrounded it like fortresses, eyeing the planet covetously. The Day-Night Clan, Soul Dream Tribe, Sword Sect, and other great powers of the Innerverse had all appeared, but none of them had entered the planet. In the far reaches of outer space, there would occasionally be powerful undulations sweeping through the planet. These were hunters fighting, and they would quickly calm down. At this moment, a personal spacecraft charged out from the planet towards a warship. However, it was intercepted midway, and the personal spacecraft exploded, revealing a terrified man inside. More than 10 figures suddenly appeared in outer space, and all of them were hunters. "Everyone, this is a disciple of our sect. Please make things easy for us and don't hurt him," an elder said bitterly as he stood in front of the man. The elder was also a hunter, but he was just an elder from an ordinary organization in the Innerverse. The Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, and the One family were all people that he did not dare to oppose. The Day-Night Clan hunter stepped forward with a cold gaze. "There's no need to be afraid. We just want to know the specific situation of that planet." The old man heaved a sigh of relief and gave the man a look. The man was terrified. "After I entered the planet, my star energy was completely suppressed, and I couldn't sense any free star energy on the planet." "We already know that. Tell us something you don't know," the Day-Night Clan powerhouse said impatiently. The man became even more terrified. "I was lucky. When I landed on this planet, I landed not too far away from the pyrrolite ore. That's why I didn't go too deep. I took the ore and left." He then pulled out a fist-sized pyrrolite ore from his cosmic ring and handed it to the elder. The surrounding hunters were disappointed, as it was no wonder why the man had come out so quickly. "But I saw an explorer self-destruct not long after he landed on the planet," the man said softly. The surrounding hunters' eyes went wide. "What did you say? Self-destruct?" "Yes," the man replied softly with his head lowered. Not long after, the various great powers received news that any explorer or above who had entered the planet had self-destructed without exception. When the planet had been discovered, the various great powers had sent hunters to enter, but they had discovered that the moment they entered the planet's atmosphere, the planet had exploded violently. The planet was filled with a large amount of pyrrolite, and the hunters' strength had caused a backlash. This was why the hunters from the various great powers had not entered, for fear of detonating the entire planet. If that happened, everyone would be doomed. However, no one had expected that even explorers would experience such a thing. After several days of research, the various great powers finally understood that there was a large amount of pyrrolite in the planet's atmosphere. Not only did it repel star energy, but it also automatically fused into the bodies of breathing organisms. There was no problem for those below the explorer realm, but for those above the explorer realm, their bodies resonated with the universe. The pyrrolite would enter their bodies and begin circulating, just like how star energy circulated through their bodies. Pyrrolite was extremely unstable, and once there was enough of it, it would explode. A single gram of pyrrolite could cause destruction with a power level of over 10,000. Explorers only needed to stay on the planet for a while to absorb more than a gram of pyrrolite, and it would explode from the inside out. Even a cruiser would not be able to withstand it, let alone an explorer. In other words, only cultivators below the explorer realm could safely explore this planet, and the best choice was to be a Lamiter. This was proven by the spacecraft that occasionally entered and exited the planet. The Lamiters who had stayed on the planet for a few days had all had their bodies examined. Although they had absorbed quite a bit of pyrrolite, the pyrolite had been expelled from their bodies along with their bodily functions. It's been confirmed. We can only send Lemeters to explore the planet. Immediately contact the clan and have them send a large number of Lemeters over. Notify the sect to send Lemeters over. The exploration of the astral wilderness had nothing to do with Lemeters, but at this moment, because of this strange planet, Lemeters had become the main force for exploration. Outside the planet, personal spacecraft rushed into the planet one after another. These were all soldiers piloted by the various large organizations. Although they were all Lemeters, there was a considerable number of roaming soldiers who were not heirs or disciples. However, having these people explore the planet first would allow them to familiarize themselves with the environment. These past few days, Hai Chi-Chi had been very gloomy. She was being followed wherever she went, and she realized that going out with Lu Yin was not as fun as she had imagined. She could not fight him head-on, and she could not beat him in a fight. Helpless, Hai Chi-Chi decided to change her attitude. "Brother Lu, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you're very handsome today." Hai Chi-Chi beamed at Lu Yin, her face filled with joy and adoration. Lu Yin immediately went on guard. "I don't have money." Hai Chi-Chi was furious. "You said that you had a lot of money before." "Wait, I didn't ask you for money. Besides, I'm richer than you." Lu Yin relaxed. "That's good. Let's go out and play. Didn't you want to fish?" Hai Chi-Chi grew angry at the mention of this. "What kind of crappy place is this? They don't even have a fishing rod." "I said that I could do it myself, but those guys actually said that they wanted to protect the environment and forbid fishing. They even put up a sign saying that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility." Lu Yin was speechless. This astral river flow zone envoy was much more humorous than old Gouda. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. "Hey, Lu Yin, do you want to go fishing?" "Nope. Boring, annoying, annoying." Hai Chi-Chi then activated her gadget, but Lu Yin did not know who to contact. Soon after, a voice came from the gadget. "Chi-Chi, you've left the Starfall Sea." Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi-Chi. Her voice was very pleasant. Hai Chi-Chi grimaced. "Baby, let me tell you something. There's a bad guy here. He looks random, has a nasty personality, and has a vicious mouth. He's also very dark." Lu Yin was speechless. How could she think of so many bad things? Thank you to Tower Leaping Demon Wu Zibin for the tip. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 473. The gadget listened in silence until Hai Chi-Chi stopped talking. "Chi-Chi, don't be willful. If the Sea King wants you to follow that person, then he's not a bad person. Speak properly, and he'll treat you well." Hai Chi-Chi glared at Lu Yin and snorted. She muttered something into her gadget before running out. Lu Yin found it funny. Although this brat had a venomous tongue, she wasn't a bad person. She didn't use her status as the Sea King's daughter to pressure others, unlike the heirs of those large organizations who were all arrogant. She was actually quite cute, but who was she talking to? She was quite sensible, the exact opposite of this brat. She was very gentle. Lu Yin had thought that he could have some peace and quiet, but Hai Chi-Chi returned quickly with a mysterious expression and a smug look on her face. Lu Yin's brows rose. "Even if you give me money, I won't sell my body." Hai Chi-Chi didn't get angry this time, as she knew that Lu Yin liked to use words to deal with her and drive her away. This time, however, she took the initiative. "I remember that your hometown is in the frost wave we've called the Great Yu Empire, right?" Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. That's also your destination." Hai Chi-Chi raised her head. Promise me something, and I'll tell you something about your hometown. No need. Go out and play, Lu Yin casually said. Hai Chi-Chi's lips curled up. I just heard a group of people talking about your hometown. They were hired by someone to start a war against the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Hai Chi-Chi. You can't joke about this. Hai Chi-Chi crossed her arms and leaned against the door. You can decide for yourself whether it's a joke or not. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi-Chi for a while, and at the same time, he completely unleashed his domain and enveloped the entire orbit. As he moved further and further away, he could hear many people talking. Among them, a conversation on a spacecraft 1,000 meters away attracted his attention. There's no problem with the pay, right? There are so many of us here. Can we afford it? Of course there's no problem. The employer is from a large organization in the universe, and they don't lack money. Who exactly is the employer? Sure, I can't tell you that. But if the person who hired us is a wandering cultivator, then they must be from the east of the universe. That direction is the erudite flow zone, the beast tamer's flow zone, and the first flow zone. All right, stop guessing. It might not be one of the 8 flow zones. Just protect yourselves. Stay safe. Got it. Hey, how about it? Promise me one thing, and I'll tell you, Hai Chi-Chi said proudly. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi-Chi strangely. Their conversation had taken place in the spacecraft, and the ship had soundproofing facilities. How had this brat heard it? Either those people had been careless enough to communicate outside the spacecraft, or this girl had also comprehended a domain. Lu Yin was more inclined towards the second possibility, as she was the Sea King's daughter after all. Speaking of which, Lu Yin had never paid much attention to Hai Chi-Chi's cultivation, but now, he felt that he might have underestimated her. She might not be able to compare to him and the others, but she was definitely not weak. Since she could comprehend a domain, she might have reached the level of an area master or even a realm master. Why are you staring at me? Hai Chi-Chi stared at him warily and tugged at her clothes. I'm warning you, I'm very powerful. Don't mess around. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If I succeed in protecting my hometown, I'll take you out to play. Really? Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Lu Yin nodded. That's only if you're obedient and don't cause trouble. Hai Chi-Chi snorted. You have the same tone as my brother. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the sake of leaving the Starfall Sea, I wouldn't have agreed to take in a son-in-law. I originally wanted to find a handsome brother to accompany me on my travels, but it turned out to be someone like you. You look anxious, and your mentality is even more anxious. She then continued, let me tell you, there's a group of people on that silver spacecraft 1,000 meters away. They're discussing how to deal with your hometown. Do you want to play something exciting? Lu Yin smirked. Hai Chi-Chi was delighted when she heard this. What exciting? Lu Yin smiled cunningly. On a giant planet in the astral wilderness, the dry soil emitted a pungent smell as a team of more than 10 kilometers advanced with detectors that could help them find pyrolite. These cultivators were from the spiritual seal flow zone's dire barbarian tribe, which was the tribe that Avery, who had defeated Lu Yin, belonged to. At this moment, a spacecraft crashed down from the sky not too far away from these people. The dire barbarian tribe members looked up and stared at the giant crater in the distance. There, a spacecraft was emitting white smoke due to friction with the atmosphere, which then slowly disappeared. The hatch opened, and a beautiful pair of hands appeared. It was a woman. The members of the dire barbarian tribe were excited. As long as they were not disciples of powerful sects, they would be able to capture and play with them. They had been in this damned place for more than 10 days, and it was too boring. The dire barbarian tribe was vile and did not care about the consequences of their actions, just like their name. As the cabin door opened completely, a beautiful woman walked out from the dark red ground. The woman had a beautiful appearance, and her long dark blue hair reached her waist. She looked like an otherworldly goddess, and this kind of woman was enough to drive any man crazy. However, when the dozen or so dire barbarian clan members saw this woman, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately fled. The woman looked up and leapt into the air, charging towards the dire barbarian tribe members. She opened her mouth in midair and let out a melodious song. This was the psychedelic song. This woman was Shiyu of the Soul Dream tribe. Since ancient times, the Soul Dream tribe and the dire barbarian tribe had a blood feud. The Soul Dream tribe took pride in killing members of the dire barbarian tribe, and the dire barbarian tribe took pride in snatching away women from the Soul Dream tribe. Both sides had never given up. Shiyu was coincidentally in the Outerverse and was close to North Castle Weave, so she was the first to arrive. The disciples of the other great powers had not yet arrived, so she was invincible. She had chosen to land here because she wanted to slaughter the entire dire barbarian tribe. The dire barbarian tribe's leaders could not resist at all. They were just ordinary soldiers who had been force-fed education, and they had reached the peak of the Lamita realm after much difficulty. The gap between them and Shiyu was too great. Shiyu stood on the dark red ground and crushed the detector with her foot. She looked up and sensed the energy in the air. There really isn't any star energy. I can only use star crystals to recover. She then soared into the sky and headed towards the area that the Soul Dream tribe had explored. The various great powers had circled the planet and divided it into many regions. Only the powerhouses dared to set foot in the other regions, and the weak would be lucky if they could even finish exploring their own region. At this moment, Shiyu was practically invincible to all the Lameters who had entered the planet. However, how long this advantage could be maintained depended on when the other powers' disciples arrived. At this moment, a spacecraft was heading towards Frostwave Weave. It was the same spacecraft that had gathered the wandering cultivators. There were hundreds of them, including 5 explorers and 2 cruisers. It had been a few days since the Astral River Arc had arrived in the Outerverse, and Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi had dealt with the 2 wandering cultivators on board. They had then used their identities to enter the spacecraft and gather information. Wandering cultivators were not disciplined, so no one had noticed anything amiss. In the tunnel, a man and a woman met sneakily. "Hey, it's really exciting. Did you know that I was almost exposed by that cruiser?" The man was shocked. "Don't be rash. I need to find out more about our employer and how they attacked Frostwave Weave." "How stupid. Capture them all and interrogate them one by one." "Those 2 cruisers definitely know," the woman said disdainfully. The man was helpless. "How do you know if they're lying?" "Just use your domain to eavesdrop. We'll talk after we get some useful information." The woman was shocked. "How do you know that I have a domain?" "I'm not stupid." "Humph, you're not smart either. Instead of waiting, why don't you pretend to be the employer? You know that their goal is to attack the Great U Empire anyway." The man's eyes lit up. That's right. Through his domain, he also knew the numbers of these people's gadgets. Even if they were discovered, no one would know that they were on this spacecraft. Even if they messed up in the end, they could just take care of these people. He looked at the woman in amazement. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. You're the one who's stupid. You're in a rush to return home, so you want to wait. With this spacecraft speed, it'll take at least 2 months to reach your hometown." The man pouted. "You're doing this so that you can play sooner. Don't worry about me. I'm going to play. You do it yourself." She then ran off. The man was Lu Yin. When he returned to his room, he used his gadget to contact one of the cruisers and send a message. Insufficient manpower. Continue adding. Very quickly, the cruiser replied, "Who are you? You don't need to know. Continue adding." The cruiser muttered to himself for a moment. The mission you gave us was to destroy the 3 inhabited planets of the Great U Empire, while the Second Great Hall was recruiting independent cultivators to attack the Great U Empire. That way, the Great U Empire and the Second Great Hall would start an all-out war. We currently have enough people, and any more will expose us. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. They actually wanted to destroy planets, and each planet had at least billions of people. They were actually so vicious and merciless, and from the looks of it, they were planning to shift the blame onto the Second Great Hall. It seemed that this group of people had indeed been hired by the Second Great Hall to attack the Great U Empire, but there were also some who had been hired by other powers to fish in troubled waters. These powers definitely coveted Frostwave Weave as well. As expected, Frostwave Weave's geographical location had attracted more than just the Second Great Hall. It was just that the other powers had not been exposed. From the looks of it, there were already 2 powers that had made their move, one in the open and one in the dark. Just who was this hidden power? Lu Yin looked at his gadget, but he could not make a move. These cultivators who mingled in the universe were all very astute, and it was impossible for them to tell him the identity of their mysterious employer. Based on his own experience, he might not be able to see through their lies, and they might not even know the truth. If they were forced into a corner, it was very likely that they would lie, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Furthermore, Lu Yin could not be sure how much of the information that the other party had sent him was true and how much was false. It was possible that all of it was fake. Thank you to the Cool Breeze Mountain for your tip, and thank you to all my brothers for your support. Thank you, everyone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 474. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. He had already confirmed that a large number of independent cultivators had been hired by certain organizations to attack the Great U Empire. He could not be sure of the exact number of independent cultivators, but the ones here were just one of many. If he opened the star chart, there might already be independent cultivators who had entered the Great U Empire. When Lu Yin had found out that there were independent cultivators attacking the Great U Empire, he had already notified Hu Qingshan and told the Great U Empire to be on guard. However, there were simply too many of them, and they might not be able to defend themselves. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yin immediately contacted Hu Qingshan and told him a few things. Hu Qingshan was shocked. Got it. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the dark sky. The universe was cruel sometimes, both to others and to oneself. He had asked Hu Qingshan to send a group of people to pretend to be independent cultivators and attack Wuri Weave, Grand Top Weave, and Lars Weave. These weaves were all close to Frostwave Weave, and he had revealed that the various organizations were preparing to clear a path from the inner verse to the astral wilderness in order to find pyrolite. Not only had Lu Yin revealed the existence of pyrolite, but he had also revealed that the Second Great Hall had hired independent cultivators to attack the surrounding weaves, dragging them all down with him. This way, the independent cultivators would be targeted by the surrounding weaves. Even if their target was only Frostwave Weave, it would be useless, as there were indeed independent cultivators attacking the surrounding weaves. There would be no way to defend themselves. Only by muddying the waters would one be able to fish in troubled waters. If someone wanted to hide in the shadows and have the Second Great Hall fight to the death with the Great U Empire, then Lu Yin would drag everyone down with him, and not a single one of them would be able to escape. Those independent cultivators would not even be able to approach Frostwave Weave with the surrounding weaves targeting them. Even if he messed up in the end and Frostwave Weave was targeted by everyone, Lu Yin still had a trump card, the Sea King's dome. Even if the Sea King's dome refused to admit it, he could still report Leon's armada. Even the Day-Night clan was afraid of Leon's armada, and the various organizations would not go against them just for the sake of the Great U Empire. The Pirate King's title not only represented his strength, but also his methods of doing things. He was a representative of the dark side. Right now, Luin needed to deal with the independent cultivators on this spacecraft. He did not need to know who had hired them, as the information might not be true, so there was no need for him to find out. The two cruisers were in a lounge on the top floor of the spacecraft, as only 2 cruisers were allowed to enter. Luin put on his universal armor, which had been upgraded 5 times, and held the gun that he had bought at the auction house as he slowly made his way to the top floor. Along the way, all the loose cultivators they encountered were easily dealt with. Loose cultivators were not shameful. Everyone had the qualifications to cultivate. However, to accept employment and start a war, these people were not pure loose cultivators. They were closer to mercenaries. It was definitely not the first time these people had done something like this. Otherwise, they would not have been able to assemble so quickly. These wandering cultivators' hands were stained with blood, and Luin would not show any mercy in dealing with them. On the top floor of the spacecraft, in the captain's cabin, a dozen or so operators were staring at a screen in horror. On the screen, Luin was pressing an explorer against a wall. He exerted some force with his palm, and the vibrating force traveled through the explorer's body. The explorer's organs were pulverized, and even the metal wall behind him cracked. "Quick, report this immediately. Enemies have entered." The next moment, the spaceship let out an ear-piercing alarm. The spaceship had a clear hierarchy, and Luin watched as the explorer in front of him slowly lost his life. This person was the last explorer on the spacecraft, and now that he had been dealt with, the only space-exploring powerhouses left on the spacecraft were the 2 cruisers. The ear-piercing alarm alarmed everyone. On the top floor, a cruiser came to the captain's cabin and looked at the screen with a frown. Universal armor. This person isn't an explorer. How dare he? The cruiser then tore through the void and charged towards Luin. Luin had only taken a few steps when the cruiser appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. "I don't know who you're trying to cause trouble for, but since you've appeared, you can die." The cruiser then sent a palm towards Luin. In his mind, even if Luin could kill explorers who were a realm breaker, he would not be able to resist a cruiser. Those people were all famous freaks in the universe, and there was no need to make things difficult for them. However, the cruiser had forgotten that Luin was from the Great U Empire. The cruiser's palm landed on the universal armor, but it was completely unscathed. The cruiser was shocked, as he had never seen a universal armor that could withstand an attack with a power level of 50,000. Universal armor was originally prepared for cultivators who had not yet reached the explorer realm to survive in outer space. Many of them were used to explore hidden places, and the powerhouses were not willing to risk their lives. Thus, they would equip slaves and low-level cultivators with universal armor and allow them to take risks. Generally speaking, universal armor did not have much defensive power, and it could only ensure that the cultivator could survive in outer space. However, Luin's universal armor was said to have been fused with metals from the cosmic sea, and it was extremely sturdy. It could even withstand a hunter's attack. Luin had also used his dies enhanced to upgrade it 5 times, and he did not know how many attacks it could withstand. It would be strange if a cruiser's attack with a power level of less than 100,000 could damage it. With this set of universal armor, Luin would even dare to wrestle with a hunter. Luin raised his gun and aimed it at the cruiser. Poverty has limited your imagination. He then fired a shot, and a very ancient physical bullet struck the cruiser's chest. In an instant, a terrifying force distorted the void and exploded on the cruiser's body. The bullet pierced right through his body, and half of his body was pulverized. Lu Yin stared at the scene in shock. Although he knew that this gun was capable of firing bullets with a power level of 80,000, he still found it hard to believe that it could instantly kill a cruiser. Since when had cruisers become so weak? With the universal armor and the gun, Lu Yin almost dared to challenge any cruiser on the top 100 rankings. All of this had been bought with money, and at that moment, he felt a heartfelt fear towards those wealthy organizations. Those organizations might also have methods like this, but it was different from cultivation. This was purely a method of killing. The Mavis family was the wealthiest organization, and Lu Yin could not imagine just how many methods they had. With a bang, one side of the spacecraft exploded, and the last cruiser fled into outer space. When he saw this scene, he knew that he was not Lu Yin's match, so he immediately fled. But so what if he was a cruiser? He was just a wandering cultivator, and the battle techniques that he cultivated were limited. When Lu Yin sensed that the cruiser was trying to escape, he unsealed the fate sand in his heart. His physical body exploded with power as he used flash to its limit. Lu Yin's body appeared in front of the fleeing cruiser, and he stood in outer space as he coldly stared at the fleeing cruiser. With his current physical strength, Flash's speed was not something that an ordinary cruiser could compare to. Who are you?" the cruiser asked in a trembling voice. Lu Yin coldly replied, "Haven't you already guessed it?" The cruiser's pupils shrank. "You're not even an explorer, but you can easily kill a cruiser. You're Lu Yin. You thought of me first. It seems like your target is the Great Yu Empire," Lu Yin said calmly. The cruiser pleaded, "I beg you, please let me go. I promise that I won't be hired." "Fine. Tell me, who's the one who hired you?" Lu Yin asked. The cruiser answered without hesitation, "The second great hull. It's the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's second great hull." "Is that so? What's your mission?" Lu Yin continued. "Attack the Great Yu Empire and destroy an entire planet. Let the Great Yu Empire and the Second Great Hull start an all-out war," the cruiser blurted out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "That's all." "That's all," the cruiser said confidently, but he continued to plead with Lu Yin. Student Lu, I'm actually from the Outerverse as well. You can't imagine how difficult it is for people like us to enter the Innerverse to cultivate. We were forced to do so please let me go. I promise that if I hear of any wandering cultivator who wants to harm the Great Yu Empire in the future, I'll be the first to act." Lu Yin sneered and sighed. "Although I knew that you wouldn't be honest, I still held on to some hope and asked. It looks like you really are dishonest. Then, die." He then raised his gun. The cruiser's pupils shrank, and he suddenly charged in another direction. At the same time, a long blade appeared in his hand and he slashed behind him. Lu Yin's figure disappeared once more, and when he reappeared, he had already dealt countless slashes with his gun pressed against the cruiser's back. Bang! Half of the cruiser's mangled body slowly disappeared before Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin put his gun away. He had used his gadget to contact the first cruiser he had killed and learned that there was a mysterious employer behind them. This person hadn't said anything, and there was no point in pressing him further. This mysterious employer probably wouldn't reveal their identity, or else this person would have spilled the beans in a desperate situation. Regardless of who this mysterious employer was, Lu Yin didn't care anymore. There were enemies everywhere in the universe. When he returned to the spacecraft, he saw that more than 100 wandering cultivators were terrified. Blood had already spilled from the top floor, and they had all discovered the cruiser's corpse. They didn't know what kind of fate awaited them. Lu Yin found Hai Chi-Chi. The girl's face was pale, and she didn't say a single word as she stared blankly at him. He probed, "You've never seen someone kill someone before?" Hai Chi-Chi pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. No. Luin sighed. The Sea King had protected her too tightly, and he hadn't even allowed her to see something like this. Since the Sea King was willing to let her come with him, it meant that he wanted to show her the cruel side of the universe. Luin took out a collapsible spacecraft from his cosmic ring and boarded it with Hai Chi-Chi. They appeared in outer space and faced the spacecraft. You'll get used to this scene sooner or later. I'll just treat it as helping the Sea King educate his daughter. Luin then donned his universal armor and walked out of outer space. He arrived outside the spacecraft's mechanical cabin, raised a hand, and pressed down on the spacecraft. 30 stacks, 50-fold shockwave palm. Boom! Soon after, the spacecraft exploded and disappeared from outer space. Not a single person had survived. Everyone present was a wandering cultivator, including the pilot. Their goal had been to start a war with the Great Yu Empire and cause great destruction. A war would not only bring about the deaths of soldiers, but also civilians. Luin didn't know how many people had accepted the mysterious employer's orders to destroy planets, but he wouldn't take any risks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 475. Hai Chi-Chi's face turned even paler as she stared at the giant fireball in space. She had been on that spacecraft just a moment ago. She had known that there would not be any danger before she had left, as no one would dare to harm the Sea King's daughter. However, when she was truly faced with death, she panicked. It was not because she was afraid, but rather because this was the first time she had seen something like this. Did these people really deserve to die? What about their parents, wives, and children? They must have been in great pain in the face of death. She had thought about many things. Luin did not speak to her. He set a course for Frostwave Weave and quickly rushed there. One day later, Hai Chi-Chi looked at Luin seriously. Don't you have any hesitation? Luin looked up at the sky. I used to, but not now. Why? Are you numb? Hai Chi-Chi could not help but ask. Luin looked at her. You'll feel the same when you experience death. Have you ever experienced what it feels like to be treated like white meat? White meat? Hai Chi-Chi was confused. Luin's lips curled up. Food. For humans. Food. Hai Chi-Chi's expression changed, and she looked at Luin in shock. She had never thought that the famous Luin would have such an experience, nor had she thought that the universe would have such a dark side. You were born in the Sea King's dome and are protected by the Sea King. No one in the universe dares to provoke you, and you've never even seen death. That's why you're carefree and naive enough to believe that most people in the universe live like that. But in reality, the universe is very cruel. Do you think that those people have never thought that they would die? From the moment they left their hometowns, they were already prepared to die. Their hands are stained with blood. Luin slowly explained. Hai Chi-Chi listened quietly. She had never listened to Luin as seriously as she did now. She had seen the true face of the universe. If not for the Sea King, Luin would not have been interested in teaching a girl such things. He hoped that his worldview would not lead her astray. However, his worldview was normal, and at the very least, he would not kill for no reason. He had a bottom line and a sense of justice. He was just a little greedy. After talking for a long time, Hai Chi-Chi leaned back in her seat and looked up at the sky. Congratulations, seventh bro. You've successfully led a girl onto the wrong path. The monkey laughed strangely. Luin sighed. He did not know how his words would affect Hai Chi-Chi, but she was an adult and had her own thoughts. She would not be easily swayed by the thoughts of others. This was also the reason why the Sea King had only released her now. People had to learn to grow up. Lu Yin, I'm going to ask you a serious question. You have to answer me honestly. Hai Chi-Chi suddenly turned around and said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded and solemnly said, go ahead. When we reach the Great Yu Empire, have you thought about where to bring me to play? Hai Chi-Chi asked seriously. Lu Yin was stunned. You've recovered. Slow down for what? Hai Chi-Chi blinked. You've just seen someone kill someone, and so many of them at that, Lu Yin reminded her. Hai Chi-Chi was cold and arrogant. I'm the daughter of the Sea King, and I was born as an elite among elites. I'm different from you mortals. Do I need to slow down? I said so much just now. Weren't you thinking about it? Yes, I was thinking about who was so blind as to treat you like white meat. Food is all about color, aroma, and taste. You can't even pass the first test. Lu Yin was speechless. There are actually many cruel truths in the universe. I'll tell you one by one. No need, there's nothing crueler than facing you. Hurry up and think of a place to play, or I'll tell father that you have a mistress, Hai Chi-Chi threatened. Lu Yin realized that he was losing control of this girl. He had originally thought that a show of murder would be enough to intimidate her and make her more obedient, but why did it feel like she had become even more vicious? A few days later, in Grand Top Weave, the son of an important person in the Nine Stack sect was killed by a wandering cultivator. In Wuri Weave, the headquarters of a power was destroyed by a wandering cultivator. In Lars Weave, a transport spacecraft was destroyed, and all of the resources inside disappeared. The culprit was also confirmed to be a wandering cultivator. Not long after, the Great Yu Empire announced that wandering cultivators were attacking and sealed off the surrounding space. Soon after, news of wandering cultivators being hired by various great powers of the Innerverse to clean up the surrounding weave spread. At first, the surrounding weaves did not believe it, especially the Nine Stack sect. However, as the news of Pyrolite spread, the surrounding weaves believed it and took action. On one hand, they sent people to North Castle Weave to participate in the struggle for Pyrolite. On the other hand, they sealed off the surrounding space to prevent any wandering cultivators from entering. By the time the Second Great Hall received the news, it was already too late to stop them. They tried to explain to the Nine Stack sect and the other powers, but they could not defend themselves. The Nine Stack sect had indeed been attacked by wandering cultivators, and even the Second Great Hall was not sure if they had been the ones who had been hired. After all, these wandering cultivators were not good people, and it was not impossible for them to attack the Nine Stack sect. As a result, the surrounding weaves were sealed off, and the wandering cultivators hired by the Second Great Hall could not approach Frostwave Weave at all. In addition, the Nine Stack sect and the other powers sent people to North Castle Weave, which happened to pass by the Second Great Hall's territory. Both sides clashed, and not only did the Second Great Hall's scheme against Frostwave Weave fail, but it also dragged them down. The Great Yu Empire obeyed Lu Yin's orders and did not participate in the struggle for Pyrolite. Instead, they withdrew all of their forces and quietly observed the battle. The Innerverse would not allow the Outerverse to interfere in the struggle for Pyrolite, and Lu Yin was very clear on this point. This was not something that could be obtained through any means. This was a difference in strength, and if the Great Yu Empire participated, it was very likely that they would be directly crushed. The Nine Stack sect and the other powers had been blinded by the Pyrolite, and it was only a matter of time before they met with misfortune. However, this storm was far greater than Lu Yin had imagined. Someone was secretly paying a high price to purchase Pyrolite, and the price was so high that even the various Weave's powers could not refuse. However, even if 50 grams of Pyrolite were stacked together, it would still not be enough to threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. This was because the stacked destructive power would cancel each other out. At most, it would only be able to threaten an enlighter. Even so, it was still very terrifying. Imagine if 1 kilogram, 10 kilograms, or even a ton of pyrolite exploded. How terrifying would that be? It could really threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. With pyrolite in hand, Shiyu was not completely defenseless. Although she did not have much, no one was willing to take the risk. In the end, the dire barbarian clan's expert retreated. Shiyu sighed in relief. The Soul Dream tribe had mined about 10 tons of pyrolite, which was not pure pyrolite. It needed to be purified, and 10 tons of pyrolite would only yield a few grams of pyrolite at most. Fortunately, the dire barbarian clan's powerhouse did not know how much pyrolite the Soul Dream tribe had mined. Otherwise, he would have attacked them without any hesitation. After all, 10 tons of pyrolite exploding would only result in a power level in the tens of thousands, which was nothing to worry about. The Soul Dream tribe had mined so much pyrolite, and so had the other powers. Most of them had not even mined as much as the Soul Dream tribe, as Shiyu had seized many pyrolite mines. After news of Shiyu using pyrolite to threaten the dire barbarian clan spread, the various great powers discussed and came up with a new rule: no one was allowed to steal any juniors who left planet Pyrolite. Otherwise, the war would spread to outer space and even affect the entire planet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 476. This rule had been proposed by the Soul Dream tribe first, followed by the Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, and other powers. In the end, it became a rule that all powers agreed upon. No one wanted to work for nothing, especially the weaker powers. Their higher-ups definitely couldn't compare to the Sword Sect and the other powers, and they were also afraid that their disciples would be lucky enough to obtain pyrolite and have it stolen. As for whether or not disciples should be prohibited from using pyrolite on planet Pyrolite, no one suggested it. No one was stupid enough to not use it when their lives were in danger. Even if a rule was set, it was useless. Pyrolite that had not been purified was far from destructive. Planet Pyrolite attracted many powers of the Innerverse, and North Castle Weave, which was close to planet Pyrolite, also attracted many powers from the surrounding weaves. At this moment, the entire universe's attention was focused on planet Pyrolite. Finally, the Blaze Realm's reinforcements arrived. Shiyu was no longer the strongest leader on planet Pyrolite, and the Blaze Realm had transferred Jared, Craner, and a group of young leaders to planet Pyrolite. The various powers sped up the transfer of their leaders, and no matter what they were doing, they all dropped everything and gathered on planet Pyrolite. This included Quang Wang and Lu Xiaoyun, who were cultivating in the Astral Combat Academy. Naturally, the 10 Arbiters Council sent their own experts as well. Myra's spacecraft sped towards planet Pyrolite. She looked at her gadget and thought for a moment before tapping it. She was contacting Lu Yin. At this point, the entire universe had to admit that Lu Yin was the strongest leader. His battle with Mu Rong had completely solidified his position, and even Yi Xingqian from the Cosmic Sea was not his match. This was a conclusion that countless experts had confirmed. Many experts had their reservations about whether or not Lu Yin had used his full strength. This made Lu Yin even more mysterious in the eyes of many, and many people wanted to know the bottom line of his power level. In the battle for planet Pyrolite, his appearance was no different from a boss. In outer space, Lu Yin was bickering with Hai Chi-Chi on a daily basis. He realized that his words had become much sharper ever since he had met Hai Chi-Chi, almost as if he was a verbal cannon. When he saw that Mira was contacting him, he tapped it open. "Long time no see, Miss Mira. Who is it? Little 3 or little 4? Hai Chi-Chi came over to take a look. Lu Yin was helpless. "Can you not call me that? Besides, there's no relationship between us." Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and gazed into outer space. Mira was sitting on a chair, her legs crossed. She was quite alluring. If I'm not mistaken, the one beside you is the daughter of the Sea King, Hai Chi-Chi. How did you know? Lu Yin was shocked. Was he being monitored? Snow told me about it. She said that the Sea King's daughter has quite a personality. Brother Lu, are you currently at the Sea King's dome, or have you left? I'm out. Return to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin grunted. Something big happened at home, so I have to go back. Will you be of any use if you go back? Or do you mean to say that you carry the dignity of the Sea King with you? Mira asked with a smile. Her feet were crossed, and her bright red nails were exceptionally beautiful. Miss Mira, you didn't contact me just to talk about this, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Or is there something you need from Arbiter Wen? Mira muttered to herself for a moment, then stood up and walked over to the transparent metal. She gazed at the stars with a solemn expression. Do you know anything about planet Pyrolite? What's planet Pyrolite? He only knew about Pyrolite, and the various powers were all gathered in North Castle Weave. It was said that a large number of pyrolites had been discovered in the astral wilderness near North Castle Weave. Could that be the so-called planet Pyrolite? Mira explained the situation on planet Pyrolite to Lu Yin, and Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. It's that fun. Only Lemeters can go there. I want to go, I want to go. Lu Yin, let's go there and have fun. Lu Yin's back was facing her, and he asked Mira, you want me to go? With your strength, it would be a pity if you didn't go. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are you representing the 10 Arbiters Council, Arbiter 1, or the erudite flow zone behind him? Is there a difference? Mira asked. I'm just asking, but I probably won't go. Lu Yin immediately rejected her. Because of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment before answering, to you, Frostwave Weave is too insignificant. If I interfere and anger some people, the Great Yu Empire will be in danger. I won't be able to protect it with my current strength, and you should know that there are already people attacking Frostwave Weave. I don't have the time to spare. Mira sighed, and her enchanting eyes flashed. What if Arbiter 1 promises to protect the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin did not immediately answer. Think about it carefully. With that, Mira hung up. Hey, why don't you go? Are you worried about your hometown? I'll ask Father to speak up, and I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you, Hai Chi-Chi said expectantly. Lu Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It wasn't that simple. The Sea King could protect the Great Yu Empire, but the Great Yu Empire would eventually become the Sea King's. He was not willing to do that unless he had no other choice. Furthermore, sending an ant into such a storm was extremely risky. Given Lu Yin's cautious nature, he would try his best not to get involved. As for Hai Dashao's suggestion that the betrothal gift had to be pyrolite, Lu Yin pretended not to hear it. He could not afford to gamble on it. Not long after, the spacecraft's alarm sounded. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi looked ahead, where a battle was taking place. Countless battleships filled the sky, and there were also many space-exploring powerhouses fighting. A shockwave swept out, causing the spacecraft to tremble. Lu Yin's expression changed. It's the shockwaves from a battle between hunters. We'll have to take a detour. Hai Chi-Chi stared at the sky. This was an interstellar war, and it was her first time seeing it. The entire sky was filled with all sorts of attacks, and at any moment, a spacecraft could explode. Planets could be destroyed at any moment, and black holes could form that black holes that devoured everything around them. War was different from actual battles, as one could be unscrupulous in war. When Hai Chi saw a cruiser destroy a planet and use the planet's destruction to destroy an entire fleet, she deeply understood this saying. Corpses floated about in space from time to time, but they were quickly incinerated by all sorts of energy or even destroyed. The constant explosions of planets shocked her. How many people could live on a single habitable planet? She could almost see countless people wailing in agony. Hai Chi thought of the Sea King's dome. If the Sea King's dome ever went to war, would it end up like this as well? She turned to look at Lu Yin. Was such a war happening in his hometown? Lu Yin looked at the route and saw that they had taken 5 more days than they had originally planned. They had originally planned to travel in 20 days, but now, they had taken 5 more days. This was within his expectations, as there were too many variables in a cosmic voyage. Adding 5 more days was already considered good. Is there such a war happening in your hometown? Hai Chi could not help but ask. Lu Yin nodded and replied with a complicated expression, "It's more troublesome than that. This is just a war within the outerverse weaves. My hometown is being coveted by the innerverse great powers. If a war breaks out, the scale will far exceed this, and the results will be tragic." Hai Chi fell silent. It was not that she was insensible, but rather that she had not experienced it before. Now, she could feel it. "I'll ask my father to protect your hometown." Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi in astonishment. This was the second time she had said this. The first time had been because she wanted to play, but this time, Lu Yin could feel her sincerity. He smiled. "There's no need for that. The situation in the universe is far more complicated than you think. Once Senior Sea King intervenes, it will attract even more variables. That's the final step, and there's no need to take that step for now." Hai Chi nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. "I couldn't tell. You don't look like much, but you do have some intelligence." Lu Yin turned around with his back facing Hai Chi. Was this girl praising him or insulting him? He was a little unsure. After circling around the war zone, the spacecraft continued to travel smoothly. Hai Chi fell asleep while Lu Yin received a call from Lily Ann. As expected, since Mira had contacted him, Lily Ann could not sit still. Perhaps someone else would contact him as well, and Lily Ann was not the first, nor would she be the last. Compared to the one family that Mira represented, the Northline flow zone that Lily Ann and the others represented paled in comparison. "Brother Lu, have you left the Sea King's dome?" Lily Ann asked. Lu Yin replied, "Yes, and I'm currently heading towards Frostwave Weave. The situation in Frostwave Weave has stabilized. The second Great Hall recruited independent cultivators to attack the various weaves south of North Castle Weave, which caused public outrage. Independent cultivators are unable to enter, and Frostwave Weave is not participating in the struggle for pyrolite. It's stable for now, so Brother Lu can rest assured." Lillian smiled. Lu Yin smiled. "Miss and her, thank you for telling me about the pyrolite and Frostwave Weave. However, I have to make it clear that I will not be participating in the struggle for planet pyrolite." Lily Ann fell silent. "It seems like someone has found Brother Lu before us." Lu Yin did not try to hide anything. "It's a friend, but I rejected her as well. The Great Yu Empire is too insignificant, and if something happens because of my participation, I'll become a sinner of my homeland. I'm sure Miss and can understand this." Lillian sighed. "I understand the sorrow of the weak. Alright, but I still have to state the conditions that Northline Flow Zone wants Brother Lu's help with. First, the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone has to acknowledge Brother Lu's position in the 10 Arbiters Council as well as your authority to supervise and judge the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone. Second, Northline Flowzone is willing to establish interstellar trade with Frostwave Weave, and the Barth-Jacques family is willing to fully support the Great Yu Empire in its economic recovery. Third, Granny Chan is willing to act on behalf of the Great Yu Empire as long as it is reasonable and does not harm Northline Flowzone's interests. Lu Yin was shocked, as Northline Flowzone's conditions were very high. The first condition was nothing much, as even if Northline Flowzone did not acknowledge it, Lu Yin could still defeat Northgate Life fair and square and force them to acknowledge it. However, the second and third conditions were different, especially the second one. The Great Yu Empire urgently needed to recover its economy, or else it would not even be able to unify Frostwave Weave. With the Barth-Jacques family's financial strength, Lu Yin could definitely trust them, as they were the help that the Great Yu Empire desperately needed. The third condition represented the Lily family's attitude. Although the so-called reasonable conditions could not be set in stone and did not have any binding force on Granny Chan, since Lily Ann had made the request, it proved that the Lily family was sincere. As long as it was possible in the future, Granny Chan would definitely help, as she was an enlighter. Lu Yin could not refuse these three conditions. I know that Brother Lu might become the Sea King's son-in-law, so you don't care too much about my Northline Flowzone. However, even relatives need their own strength. As long as Brother Lu is willing to help, my Northline Flowzone will be your friend, Lily Ann said again with a hopeful look in her eyes. Lu Yin took a deep breath and resisted the temptation. Miss and Er's conditions are very sincere, but I'm sorry, but I can't make a deal with you on the premise that the Great Yu Empire is sacrificed. If the Great Yu Empire is gone, then your conditions will be nothing more than an illusion. Lu Yin's identity was fake, but his feelings for the Great Yu Empire were real. Earth, Undying Yushan, and the Zishan family were not things that could be easily forsaken. The second volume is about to begin, and great changes are coming. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 477. Lillian wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's answer, but she could only bitterly reply, I know. Then, sorry for disturbing you, Brother Lu. After this competition, the Barth-Jacques family will still head to Frostwave Weave to investigate and help the Great Yu Empire recover its economy. Consider it a contribution from the Northline Flowzone to the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was grateful and ended the call. Mira had promised Arbiter Wen to protect the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin didn't know how trustworthy this promise was or how much Arbiter Wen could do for the Great Yu Empire. Just like how the Second Great Hall could recruit independent cultivators to deal with the Great Yu Empire, other powers could use various methods to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Even the relentless Slayer's assassination of the Great Yu Empire's upper echelons was enough to destabilize the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin felt powerless. An empire that had almost unified a weave was still so helpless. He once again felt aggrieved, just like when he had been treated like a piece of white meat. That aggrieved feeling infuriated him, and he wanted to explode. There were two sides to every coin. He could use his various identities to intimidate his enemies, but they could also use the Great Yu Empire to intimidate him. It would be better if the Great Yu Empire was stronger. For example, it could unify not just one weave, but 2, 3, 4, or even 5, just like Endless Weave, which was the strongest of the 72 weaves. Then, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as something ignited in his heart. Not long after he ended the call with Lily Ann, another call request appeared. This time, it was from the Astral Combat Academy's internal contact, and it was from Shiyu. Lu Yin was surprised. He hadn't contacted this girl ever since he had mocked her for being a washboard. He hadn't expected her to contact him now. Shiyu seemed to be from the Soul Dream tribe. Lu Yin accepted the call, and a clear voice sounded from the other end. Is this Student Lu? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You're not Shiyu. My name is Lan Yu, and I'm from the Soul Dream tribe. Shiyu has entered planet Pyrolite and is unable to contact the outside world, so I'm contacting you on her behalf. Lu Yin grunted. Is something the matter, Miss Lan Yu? I'll get straight to the point. The Soul Dream tribe would like to ask for your help in seizing the Pyrolite mine. Lu Yin immediately declined. Sorry, but I won't help. Student Lu, please listen to the Soul Dream tribe's conditions, Lan Yu said. Without waiting for him to speak, she continued, my tribe is willing to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire and will do our best to help the Great Yu Empire enter the Innerverse. Lu Yin was shocked, as these conditions were far too tempting. Forming a marriage alliance with the Soul Dream tribe was the dream of countless powers in the universe. This was because the Soul Dream tribe was filled with beauties, and they would even help the Great Yu Empire enter the Innerverse. This was not just a matter of words, as even Northline Flow Zone would not be able to offer such generous conditions. Miss Lan Yu, can you speak on behalf of the Soul Dream tribe? Lan Yu smiled. Of course. This is the most sincere offer from our Soul Dream tribe. Is there a need for Student Lu to hesitate? Lu Yin frowned. When is the wedding? Anyone from the Great Yu Empire? Of course, as long as it's someone designated by Student Lu. What time? There are many rules in our clan, so it might take a long time. But we can make preparations first. Lan Yu did not explain. Beside him, Hai Chi-Chi, who had been sleeping, suddenly cut off his communicator. Lu Yin was stunned. What are you doing? Hai Chi-Chi pouted. This woman is clearly stalling for time. She wants to form a marriage alliance with our Sea King's dome, not the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin laughed. I couldn't tell that you knew about this. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. I'm more handsome and intelligent than you. This is nothing. Hai Chi-Chi was right. Lan Yu's goal was simple, to stall for time until Lu Yin became the Sea King's son-in-law. Only then would they be willing to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire and form a relationship with the Sea King's dome. Otherwise, why would the Soul Dream tribe be willing to pay such a huge price just to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire? Even if it was for Pyrolite, it was not worth it. After all, it was not easy to bring a power into the Innerverse. Of course, the Soul Dream tribe knew that Lu Yin would be able to guess their intentions, but this was a win-win situation. Once the Great Yu Empire formed a marriage alliance with the Soul Dream tribe, Lu Yin's power would increase, and it would be even more beneficial to him. They were not worried that Lu Yin would refuse. Of course, even if Lu Yin did not become the Sea King's son-in-law in the end, they would not lose out. Their main goal was still to get Lu Yin to help them fight for Pyrolite. As for the marriage alliance, they would have all sorts of excuses to refuse. Lu Yin opened his communicator again and contacted Lan Yu. My apologies, Miss Lan Yu. There was a battle between hunters that disrupted the signal. It's fine, Student Lu. What do you think of our Soul Dream tribe's conditions? Lan Yu asked confidently. There should not be anyone in the Outerverse who could refuse such an offer, as entering the Innerverse was the dream of countless Outerverse powers. Lu Yin would not refuse either, as this would increase his own strength. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had refused. Lan Yu was shocked. Student Lu, you don't agree. Lu Yin replied, Miss Lan Yu, your condition should be that I become the Sea King's son-in-law and that the Sea King will step in to protect the Great Yu Empire. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you, as the Sea King will not step in. The moment I act, the Great Yu Empire's chances of destruction are too high. I cannot take this risk. Lan Yu was puzzled. The Sea King is not willing to step in to protect the Great Yu Empire. You're the Sea King's son-in-law. Lu Yin apologized once more and hung up. The Soul Dream tribe was eager for the Sea King to step in. As for who the Great Yu Empire would end up in, that had nothing to do with them. They only wanted to form a relationship with the Sea King's dome and have Lu Yin help them fight for the pyrolite mines. However, Lu Yin wanted freedom. If the Great Yu Empire ended up in the Sea King's dome, then he would have no home. Since he had never intended to become the Sea King's son-in-law, he could only leave. His goal was to use the tiger's skin as a banner, and he would not forget that there was a girl waiting for him on the Shenwu continent. That bundle of hair was still in his cosmic ring. For some reason, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Zhua Daynite and her sorrowful and helpless eyes. He subconsciously looked at Hai Chi-Chi's eyes, which were mischievous, crafty, and even rolling her eyes. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Don't even think about it. Your looks aren't good enough for me, Hai Chi-Chi said. Lu Yin turned around, as he recognized the facts. No matter what Hai Chi-Chi said, as long as he ignored her, no matter how fierce her tongue was, it would be useless. There were already 3 powers looking for him, and he didn't know who would be next, but he was still looking forward to it. Defeating Mu Rong had allowed him to reach the peak of the Lamiter realm. Perhaps to Lamiters, he was a monster. 5 days later, Wu Qingshan contacted Lu Yin and told him that enlighters had appeared one after another. Hua Haoyi from the Blaze Realm, Granny Chan from the Northline Flow Zone, Elder Qing Han from the Soul Dream Tribe, Karthika from the Second Great Hall, and many others had already entered the astral wilderness. As more and more enlighters appeared, the Outerverse powers like the 9-stack sect shrank back and no longer dared to approach North Castle Weave. However, they secretly wanted to ally with each other, and they even planned to invite the Outerverse powers with enlighters to join forces and charge into the astral wilderness. Of course, they had also approached the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin had rejected them. Against the enormous powers of the Innerverse, even if they invited 1 or 2 enlighters, it would still be useless. It should be known that the top powerhouses from the Sword Sect, Daynite Clan, Wen family, and other powers had yet to appear. The enlighters from these powers far surpassed the enlighters in the Outerverse, and their power levels were not limited by a single realm. It was just like how Lu Yin and Shi Yu were both Lamiters, but the difference between them was as great as the heavens. Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had arrived at the astral wilderness, and she had brought along Northgate Gang and the other Lamiters. There were also quite a few older Lamiters who were even stronger than Northgate Gang. Ah Fan, who had originally reported to San Dios, had also been brought along. Northline Flowzone wanted to gather all of its forces to seize pyrolite ore. Lily End was an explorer and could not enter planet Pyrolite, so she could only accompany Granny Chan and the others to wait outside. Northgate Lai was also on his way. All of the great powers were researching how to allow explorers to safely enter the planet. Although they did not know if their research would succeed, all of the powers had mobilized their explorers to make preparations. The Wen family arrived shortly after Northline Flowzone. Over 100 Lamiters from the Wen family, both young and old, boarded the personal spacecraft that had been prepared for them and rushed towards planet Pyrolite. Wen Qianna was among them, and she looked excited. She had long since wanted to spar with the various powerhouses of the universe, and this was an excellent opportunity. She hoped that the so-called unequaled Lamiters would also show up so that she could experience their strength. On the other side, the Lamiters from the Second Great Hall had also arrived. However, it was not just the Second Great Hall that had sent people, as even the First Great Hall and the Divine Great Hall had sent people over. Kuang Wang was one of them, and he felt very helpless as he had been dragged out of the Astral Combat Academy to participate in the battle for pyrolite ore. He had not wanted to come, but the Divine Great Hall had given him a simple order: seize. Although Kuang Wang was arrogant, he still had his principles and bottom line. He would not do something like this, and he felt that he should keep a low profile and not be so arrogant. Don't be too arrogant. We were the ones who discovered this place first, so why should we give it to you? Kwang Wang had just landed on planet Pyrolite when he heard his name being called. He turned around in annoyance and saw a group of Lemeters arguing, with the word arrogant occasionally being called out. He frowned and soared into the sky to look down at the group. You can argue, but don't call my name so often. Who's so arrogant? Scram! Kwang Wang was enraged, and he raised his arm. A grey dragon roared out from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the horrified gazes of the many Lemeters, the dragon lashed out with its tail, sending everyone flying. Some of them were even crushed into the ground, and they were all in a miserable state. Kwang Wang raised his head. What a bunch of trash. Behind him, more than 10 second-grade hall cultivators wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Lord Kwang Wang, there's one of our own in there. Kwang Wang rolled his eyes. More and more heirs from various powers appeared, but the most dazzling were still the heirs from the 8 great flow zones, especially the Wen families Wen Qianer, the Blaze Realms Jared, and the Divine Great Halls Kwang Wang and Hui Chuan. They had swept through the area and occupied the pyrolite ore that had previously been occupied by the other powers. Under these circumstances, Shiyu was very unlucky to have run into Jared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 478. Shiyu wasn't much weaker than Jared, but there was still a gap between them. Shiyu and Michelle were about the same level, but Jared had already been an area master when Michelle had first joined the Astral Combat Academy. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, the Blaze Realm had given him a strand of karmic fire, which allowed him to use their inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword. Jared hadn't used the Karmic Flame Sword against Shiyu, as there was no need for it. He had used the battle technique he had obtained from the trial zones, the Great Illusory Hands, and he had easily defeated Shiyu. Shiyu hadn't even had time to use her musical battle technique, but fortunately, she had detonated all of the pyrolite ore in her cosmic ring. Shiyu's status as the strongest Lemeter on planet Pyrolite had completely disappeared, and the heirs of the great powers had revealed themselves. 7 days passed, and Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi were still traveling through outer space. The situation in North Castle Weave had been stabilized by several enlighters, but the battle on planet Pyrolite was becoming more and more intense, and the number of casualties was increasing. The various great power spacecraft were like monsters that looked down on planet Pyrolite and monitored everything that was happening. They could see all of the battle scenes, such as when Qianer leading the Wen family to defeat a certain flowzone's power, Jared showing off his might and slaughtering all of the disciples of a certain power, and Kwang Wang following the second grade hall's main force in a very low-key manner without making a single move. Planet Pyrolite's landscape was barren, and there weren't many plants. What it did have were very tenacious plants like cacti that were barely surviving. There were also very few creatures, and most of them lived underground, occasionally crawling out to search for water. A gale swept up dark red sand as it swept across the sky. In the distance, dozens of tornadoes suddenly formed and headed towards a group of people. A group of cloaked people held detectors in their hands, and they sometimes separated and sometimes gathered to discuss the situation. Just as the tornadoes were about to reach them, one of the people in the group raised a hand. Powerful star energy transformed into a formless hand that swept away the tornadoes. In an instant, the world returned to its original calm state. The others weren't surprised, as a Lemeter could easily destroy a planet if given enough time, let alone suppress a planet's astronomical phenomenon. Suddenly, someone in the group cried out in alarm, and the others immediately gathered around. That's right, there's a huge reaction of pyrolite. There's a large amount of pyrolite gathering up ahead. Can you tell the distance? It should be 100 kilometers away. To planet Pyrolite, 100 kilometers was a very small distance, but to humans, it was a very long distance. At the very least, most cultivators couldn't see beyond 100 kilometers with their eyes. Only a few powerhouses and those with extraordinary innate gifts could see beyond that distance. Coincidentally, a pair of intelligent eyes looked up from the crowd and gazed into the distance. "There's a mountain 100 kilometers away. Miss, that mountain should be where the pyrolite mines are located. The reaction is huge, so there should be quite a bit of pyrolite," someone said excitedly. "Let's go, we'll talk about it after we occupy it." After saying that, the group of people rushed towards the mountain. Coincidentally, on the other side of the mountain, which was about 328 miles away, another group of people also noticed them. This group of people was much more complicated than the previous group, because almost all of them had strange abnormal beasts by their side. This group of people came from the second great hole. Gadgets couldn't be used on planet Pyrolite, so neither side was aware of the other's existence. It wasn't until they reached the bottom of the mountain that they discovered each other's tracks. A battle immediately broke out without any hesitation. The second Great Hall group was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position because of the woman in the group. She was Wen Qian'er, and her star energy filled the air with a pink aura. This was her domain. Han Chong could use star energy to draw mountains and rivers, while Wen Qian'er could use star energy to draw pink skeletons. Pink skeletons were just a description, but when Wen Qian'er's star energy came into contact with them, the pink aura could really erode a person's willpower. Nearly half of the second Great Hall group instantly lost their ability to fight, and they were suppressed by the Wen family's limiters. The Erudite flow zone and the Beast Tamer's flow zone were neighbors, so there wasn't much enmity between them. Wen Qian'er waved her hand and had someone check the amount of pyrolite before sending out a signal to the Wen family in outer space so that they could gather there. If the Wen family could see it, then so could the other powers. However, there weren't many who could compete with the Wen family. The Wen family smoothly set up the mining equipment and prepared to mine the pyrolite. Suddenly, Wen Qian'er's expression changed, and she dodged to the side. A sinister snake with a long horn on its head tore at her from where she had been standing. Wen Qian'er turned around and flicked her finger, wanting to destroy the snake with a gust of wind. However, the snake easily blocked Wen Qian'er's gust, opened its mouth, and let out a strange roar that shook the heavens and earth. It formed a gray hurricane that swept through the area. The hurricane didn't damage the air, ground, or even the mining equipment, but it made everyone from the Wen family feel nauseous. Wen Qian'er's face was pale, and when she saw the snake bite her again, her gaze turned cold. She raised her left index finger and said, "Literary prison, the number of 8. The next moment, words floated in the void and trapped the snake within. No matter how the snake attacked, it couldn't shake the literary prison. The literary prison was a battle technique that had been passed down in the Wen family since ancient times, and it could only be formed by mastering the number of 8. Wen Qian'er just so happened to have mastered the number of 8. At that moment, a figure attacked from behind Wen Qian'er. Wen Qian'er did not move, but someone from the Wen family attacked. It was a middle-aged man, and he raised a hand to repel the figure before standing behind Wen Qian'er. There were many people in the Wen family who had reached the Limiter realm but were unable to break through. These people were not as talented as Lu Yin and the others, but they had plenty of battle experience. This person had pretended to be powerless after being attacked by the snake, and now that he had suddenly attacked, the figure was caught off guard and severely injured. Wen Qian'er slowly turned around and looked at the pale-faced man who was lying on the ground. "You must be Hui Chuan." The man spat out a mouthful of blood. "I never thought that the Wen family's young miss would know a nobody like me." Wen Qian'er's lips curled up. "You're not a nobody. You're one of the top youths in the Divine Great Hall. Unfortunately, you can't compare to Quang Wang and the others. Didn't they come?" You want to see them? Hui Chuan spoke with great difficulty as he raised a hand and pointed at the ground in the distance. Wen Qian'er lowered her head, and her expression changed. At some point in time, a small blade of grass had swayed in the wind. It looked very weak, as if it could be blown away at any moment, but Wen Qian'er acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She recognized that this was Emperor Butterfly Grass, a tyrannical plant that could expel star energy. This plant was one of Kuang Wang's tamed beasts. Kuang Wang had arrived. The Astral Combat Tournament had allowed countless people in the universe to witness the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's Realm Masters. Although Kuang Wang had been defeated by Lu Xiaoqiu, his strength was unquestionable. Even if he was not at the top, he was still quite terrifying, and at the very least, he was enough to make Wen Qian'er apprehensive. When the Emperor Butterfly Grass was discovered, regardless of whether it was Wen Qian'er or the other members of the Wen family, they all found that the star energy in their bodies had been forcefully expelled. Planet Pyrolite did not have any star energy to begin with, and it could only be absorbed using star crystals or star essence. Now that the star energy had been expelled during the battle, they had no time to absorb it, which was fatal. To Kuang Wang, Planet Pyrolite was his home ground. Anyone who fought him would first face a situation where they did not have enough star energy. Unless they were at Lu Xiaoqiu's level, even those who were close to his strength would not be his match. Wen Qian'er was one such example. If she had been at her peak, she was confident that she could have trapped Kuang Wang with her literary prison and defeated him. However, she could not do so now. Her remaining star energy was not enough to form a literary prison, and even the literary prison that had trapped the strange snake was dissipating. Emperor Butterfly Grass could expel star energy and form a vacuum of star energy. This was the terror of Emperor Butterfly Grass, and it was also the terror of Kuang Wang on Planet Pyrolite. Kuang Wang appeared amidst the sandstorm and walked over step by step. A giant azure dragon roared out of his left arm and covered the sky. No one dared to underestimate Kuang Wang, especially at this moment. Retreat on your own. I don't want to hurt you, Kuang Wang said calmly as he looked at Wen Qian'er. Not too far away from Wen Qian'er, 2 meters from the Wen family suddenly attacked. Battle force surrounded their bodies, and the 2 3-lined battle force cultivators surrounded Kuang Wang. They wanted to use their physical strength to break through Kuang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass. The azure dragon continued to soar through the sky. Below, Kuang Wang suddenly looked up as pure purple battle force covered his entire body. This was 4-lined battle force. During the Astral Combat Tournament, he had only had 3-lined battle force, but now, he had broken through to 4-lined battle force. Every additional line represented a different level of power. The 2 Wen family's 3-lined battle force cultivators were easily defeated by Kuang Wang. Wen Qian'er was unwilling to give up. She raised a finger, and a 28 literary prison appeared around Kuang Wang. Unfortunately, due to the lack of star energy, the literary prison was too weak, and it was shattered by the azure dragon's tail. I'll say it one last time. Retreat, and this mountain belongs to me. Kuang Wang raised his head. Hui Chuan, who was lying on the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up. The literary prison that had trapped the strange snake had disappeared, and the snake landed on Hui Chuan's shoulder. It was his tamed beast. No matter how unwilling Wen Qian'er was, it was useless. She helplessly waved her hand, and the entire Wen family retreated. The dignified Wen family, one of the 8 great flow zones and the leading family of the erudite flow zone, had been forced to retreat. Wen Qian'er felt humiliated, and she glared at Kuang Wang. Just you wait. Kuang Wang did not care. Planet Pyrolite was his home turf, and anyone who fought with him here would be weakened by a level. He was even confident that he could challenge Lu Xiaoqiu again. Even though Lu Xiaoqiu had defeated him with the Emperor Butterfly Grass single vacuum, that was back then. Kuang Wang's battle force had already reached four-lined, and he was confident that he could block Lu Xiaoqiu's sword. As long as he could block that sword, he would be able to counterattack. In the end, cultivators relied on star energy as their foundation. Without star energy, they were nothing. Of course, a freak like Lu Yin did not count, and Kuang Wang was not arrogant enough to challenge Lu Yin. Whether it was in the outside world or on planet Pyrolite, Lu Yin was a monster. The Wen family had retreated, but Kuang Wang had forcefully kept the mining equipment. According to the Wen family's explorations, this mountain indeed contained a lot of pyrolite ore. According to their estimations, there might be 0.5 kilogram of purified pyrolite, or even more. The amount of pyrolite that had been found in other parts of the astral wilderness did not even add up to 0.5 kilogram. Usually, an entire planet would be completely mined, and only a few dozen grams of pyrolite would be found. The fact that this mountain contained so much pyrolite excited the second Great Hall, and they immediately gathered people to take full control of the mountain. As for the Emperor Butterfly Grass, Kuang Wang did not absorb it into his body, as he wanted to forever maintain the only vacuum of star energy around the mountain. This mountain was personally named Pyrolite Mountain by Kuang Wang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 479. The discovery of Pyrolite Mountain caused the Second Great Hall to become the target of public criticism. When Qian'er had not publicly announced the amount of pyrolite in Pyrolite Mountain, but the various powers had their own ways of investigating it, and there were always spies. Not long after, the amount of pyrolite in Pyrolite Mountain shook the universe, and the various powers were alarmed. 1 kilogram of pyrolite was equivalent to 500 grams. What would happen if 500 grams of pyrolite exploded? No one knew. In terms of destructive power, it was enough to destroy an entire region of space. Even powerhouses with power levels over 500,000 could be injured or even killed if they were to face such destructive power head-on. Of course, that was only the consequence of facing such destructive power head-on. Powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands could not possibly allow such destructive power to explode. They could tear through the void and redirect the destructive power. But without considering the powerhouses, this destructive power was truly terrifying. And this was only the preliminary investigation. There might even be more pyrolite. In an instant, Pyrolite Mountain became the focal point of the various powers. All of them wanted to take it for themselves, but no one dared to make a move against Kuang Wang. Many powers began to form an alliance, and from that day onwards, Pyrolite Mountain became a battleground. Powerhouses attacked it every day, and there was no lack of major powers among them. The Second Great Hall felt the pressure. If all of the powers became enemies, then even Kuang Wang would not be able to hold on. Furthermore, the top leaders had yet to arrive. Under such circumstances, there were naturally powers that wanted to ally with the Second Great Hall. Among the strongest powers, the Day-Night clan was the first to find the Second Great Hall. There was an inhabited planet in North Castle Weave that was close to Frostwave Weave. The civilization on this planet was still in its embryonic stages of technological advancement, and their method of warfare was still the ancient muskets. The originally peaceful planet had been disrupted by the sudden appearance of the Second Great Hall, and the civilization on the planet had been torn apart. The Second Great Hall was like a monster that had descended from the heavens and instantly suppressed the entire civilization on the planet. This planet was the Second Great Hall's frontline in their war against Frostwave Weave. Karthika, the Enlighter, was on this planet. After Pyrolite Mountain was discovered, Karthika could no longer sit still. He knew that all of the powers were coveting Pyrolite Mountain, and he wanted to go to the astral wilderness to oversee it. Before he could leave, the entire planet began to rain. This was a rain that spread throughout the entire planet. This rain caused Karthika's expression to turn serious, and he even felt fear. The rain was very light, and many of the cultivators from the second grade hall found it strange. They tried to investigate why such a heavy downpour had suddenly occurred, but they were all stopped by Karthika. He stood in the rain and raised his head. Long time no see. It's been over 1,000 years. The curtain of rain parted, and an old woman with black and white hair slowly walked out. Under the gazes of many second-grade hall cultivators, she stopped in front of Karthika. Almost there. Khadgar made an inviting gesture. The old woman nodded and followed Karthika into the second-grade hall's headquarters on this planet. The two of them appeared in the reception room and sat down like two ordinary people meeting. In fact, many powerhouses were not as dignified as outsiders thought. They had their own feelings, their own way of life, and many still maintained the habits of ordinary people. They were no different from ordinary people when they didn't unleash their combat power. Perhaps one day, walking beside a seeker would be an emissary with a combat power of more than 500,000. I thought that you would never leave Night King Planet, Night Queen Choyu, Karthika sighed as he looked at the old woman in front of him. Night Queen Choyu's tone was cold. I also thought that I would never leave, but the clan needed me, so I had no choice. What happened between the two of you in the past? Before Karthika could finish speaking, Night Queen Choyu interrupted him. There's no need to mention what happened in the past. Someone will repay that debt. You should know why I'm looking for you. Karthika's expression turned solemn. Is it about Pyrolite Mountain? Night Queen Choyu looked at Karthika seriously. You're very smart, and you should know that you can't defend Pyrolite Mountain on your own. The various powers are allying together, and your clan is no exception. Karthika replied, Of course, I know that, but I have many choices, especially the Wen family and the Sword Sect, which are close by. Enough with the nonsense. It's impossible for the Wen family and the Sword Sect to work together. It's precisely because they're too close that their interests will clash, so it's impossible for the two of you to form an alliance. Our Day-Night clan is the one that fits your criteria the best. You both need strength, and you're far away from each other. There won't be any conflicts of interest. Night Queen Choyu tyrannically interrupted Karthika for the second time. Karthika smiled bitterly. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed at all. Night Queen Choyu's gaze was resolute. We'll work together, and the refined pyrolite from Pyrolite Mountain will be split equally. This is the most generous offer that our Day-Night clan can offer. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Karthika was helpless. There's no need to think about it. We'll work together with you. To the Beast Tamer's flow zone, the Wen family and the Sword Sect were not very good partners. They were neighbors, and they needed pyrolite to increase their strength. If they increased their strength, then the neighboring flow zones would weaken. Thus, they could only be competitors, and it was impossible for them to work together. This was also the reason why the Wen family and the Sword Sect had not sought him out. As for the other flow zones, they were either too far away or too weak. Even the Blazing Mist flow zone was not a good partner in Karthika's eyes. Karthika did not doubt the Day-Night clan's strength, especially after they had received news that the Day-Night clan had found traces of the third Night King. Although he was not sure if this news was true, if the third Night King had really been found, then the balance of the universe would change. Thus, it was important to maintain a good working relationship with the Day-Night clan. Night Queen Choyu looked at Karthika with admiration. A wise choice. Karthika had arrived on Xenu Star and immediately suppressed the entire planet, but fortunately, he hadn't killed anyone. Hui Qingshan and the others weren't stupid, and they hadn't acted against an enlighter. Xenia's star was still relatively stable for the time being, but this was all under the premise that Luine obediently returned to Xenia's star and didn't participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Karthika might not kill Luine, but he definitely wouldn't go easy on Huiqingshan and the others. Luine glanced at Hai Chi-Chi. He could contact the Sea King and give the Great Yu Empire to the Sea King's dome. Regardless of whether the Sea King accepted it or not, Karthika would still have some misgivings. But if he did that, then he would have no way out. The Great Yu Empire would no longer belong to the Yushan family, and his position as royal regent would become a joke. He could also ignore the Great Yu Empire, as he wasn't actually a descendant of King Zishan. Everything had been fabricated by Big Sis. However, he had lived on Earth for a long time, and he cherished those memories and feelings. He admitted that he was an Earthling, and he didn't want to let go of them. Undying Yushan had treated him very well and had even passed on the Yu's secret art to him. Luine was unable to repay this kindness. It was impossible for him to give up on the Great Yu Empire, as he would never be able to give up on these feelings. Luine looked up at the sky. Sometimes, it wasn't good to stand too high, as it was easy to attract everyone's attention. This was especially true for someone like him who didn't have a powerful background. Uncle Hua, tell Karthika that I won't act. I'll stay in the Great Yu Empire until the contest for Pyrolite is over, Luine said in a low voice. Got it. Huiqingshan's tone wasn't very pleasant either. He was a hunter, yet he was being used to threaten a Lemiter. This was the first time in history that someone had experienced something like this. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 480. On Xenia's star, Karthika stood in the Imperial Palace's court when Huiqingshan appeared behind him. The royal regent guarantees that he will not participate in your competition. Karthika turned around, not interested in Huiqingshan's words at all. This was within his expectations, as Luine would not be able to escape from Karthika's control unless he had an even stronger background that was willing to help him. But now, Karthika was more interested in the person in front of him. As an outerverse cultivator, it's not easy to become a hunter. I can recommend you to join the second grade hole. Are you interested? Huiqingshan politely declined. Sorry, but this junior does not wish to leave his homeland. Karthika disdainfully replied, a mere frostwave weave is enough to trap you. It must be a coincidence that you were able to cultivate to the hunter realm. He then took a step forward and disappeared. Actually, Karthika could leave at this point, as Xenia's star was right here, and he could not escape. Luine did not dare to go back on his word, as he could not afford to pay such a price. However, he wanted to stay and take a look at Luine. There had been an unparalleled powerhouse in their era who had been unrivaled within the same realm, and that person had left a deep impression on Karthika. Luine had also been unrivaled within the same realm, and Karthika wanted to see if Luine was similar to that person. Also, the competition on planet Pyrolite would only become more and more intense. Since Karthika could retreat behind the scenes, he naturally did not want to take the lead. Instead, he would let Night Queen Choyu take the lead. The Day-Night clan was known for their tyranny, and the more enemies they had, the easier it would be for others to relax. Karthika felt the same way. For now, the Day-Night clan might be the most suitable partner, but who knew what would happen in the future? Xenia's star's scenery was not bad. In the astral wilderness, a giant warship was ablaze. It had not been destroyed, but rather burned on its own. This was a spacecraft from the Blaze Realm. Inside the Blaze Realm spacecraft, a figure was quietly looking down at planet Pyrolite. The intense heat around him had caused the void to distort. His entire body was like a sun, but he did not cause any harm to his surroundings. He was Huahui, an enlighter from the Blaze realm who had a power level of 240,000. Not too far away from Huahui, the void distorted, and a strong but ugly middle-aged man walked out. He faced Huahui and said in a dull voice, "I am Lei Long from the Dire Barbarian clan." Huahui turned around and stared at the middle-aged man, especially his face. His eyes flickered. The Dire Barbarian tribe's appearance was quite unique. How should he describe it? He couldn't be described as ugly, but rather ferocious. He was the complete opposite of the Soul Dream tribe. The Soul Dream tribe had many beautiful women, but the Dire Barbarian clan rarely had anyone with decent looks. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the Dire Barbarian clan and the Soul Dream tribe had been enemies for generations. The Dire Barbarian clan wanted to use the Soul Dream tribe's genes to modify their next generation's appearance, but the Soul Dream tribe naturally hated the Dire Barbarian clan, especially for their methods of doing things. Therefore, it was very easy to identify members of the Dire Barbarian clan. All they had to do was look at their appearance. The Dire Barbarian clan was already used to it, so Lei Long didn't mind Huahui paying attention to his appearance. "Brother Lei, why have you come here?" Huahui asked. Lei Long said, "Let's form an alliance." Huahui pondered. Lei Long continued, saying, "Right now, all of the great powers are forming alliances, so it's impossible to steal Pyrolite alone. From what I know, even the Second Great Hall has formed an alliance with the Day-Night clan. Brother Hua, you should know that the strongest power on planet Pyrolite is the Second Great Hall." Huahui looked at Lei Long. "We can form an alliance, but how do we split the Pyrolite ore?" "Of course, we'll split it evenly." Huahui laughed. "Brother Lei, you're thinking too simply. My Blaze realm is the closest to this place, and we can dispatch experts at any time. Your Dire Barbarian clan is far away, and you don't have any Lemeters who are worthy of being called out. Brother Lei, do you think that's possible?" Lei Long frowned. "You can't say that. My Dire Barbarian clan has quite a few Lemeters, and all the powers are trying to find a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. My Dire Barbarian clan has explorers who can rival the top 100 rankings." Huahui didn't care. If the Dire Barbarian clan had explorers, then so did the Blaze realm. Everyone had their own trump cards. However, there was one person in the Dire Barbarian clan that he cared about, Avery. He was an absolute expert who was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. If cruisers could enter planet Pyrolite as well, then this person would be very useful, and he could play a decisive role. However, Huahui would not agree to splitting the Pyrolite with the Blaze realm based on an unknown possibility, and he didn't immediately refuse. "How about this, Brother Lei? How about we split the Pyrolite after we obtain it?" Lei Long's eyes narrowed. He thought about it and then agreed. Although the Blaze realm was powerful, his Dire Barbarian clan was not weak either. If the Blaze realm dared to go back on their word, Lei Long would definitely make them regret it. The prerequisite for an alliance was that their strength was similar, and the 8 Great Flow Zones would only ally with the powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones. As for smaller flow zones like Northline Flow Zone, they could only ally with smaller flow zones to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Northline Flow Zone's luck was too bad. Northgate Gang, Fan, and the others had encountered Jared from the Blaze realm, and the battle had caused Northline Flow Zone to suffer heavy losses. Dozens of people had died, and even the Pyrolite that they had mined had been stolen. Although planet Pyrolite was large, everyone had a Pyrolite detector, so the chances of encountering Jared were very high. Northline Flow Zone's luck could only be attributed to the fact that they had encountered experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones. At present, less than a third of the experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones remained on planet Pyrolite, while the rest were mostly Lemeters from smaller flow zones. However, numbers did not determine everything, and the ones who could truly obtain pyrolite were the experts from the 8 great flow zones. The crushing defeat of Northgate Gang and the others had caused Northline Flow Zone to become anxious. Lily Ann had tried to contact Luin several times, and Granny Chan had also been willing to raise the conditions. However, the Great Yu Empire would be at risk, and Lillian felt that no conditions would be able to move Luin unless Granny Chan promised to personally oversee the Great Yu Empire and ensure its safety. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Granny Chan had left, and the Lily family had lost their prestige. Compared to pyrolite, Granny Chan was more important. Another 3 days passed, and Luin checked his itinerary. There were still 10 days before he would reach Frostwave Weave. On this day, a huge change occurred outside of planet Pyrolite as the Sword Sex Lemeters arrived. The various powers were shocked as they watched the personal spacecraft charge into planet Pyrolite's atmosphere. They had a premonition that the situation on planet Pyrolite was about to change. The ones who were the most worried were the Second Great Hall and the Day-Night Clan, as Pyrolite Mountain was currently under their control. More than 100 Lemeters were guarding the mountain, and most of them were from the Second Great Hall while a small portion of them were from the Day-Night Clan. Their conspicuous heads of black and white hair were the best proof, and it also informed the various powers that the two sides had formed an alliance. The moment the Sword Sex spacecraft charged into planet Pyrolite, Night Queen Choyu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. She tore through the void and quickly appeared outside of the Sword Sex warship. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that was rather peculiar, but it contained a sharp edge that caused the void to become unstable. Lu Sanjian, come out! Night Queen Choyu shouted. Wherever she looked, the Sword Sex disciples were overwhelmed with shock, and they did not dare to raise their heads. A curtain of rain suddenly appeared in outer space, creating a strange scene. A middle-aged man walked out from the sword-shaped spacecraft with a resolute expression. He stood tall in outer space and faced Night Queen Choyu. He was Lu Sanjian, and it was rumored that ever since he had started cultivating, he had only used 3 sword strikes against anyone he faced. If he won, he would win. If he lost, he would lose. He was a hunter with a power level of 190,000. Senior Choyu, why are you looking for me? Lu Sanjian looked at Night Queen Choyu and asked calmly. Night Queen Choyu pointed at planet Pyrolite and coldly said, Your Sword Sex juniors entered planet Pyrolite from Pyrolite Mountain. What is the meaning of this? Are you not going to look for other places? Do you want to compete with my Day-Night Clan? Lu Sanjian indifferently replied, Planet Pyrolite is an ownerless planet, and so is Pyrolite Mountain. It doesn't belong to your Day-Night Clan, so anyone can fight over it. Night Queen Choyu's gaze turned cold. Planet Pyrolite is huge, and Pyrolite Mountain is just one of the many places where pyrolite mines are concentrated. Go look for other places, and my Day-Night Clan guarantees that we will not interfere. I can't do that. Lu Sanjian's tone was indifferent. He did not care about Night Queen Choyu at all, even if he was just a hunter. When he was younger, he had been one of the Sword Sex top geniuses, and he did not fear anyone. His courage had not changed even now. Night Queen Choyu was so angry that she laughed. Good, good, good. Even a junior dares to provoke me. It looks like the outside world has forgotten about me after not leaving Night King Planet for so many years. Today, I'll make all of you remember. Lu Sanjian's gaze turned cold, and he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the void between the two distorted, and a figure walked out with a sigh. Choyu, you're still so tyrannical. When she heard the voice, Night Queen Choyu's body trembled, and she looked at the old man in front of her in shock. Brother Vile face. Lu Sanjian looked at the old man and bowed respectfully. Elder Vile face. The old man's name was Vileface, and he was an elder of the Sword Sect. He was also the person in charge of the pyrolite mines that the Sword Sect had sent this time. He was an enlighter with a power level of 270,000. Brother Vileface, I never thought that the Sword Sect would send you here, Night Queen Choyu said with a complicated expression. Vileface looked at Night Queen Choyu and sighed. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. You and I are both old, and it's time for you to rein in your temper. The rain in outer space grew heavier, and Night Queen Choyu turned to look at planet Pyrolite. This is my first mission outside in 1,000 years, and I don't want to fail. Vileface smiled bitterly. It was because of your temper that he left. Can't you get over it? Night Queen Choyu's eyes widened, and she stared at Vileface. Temper. What a joke. It's clearly the clan's rules, and he's afraid. That coward. I would rather abandon my clan to leave with him, but he ran away. Brother Vileface, is this my fault? Vileface sighed deeply. It's been so long, but you still haven't gotten over it. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Night Queen Choyu's emotions were unstable, and the rain in outer space was sometimes heavy and sometimes light. There was a moment of silence. Lu Sanjian left at the right time. Vileface looked at Night Queen Choyu. It's been so many years. How have you been? Night Queen Choyu's body trembled, and she turned around to leave. Brother Vileface, friendship is one thing, but I won't show any mercy during the fight on planet Pyrolite. With that, she disappeared into outer space. Vileface looked at the empty space and sighed once more. He had never thought that he would meet an old friend here, and this old friend was someone that he did not want to meet the most, but also someone that he wanted to meet the most. Boom! Boom! The second volume was about to begin, and a huge change was about to happen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 481. When Quang Wang saw the models of the personal spacecraft, he was certain that they were from the Sword Sect. Only the Sword Sect and Myriad Swords Peak, which focused on the sword, had similar spacecraft. Below Pyrolite Mountain, the Emperor Butterfly Grass swayed in the wind, leaving Pyrolite Mountain in a vacuum without any star energy. Outside of the Emperor Butterfly Grass area of effect, dozens of Day-Night clan members spread out and vigilantly stared at the spacecraft that were crashing down in all directions. There were no less than 20 spacecraft that had landed at the same time. In terms of numbers, the combined forces of the Day-Night clan and the Second Great Hall paled in comparison, but this was the Sword Sect. Without wasting any time, the battle immediately began. The Day-Night clan was the first to attack, and they did not even wait for the airship's cabin doors to open before launching an attack. The Second Great Hall was not slow either, and beasts roared one after another as they let out battle cries. One of the personal spacecraft was destroyed by a Lameter from the Day-Night clan, and what greeted it was the brilliance of sword chi that tore through the ground. The Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were both top powers of the Interverse. The Day-Night clan had named a flow zone after Day-Night, which showed how tyrannical they were. As for the Sword Sect, they had named their flow zone the First Flow Zone, which was even more tyrannical. Both sides had fought each other countless times and were no strangers to each other. Numerous elderly Lameters had arrived from the Day-Night clan. Some of them were unable to break through, while others were not allowed to do so. They were trapped by the cage technique, and if they wanted to break through, they had to depend on the Night King clan behind them. One of the Day-Night clan elders had been exceptionally gifted when he was young, and he had possessed an innate gift for destructive power. He was very sensitive to the air around him, and he could adapt to the energy contained in the air to unleash his greatest strength. Unfortunately, he had offended the Night King clan when he was young, and he was not allowed to break through to this day. He had thought that he had wasted his entire life, but now, it had come in handy. The sword sect disciples were unable to stop the Night King Elder, and 2 of them were killed in an instant. The Night King Elder's expression was sinister. As long as he could make some contributions on planet Pyrolite, he would be able to break through to the Explorer realm and extend his lifespan. He would have a bright future ahead of him, and he would not give up. In front of him, the door of the spaceship opened. Without thinking, the old man punched out. He could sense the pyrolite in the air. His punch was wrapped in pyrolite, and its power increased again in mid-air. It landed in front of the spaceship. Inside the spacecraft, a pair of eyes were piercing as they gripped the hilt of their sword and slashed out. The Day-Night Elder's fist was sliced apart by the formless sword chi, and his pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. He immediately retreated as he sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. The Elder's body was split in 2, and a huge spatial crack spread out in all directions along his body, shocking everyone who was watching. The space on planet Pyrolite was very stable, and it was very difficult for Lemeters to tear through the void. Only geniuses who had reached a certain level of strength could do so. The fact that they could tear through the void proved that there were peerless geniuses here. The personal spacecraft could not withstand the power of the sword chi and broke apart as well, revealing a girl. It was Lu Xiaoyun. She had been the one who had unleashed that attack. She had imitated the first sword of the 13 swords, which had been the result of her many years in the Trial Zone's tilting tower. It was also her strongest attack, and it had cut down the strongest Day-Night clan member. On the other side, thunder rumbled as Yan Hua arrived. As a member of the sword sect's younger generation who was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu, his lightning sword technique's power had earned him the recognition of the Cosmic Seas experts. Naturally, he was one of the main forces participating in this battle on planet Pyrolite. One by one, the sword sect's experts appeared and suppressed the Day-Night clan. Among them, there was one figure that was particularly eye-catching. It was a little girl who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. She wore a black and purple dress and had an adorable appearance. She was the Yo Court's little princess, Yo Year, who was engaged to Lu Xiaoqiu. She had followed the sword sect to planet Pyrolite. This was Yo Year's first time in the Outerverse, and it was even more so her first time in the astral wilderness. She was curious about everything, and her eyes widened as she looked around. Battles and deaths were too common for her, and she did not care. Suddenly, an astral beast charged out from the ground and bit at Yo Year. Not far away, Lu Xiaoyun's expression changed, and she slashed out with her sword. Sword chi tore through the void and tore the astral beast apart in front of Yo Year. Fresh blood splattered onto Yo Year's clothes. She looked down and pursed her lips. Her clothes were dirty. This is a battlefield. Try to protect yourself, Lu Xiaoyun said coldly. She really did not want to bring the Yo Court's little princess along, but she had no choice. An elder had ordered her to do so, and she had to protect the girl. Yo Year's eyes were filled with disdain, but she still responded meekly to Lu Xiaoyun and appeared very obedient. The battle on the outskirts of Pyrolite Mountain quickly ended. The Day-Night clan members had either died or fled. More than half of the second Great Hall's experts had been killed, and only Hui Chuan and a few others were left. They had tried to use Kuang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass to defend Pyrolite Mountain. Outside of planet Pyrolite, Night Queen Qiuyu was furious, and she really wanted to kill those sword sect disciples. A group of sword sect disciples approached Pyrolite Mountain and stopped just outside the area covered by the Emperor Butterfly Grass to face Kuang Wang. I didn't expect you to come as well. Kuang Wang looked helplessly at Lu Xiaoyun and smiled bitterly. Lu Xiaoyun was cold and indifferent, and she treated everyone the same, including Kuang Wang, who had been her classmate for many years. Leave Pyrolite Mountain, and I won't make things difficult for you. Kuang Wang sighed and waved his hand, causing the Emperor Butterfly Grass to disappear. He was not stupid, and he did not think that the Emperor Butterfly Grass would be enough to block the attacks of Lu Xiaoyun, Yan Hua, and the other sword sect experts. He was not afraid of a one-on-one battle, but there were too many experts from the sword sect. If all of them unleashed sword chi at the same time, even if it was weakened by the Emperor Butterfly Grass, he would not be able to block it. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyun was stronger than him. Kuang Wang's departure meant that the control of Pyrolite Mountain had been transferred from the Second Great Hall and the Day-Night Clan to the Sword Sect. At this point, no one dared to claim that they could completely occupy a certain area. Thus, the pyrolite ore that was mined that day was sent back to outer space. Lu Xiaoyun did not steal Kuang Wang's cosmic ring, and she simply watched him leave. Although the Sword Sect did not have many people, every one of them was an expert, and their overall strength surpassed that of the Day-Night Clan. With Lu Xiaoyun and Yan Hua, the Sword Sect was now the strongest power on planet Pyrolite. The Day-Night Clan did not give up, and they hid themselves not too far away from Pyrolite Mountain, waiting for the Day-Night Clan's experts to arrive. Not long after, the Day-Night Clan did not receive any reinforcements from their leaders. Instead, a young powerhouse whose name had spread throughout the universe arrived, Moore. He was 12th on the top 100 rankings, a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and a member of West San Dios. Moore's appearance cast a shadow over the hearts of the various great powers, as he was 12th on the top 100 rankings. Although he was currently unable to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite, the moment the Day-Night Clan thought of a way to allow explorers or even cruisers to participate, the situation would change. Moore alone was enough to give all the powers a headache. Moore's appearance also caused many powers to think of the Dire Barbarian Clan, the Sword Sect, and the others. These powers all had powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings, and space-exploring powerhouses could enter planet Pyrolite, which would be beneficial for them. However, it would be troublesome for the powers that did not have any powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings, as they were well aware of how terrifying the powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings were. Just as the various great powers were considering what to do, the graceful mercenary group arrived. They had been hired by the Ross Empire, as the Ross Empire did not have any leaders that could participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. Even though they had allied with the Blaze Realm, if they did not gain any merit in the contest on planet Pyrolite, then they would be at a disadvantage when it came to the distribution of Pyrolite. Thus, the Ross Empire placed their hopes on explorers, and the graceful mercenary group was hired just like that. There was one person in the group who was ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, and his name was Sleeping Prince. The 100th place on the top 100 rankings was the lowest ranking on the top 100 rankings. In the eyes of many, this person was not even as powerful as Mu Rong and the other leaders. However, Sleeping Prince was an exception. Ever since he had entered the top 100 rankings, he had always remained at the 100th place. No matter how the rankings of others changed, he would always remain at the 100th place. For example, after Che Han had defeated Qin Chen, Che Han would replace Qin Chen at 88th place on the top 100 rankings. The rankings after Qin Chen would be pushed back, and Sleeping Prince would naturally be removed from the top 100 rankings. However, he would quickly challenge the 100th place on the top 100 rankings, which was the expert who had previously been ranked 99th. Then, he would take the 100th place again. It was as if he was already at the 100th place. Many people guessed that his strength far surpassed the 100th place, but he liked the number 100. No one knew his exact strength, but an Almighty had once said that he might be able to challenge the top 70 on the top 100 rankings, which was a rather high evaluation. The Ross Empire had hired the graceful mercenary group, and the other powers did not intend to sit around and wait for their deaths. They all tried to contact famous powerhouses in the universe. Regardless of whether or not space-exploring powerhouses could participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite, they still needed to make preparations first. Lu Yin quickly learned that the various powers were hiring experts, as he had received quite a few requests for his help. However, he had rejected all of them. Actually, at this point in the contest on planet Pyrolite, hiring experts was a common occurrence. This was especially true in the face of pressure from the various powerful clans and sections. The powers of the smaller flow zones were even crazier in hiring experts. Regardless of whether they were limiters or explorers, anyone with a bit of fame would be hired. The contest on planet Pyrolite was becoming more and more intense. Hai Chi-Chi was by Lu Yin's side, so she naturally knew that the various powers were hiring experts. She was rather interested. "I wonder if Bao Bao will be going," Hai Chi-Chi said. Lu Yin glanced at her. "Bao Bao? Lon Bao Bao? Haven't you heard of her?" Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Lu Yin thought about it and recalled that Lon Bao Bao was ranked 25th on the top 100 rankings and was an expert from the Greyweed continent. Hai Chi-Chi had contacted her before, and she was the one with the pleasant voice. "Are you close to her?" Hai Chi-Chi nodded. "I've always been trapped in the Starfall Sea, and there are only a few people I can play with. Bao Bao is my best friend." "What about Lon Yu?" Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi-Chi replied, "I've met him once, but we're not close. He's also participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection." Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. "I know. Lon Si has asked my father for a hand in marriage on behalf of his younger brother several times, but my father has always rejected him." "You've met Lon Si?" Lu Yin was surprised, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Lon Si was the #1 person of the Greyweed continent's younger generation and one of the 10 arbiters, so it wasn't strange for Lu Yin to have met him. "Lowly cultivators like you who toil at the bottom naturally won't be able to meet Lon Si, but I'm different," Hai Chi-Chi said proudly. "Let me ask you a question. Who do you think is stronger, the current me or Lon Si when he was a Lamiter?" Lu Yin asked Hai Chi-Chi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 482. When she heard Lu Yin's question, Hai Chi-Chi looked at him seriously. "Let me ask you a question of my own. Who do you think is stronger, me or Lon Yu 1,000 years later?" "How would I know?" "Then that's it. How would I know if you or Lon Si were stronger? I'm not Starsabil. Go look for Starsabil." Lu Yin had forgotten about her. If he had known earlier, he would have asked her. "Right, did Starsabil ask you any questions?" Hai Chi-Chi suddenly looked at Lu Yin with great interest. Lu Yin muttered to himself and then looked at Hai Chi-Chi seriously. "Take a guess." Hai Chi-Chi silently turned away, her brain working at full speed. "Just you wait." Although it was easy to choke on a conversation with Hai Chi-Chi, it allowed Lu Yin to relax a little. He knew that Karthika would not do anything to Xenu Star, and as long as he did not participate in the battle for planet Pyrolite, Karthika's existence would not affect him in any way. However, this sort of sullenness could not be alleviated, and he needed to find an enlighter to support the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin inexplicably recalled the symbol he had seen in Hua Qingshan's home. After this matter was settled, he would have to discuss it with Hua Qingshan. With his current trump cards, he would not be afraid even if Hua Qingshan had some super powerhouse backing him. He would not tolerate an unfamiliar organization right under his nose. A few days later, the largest battle since the beginning of the battle for planet Pyrolite erupted on planet Pyrolite. No, it could no longer be considered a battle, but rather a war. More than 1,000 people were killed, and the location of the battle was Pyrolite Mountain, as the Day-Night clan's reinforcements had arrived. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, fresh blood flowed along the dried, dark red earth. Occasionally, strange insects would pop out to eat the corpses, but they would be swept away by the shock waves of the battle and turned to dust. A sword sect disciple was surrounded by several people, and his sword broke as he fell to the ground, dead. Not far away, a giant astral beast was sliced apart, and sword chi swept past. Several Lameters who were unable to dodge in time were caught in the shock waves, and their limbs were severed. On the ground, a second Great Hall disciple who was on the verge of death frantically pulled out pyrolite ore and detonated it. The ground trembled, but the explosion's power was not enough to kill the surrounding Lameters, and it did not even break through to 10,000. As far as the eye could see, the entire Pyrolite Mountain had been turned into a battlefield. The Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan, and the Second Great Hall were all involved, as well as many other powers, including Northline Flowzone's Northgate Gang and Offan. Lu Xiaoyun was holding a long sword, but there was a huge wound on her arm. Blood dripped down the sword hilt and onto the ground. There was also a bloody wound on her forehead. Across from him, Night Queen Yanqing's four-lined purple battle force enveloped her entire body. Her eyes glowed with a purple light as she activated her Night King's body. "You're not my opponent. Since we're both students of the Astral Combat Academy, I'll spare your life." Scram! Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, refusing to retreat even half a step. Further away, Yanhua was in a worse state than Lu Xiaoyun. His opponent was Zhanlong Day-Night. Against Zhanlong Day-Night, Yanhua couldn't even hurt him. Yo Yi was being protected by several disciples of the Sword Sect, and they had already retreated from the battlefield. The Sword Sect had been defeated in this battle. The Day-Night clan had joined forces with the Second Great Hall, and the Sword Sect simply could not resist them. Kuang Wang was grateful to Lu Xiaoyun and the others for sparing his life, so he did not make a move. Even so, Zhanlong Day-Night alone was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Night Queen Yanqing and Zhua Day-Night, who had just entered the battlefield, were also present. Zhua Day-Night had also been conscripted to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Her red sword had already killed several people, and with her domain, the Sword Sect disciples were unable to harm her. Not long after, the battle ended. The Day-Night clan did not want to become enemies with the Sword Sect, so aside from a few disciples who had died, Lu Xiaoyun, Yanhua, and Yo Yi had all survived. Night Queen Yanqing had let them go, but she had also injured Lu Xiaoyun considerably. She would not be able to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite for the time being. The Day-Night clan disciples cleaned up the battlefield while Night Queen Yanqing held a star essence in her hand to recover her star energy. Her gaze swept across the battlefield and finally landed on Zhua Day-Night. A sharp glint flashed across her eyes. If not for this woman, Lu Yin would not have been able to join the Council of Astral Academy, and the events that followed would not have happened. This woman was a member of the Day-Night clan, but she had actually betrayed them. Her hatred for Zhua Day-Night surpassed even that of Lu Yin. As she thought about this, she appeared in front of Zhua Day-Night and slapped her. Zhua Day-Night's eyes widened as she slashed out with her sword. There was a bang, and a shock wave swept out in all directions as the ground sank. Zhua Day-Night was suppressed by Night Queen Yanqing's enormous strength, and she felt stifled. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Night Queen Yanqing was cold and arrogant. "Slut, I'll show you who your master is." She then activated her Night King's body and exerted more strength with one hand. Her attack was even more ruthless than Lu Xiaoyun's. At that moment, a hand grabbed Night Queen Yanqing's arm. "Woman, don't go too far." It was Zhanlong Day-Night. Night Queen Yanqing glanced at Zhanlong Day-Night fearfully, snorted, and let go before leaving. Shua Day Night knelt on one knee and panted heavily. She had no chance of winning against Night Queen Yanqing. Zhanlong Day Night looked at her with interest. I heard that you have a good relationship with Lu Yin. Shua Day Night coldly replied, there's no relationship. Then why are you helping him? Zhanlong Day Night asked. Shua Day Night sheathed her sword and walked away without even looking at Zhanlong Day Night. Zhanlong Day Night looked at her and smirked. Interesting woman. I like her. Pyrolite Mountain had changed hands once again, and this time, it was controlled by the Day-Night clan with the second Great Hall as support. What caught the attention of the various great powers was that the top powerhouses of the past few battles had all been from the Astral Combat Academy, such as Kuang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, and Night Queen Yanqing. The Astral Combat Academy's presence was something that no one could ignore. Even during the most critical period of the struggle for planet Pyrolite, there were still some powers that had sent messages to the Astral Combat Academy, and Astral 10 was the first choice of many powers. None of the current Astral 10 students were weak, and even those from the Outerverse were the same. All of them had at least reached the average standard of the Astral Combat Academy, not to mention Xia Luo and Silver, who were both area masters, and Lu Yin was at the peak of the universe. Not long after the Day-Night clan took control of Pyrolite Mountain, the Dire Barbarian clan's Avery arrived. The Dire Barbarian clan had officially joined forces with the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire. Lu Yin had finally returned to Frostwave Weave. This region of space was the starting point of his cultivation, but it was definitely not the end. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened as she looked around. You were born in this region of space. Lu Yin replied, Frostwave Weave is huge. Don't look around. I've never been here before. Didn't you say that Frostwave Weave has been unified by the Great Yu Empire? The Starfall Sea still belongs to the Sea King. Has the Sea King been to every corner of the Starfall Sea? Yes, Hai Chi-Chi answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was speechless. Battles were breaking out all over planet Pyrolite. Wherever Pyrolite ore was detected, there would be fierce battles. Jared was running away pathetically, followed by Wen Qian'er and Shiyu. Every dog had its day. He had stolen Shiyu's Pyrolite ore, and now, Shiyu had taken Wen Qian'er to take revenge. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been killed. Just you wait, the Blaze Realm won't let you off. Jared roared. All of the Blaze Realm's disciples had been killed except for him. Far behind, Shiyu was not to be outdone. You won't have a chance. Come on, I want to see the Karmic Flame Sword. Wen Qian'er shouted. Jared was furious and sped up, afraid that they would catch up to him if he was too late. Elsewhere on planet Pyrolite, Northgate Gang and the others were arguing. The smaller flow zones were different from the larger ones. A power like the Day-Night clan could only ally with 1 or 2 people at most, but the smaller flow zones were not strong enough. They could ally with 7 or 8 people, or even more than 10 people. Northgate Gang wanted to be the leader of this group, but he was suppressed the moment he opened his mouth. More than 10 people were arguing fiercely. Some wanted to fight for Pyrolite Mountain, while others wanted to fight for other areas. In any case, they could not come to a consensus. Ah Fan looked on coldly. He had been forced to come, and he had not wanted to come at all. He had only wanted to wait at East San Dios for Lu Yin to challenge him again. He wanted to see if Lu Yin could take another move. He looked up and saw spacecraft after spacecraft descending like shooting stars. This situation had never stopped, and no one was willing to give up on the Pyrolite ore. Suddenly, Ah Fan's gaze trembled as he looked into the distance. Stop arguing. There's a change at Pyrolite Mountain. Everyone turned to look in the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. They were not that far away, and they all saw a spacecraft heading straight for the mountain. Someone was shocked. Is he crazy? He actually landed at Pyrolite Mountain. The spacecraft must have malfunctioned. That guy is unlucky. Pyrolite Mountain has gathered the top experts of the Day-Night Clan and the Divine Great Hall. Even the Sword Sect was defeated. That guy must be doubting his life the moment he stepped out of his spacecraft. Not necessarily. Maybe it's someone from the Day-Night Clan or the Beast Tamers flow zone. It shouldn't be. Even if they did, they would have come in batches. Northgate Gang frowned and glanced at Ah Fan with dissatisfaction. Don't make a fuss. It's just a spacecraft malfunctioning. Ah Fan's eyes narrowed. Was the spacecraft really malfunctioning? That was very likely, but what if it wasn't? Who was it that had challenged Pyrolite Mountain alone? Was it Luine? That shouldn't be possible. Luine had been in the Starfall Sea not too long ago, and he would not have arrived so quickly. Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and the other unequaled Lemeters were the same. Who else could have done this besides them? Perhaps the spacecraft really had malfunctioned. It wasn't just Ah Fan and the others who had seen the spacecraft flying straight towards Pyrolite Mountain. Many people around Pyrolite Mountain had seen it as well, but they all guessed that either the spacecraft had malfunctioned or that it was someone from the Day-Night Clan or the Beast Tamers flow zone. Otherwise, there was no way that someone would be foolish enough to challenge Pyrolite Mountain alone. However, reality often differed from everyone's guesses. The spacecraft was destroyed in midair by a powerful gale that could be seen with the naked eye and exploded. This gale had come from the Day-Night Clan's attack on Pyrolite Mountain. The next moment, a flash of sword light flashed and shook the earth. It swept across the sky and unleashed a boundless sword chi that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. A spatial crack extended across the sky like a monster opening its bloody maw and trying to devour Pyrolite Mountain. Atop Pyrolite Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes shrank. 13 swords, Lu Xiaoqiu. Boundless sword chi swept through the entire Pyrolite Mountain. Aside from the area where the pyrolite ore was being mined, everyone else was within the attack range of the sword chi. This was the second sword of the 13 swords. It had its own domain, and every sword was as powerful as the first sword. The 13 swords had shaken the heavens, and now, planet Pyrolite Mountain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 483. Zhanlong Day-Night looked excited as he punched towards the sky. Night Queen Yanqing unleashed her full power, using her Night King's body and four-lined battle force to resist the endless sword chi. Shua Day-Night raised her red long sword and slashed at the sky. Kuang Wang's expression was unsightly. He did not dare to release the Azure Dragon at all. The Azure Dragon was simply too large. If he released it, it would just be a live target. He could only endure it himself. Hui Chuan's strange snake was instantly killed. Regardless of whether they were from the Day-Night Clan or the Second Great Hall, everyone had to endure Lu Xiaoqiu's attacks. A single sword had wiped out more than half of his enemies. This was Lu Xiaoqiu, and this was the 13 swords. There were many more corpses on Mount Tai. High up in the sky, Lu Xiaoqiu looked down calmly. Those who were still alive were either lucky or strong. Far away from Pyrolite Mountain, Northgate Gang, Ah Fan, and the others were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to challenge Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Xiaoqiu, a person who was almost forgotten, shocked everyone at this moment. During the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu had been one of the few people who had the potential to become the champion. He had defeated Realm Master Kuang Wang with a single sword strike. Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others had all turned serious when they saw Lu Xiaoqiu attack. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated by Lu Yin. However, many people believed that Lu Xiaoqiu's defeat was due to luck, as his sword had been broken during that brief moment of blank space, which had given Lu Yin the opportunity to attack. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu's name spread throughout the entire universe. Even though he had been defeated, that battle was still considered to be the final battle of the Astral Combat Tournament, as Lu Xiaoqiu was not actually weaker than Lu Yin. However, during the Tournament of the Strongest, Lu Xiaoqiu had lost to that woman from the technocracy, which had silenced him. Many people had slowly forgotten about him. Lu Yin, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Yi Xingchen were all known as the unequaled Lemeters and the resplendent heavens. Who would remember Lu Xiaoqiu, the genius from the Sword Sect who had once made an agreement with Lu Yin to challenge the top 100 rankings together? And at this moment, Lu Xiaoqiu displayed his brilliance. Apart from those few people, who else could challenge Xue Shan alone? Lu Xiaoqiu could do it. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, Kuang Wang was panting heavily. He looked at his arm and saw blood dripping down his fingers. He bitterly smiled, the difference was still too great. He had thought that he had closed the gap, but in the end, the gap had only widened. He couldn't even block a single strand of sword qi from Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. Hui Chuan almost died, but even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Nate Queen Yanqing's face was pale. She had withstood several streaks of sword qi and had almost died. Lu Xiaoqiu had become even stronger than before, and his sword had become even sharper. She had thought that her cultivation in the Life-Seek Realm's mirror had improved greatly, but Lu Xiaoqiu had improved even more. Xue Day Knight's crimson longsword had been broken, and she gripped the hilt tightly. Blood from her right leg had dyed her clothes red and was dripping down her thigh to the ground. She swayed a few times before she could no longer bear the pain and collapsed to the ground. She forced herself to consume the medicine that Shamrock Enterprises had given her and looked up at the sky. This was the 13 swords, and it was too powerful. There was only one person on Pyrolite Mountain who remained unscathed after taking the sword qi head-on, Zhanlong Day Knight. In the air, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was fixed on him. This person was very strong. Zhanlong Day Knight grinned. You're strong, as expected of the 13 swords. If you beat me, you can have Pyrolite Mountain. Nate Queen Yanqing was enraged. Zhanlong Day Knight, don't act on your own. Zhanlong Day Knight did not even look at Night Queen Yanqing. He leaped up, clenched his fist, and fiercely punched out. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze became incomparably sharp, and the void around his body began to distort as a crack appeared. His sword had not even been unsheathed, but its sharpness had already been revealed. As Zhanlong Day Knight's fist approached, Lu Xiaoqiu pressed his sword down and stabbed out. This was the first sword of the 13 swords. This attack surpassed the sword qi of the second sword, and it contained all of the sword intent that Lu Xiaoqiu had gained from his cultivation. Each of the 13 swords had its own strong points, but it did not mean that the second sword would definitely surpass the first sword. The biggest difference between the two swords was their range. If one wanted to fully display one's strength, then the first sword was more suitable. The sword and fist collided, and everyone saw the void ripple like water. It then transformed into a gale that swept across the land, carrying with it a powerful pressure that instantly crushed Pyrolite Mountain and its surroundings. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Was this a battle between Lemeters? Damn, even a cruiser could not compare to this. Just then, Fan shouted, "Let's go." The others hurriedly fled as well. A gust of wind blew past them, and the ground was even sliced apart. The situation at the base of Pyrolite Mountain was even worse. Those from the Day-Night clan and the Second Great Hall who had been lucky enough to survive were immediately sent flying. Xue Day Knight, Huichuan, and the others were the same. Only Kuang Wang and Night Queen Yanqing were able to hold their ground as they experienced the powerful wind pressure. With a boom, a giant spatial crack spread across the sky. One of the second Great Hall's cultivators was unlucky and was directly swallowed up by the spatial crack, losing a third of his body. Pyrolite Mountain's foundation had been lowered by a bit. Fortunately, Pyrolite Mountain's body was protecting them. Otherwise, such an intense battle would have likely caused all of the pyrolite ore within Pyrolite Mountain to explode. Whether or not they could survive would have been up to the heavens. Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night retreated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Zhanlong Day-Night was excited, but at the same time, he rejoiced. He had originally thought that he was very powerful, but he had never imagined that freakish powerhouses would appear one after another. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his day-night restoration technique while he had been imprisoned by the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu Continent. Otherwise, he would have fallen behind. Zhanlong Day-Night had originally planned to find Lu Yin and have a rematch, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would defeat Mu Rong and become the strongest Lemiter. Although he was confident, he still felt that he was a bit lacking compared to Lu Yin. Thus, he had obeyed the clan's summons and participated in the contest on planet Pyrolite. He wanted to defeat the various powerhouses here and break through his day-night restoration technique to challenge Lu Yin again. He wanted to become an explorer as the strongest Lemiter and dominate the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin alone was like a mountain, and many people found it hard to breathe. It was not just Zhanlong Day-Night, Lu Xiaoqiu, Night Queen Yanqing, Han Chong, Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and the others were all suppressed by him. Everyone wanted to defeat him, but now, they had another battlefield. The winner of this battle could only be the person second to Lu Yin. Once this person appeared, he would challenge Lu Yin again, and everyone looked forward to it. Although no one said anything, this was publicly acknowledged. Only the strongest person on this battlefield had the right to challenge the true strongest. Although Lu Yin had not appeared, his existence was the driving force behind these people's battles. To these youths, the value of pyrolite ore was not as attractive as the prospect of challenging Lu Yin. Different age groups had different ways of thinking. To Night Queen Qiuyu and the others, pyrolite ore was the most important thing. However, to them, the allure of being the strongest was unimaginable. The sky became the main battlefield. Berserk shockwaves swept across the land, and cracks in the void rained down like raindrops. The void on planet Pyrolite was stable, and it was much tougher than most places in the universe. Even so, to Zhanlong Day-Night and Lu Xiaoqiu, it was no different from a battlefield in the trial zones. Their battle was earth-shattering, and it attracted the attention of the various great powers outside of planet Pyrolite. This was basically a battle between the strongest Lemeters. This was a contest between the strongest youths of the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, as well as a contest for the ownership of Pyrolite Mountain. The Day-Night clan could not afford to lose. If they did, their reputation would be greatly damaged. Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged the entire Day-Night clan by himself, which was a huge insult. Night Queen Qiuyu stared at planet Pyrolite. The Sword Sect could not afford to lose either. As the leader of the First Flow Zone, they had always wanted to suppress the Day-Night clan, and this was their chance. Coincidentally, both sides had 10 arbiters. Today, it was a battle between the absolute geniuses of both sides. A huge explosion caused Northgate Gang and the others to retreat once more. They looked into the distance in fear, afraid that the battle between the two would cause the pyrolite ore to explode. That would be a disaster. After more than 10 exchanges, Zhanlong Day-Night grew excited. His veins bulged, and at some point, a bloody wound extended from his back to his chest. He had been injured. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqiu's expression was not good either. He had forcefully taken a punch from Zhanlong Day-Night, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. Both sides were evenly matched. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword techniques were unparalleled, and he could injure Zhanlong Day-Night. However, the Day-Night restoration technique allowed Zhanlong Day-Night's recovery to be abnormally strong. After a short while, the terrifying wound that extended from his back to his chest healed and disappeared. When Lu Xiaoqiu saw this, he was filled with disbelief. This was his first time exchanging blows with someone as abnormal as Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night licked his lips. 13 swords, continue. Lu Xiaoqiu exhaled, slowly raised his sword, and closed his eyes. In that moment, the sky changed, and the surroundings fell silent. Then, sword chi rose from the ground and enveloped the void. This was a force field. This was the fourth sword. Against a powerhouse from the Day-Night clan, the third sword was meaningless. This was a lesson that the sword sect had learned over countless years. Zhanlong Day-Night's expression turned serious. The strength of his domain had formed a force field that changed the environment, turning the entire area into a world of swords. This was the fourth sword, and it was indeed worthy of being called the 13 swords. This sword made him feel a sense of danger, but it also made him more excited. The Day-Night restoration technique was activated at full force, and strange ripples appeared on the surface of Zhanlong Day-Night's body. It was as if his body was alive, and his recovery was almost tangible. The muscles on his arms swelled, and his powerful aura formed a pressure that prevented the surrounding sword chi from approaching him. The 1,000-meter-tall ground was crushed by the pressure. Everyone watched on nervously, as this should be the final attack. The two had skipped the probing battle and were going straight for the decisive battle. In the distance, Ah Fan's expression was ugly. Even though he had already run far away, he still felt that it was not enough. A battle between Lemeters could affect an endless distance, and given enough time, they could even destroy a planet. Even if he escaped to a place where he could not see them, he still did not feel safe. Northgate Gang was the same, and he kept cursing in his heart. These two bastards' battle was even more exaggerated than his brother Northgate Lie's. Northgate Lie was an expert on the top 100 rankings and an explorer, but he could not even compare to 2 Lemeters. Not only them, but even further away, many people also felt the threat of the void. The dust in the air cracked, and an incomparably huge crack extended along the ground. It was unknown how far it extended. Under the crack, boiling magma could be seen. The scorching heat waves distorted the void, making people panic just by looking at it. With a whoosh, the two figures collided in the sky like 2 meteors, creating a shockwave that was far more terrifying than the previous one. The shockwave tore through the ground. Fortunately, the two had been fighting on Pyrolite Mountain, and the shockwave had spread out in a radial fashion, allowing them to avoid Pyrolite Mountain. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely detonated the pyrolite mines on Pyrolite Mountain, causing a disaster. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 484. This time, Night Queen Yanqing and Kuang Wang could not hold on any longer, and they retreated continuously. It was unknown whether or not it was intentional, but Lu Xiaoqiu's attack actually included Night Queen Yanqing. He had swept both Zhanlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing into his attack. Kuang Wang's position was slightly off, so he wasn't affected. The ground kept sinking, and the corpses of the cultivators who had fought in Shao Mountain were all turned into ashes. Zhua Day-Night was very smart. She did not try to run too far away, as her body's condition meant that she would not be able to run very far. As such, she chose to run underground without looking back. The moment she felt the intense pressure, she had already rushed into the lava. She did not know how deep she had gone. Until he could no longer feel the pressure. As the winds howled, the environment around Pyrolite Mountain changed drastically. The ground had caved in by dozens of meters, making Pyrolite Mountain seem even taller than before. High up in the sky, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night were still facing each other. Both of them were panting heavily as they stared at each other. Although Zhanlong Day-Night wasn't injured this time, he could clearly feel that his strength had been greatly reduced. The layer of light that represented his recovery ability had disappeared. He had overused the day-night restoration technique. This was different from when Lu Yin had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin had crushed Lu Xiaoqiu with overwhelming power, and Lu Xiaoqiu had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu with a recovery ability that surpassed the day-night restoration technique. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword was a direct confrontation with the day-night restoration technique, and it was a contest of attrition. There was still no clear victor between the two, but one person had suffered a calamity, Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword covered a wide area, and he had purposely enveloped Night Queen Yanqing within it so that she would become a sacrificial lamb for the two of them. Her Night King's body had been destroyed, and she collapsed to the ground, heavily injured. Zhanlong Day-Night clenched his fists as he stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. He was still confident that he could win this battle. Even though the day-night restoration technique had consumed too much of his energy, he was able to recover very quickly. As long as he could recover before Lu Xiaoqiu unleashed the fourth sword, he would be fine. However, the fourth sword would not be so easy to unleash. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoqiu would be invincible. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His opponent's recovery ability was too abnormal, giving him a headache. He couldn't even defeat him with the fourth sword. Could it be that he had to risk using the fifth sword? He only had a vague idea of the fifth sword and had not mastered it at all. However, if it was a matter of life and death, he could only take the risk and try. Suddenly, Zhanlong Day-Night turned around and stared in Night Queen Yanqing's direction. There, a group of people were rushing towards them, and the leader was the sword sect's Yanhua. Their target was Night Queen Yanqing. During the battle between the Day-Night clan and the sword sect, Yanhua's opponent had been Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night had not tried to kill Yanhua, and Yanhua's injuries had been lighter than Lu Xiaoyun's. Because of this, Yanhua had the ability to attack Night Queen Yanqing. Zhanlong Day-Night's expression changed, as he did not know if Yanhua and the others would really kill Night Queen Yanqing. Although he disliked that woman, he could not allow her to die in front of him. Otherwise, the Night King clan would not let him off, and neither would Arbiter Jinwu. Helpless, Zhanlong Day-Night could only give up on his battle with Lu Xiaoqiu. He grabbed Night Queen Yanqing and left. Faced with Lu Xiaoqiu and the sword sex experts, Zhanlong Day-Night could not change the situation on his own. Yanhua and the rest stood on the desolate ground and watched as Zhanlong Day-Night grabbed Night Queen Yanqing and fled. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly descended, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had not defeated Zhanlong Day-Night, as Zhanlong Day-Night's recovery was too powerful. It would be impossible to determine a victor until the very end. Junior brother, Yanhua walked over and sized up Lu Xiaoqiu. "You're not injured, are you?" Lu Xiaoqiu shook his head. "What about her?" Little Yun took the pyrolite ore back to outer space. "Her injuries are quite severe, so she needs to recuperate." Not far behind Yanhua, a pair of eyes curiously sized up Lu Xiaoqiu. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. It was Yo Year. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze swept past the sword sect disciples, and it finally landed on Yo Year. He had no choice, as the sword sect disciples all had a single temperament, and only Yo Year was different. The sword sect and Yo court were connected by marriage, and this was the marriage between Lu Xiaoqiu and Yo Year. However, this was the first time the two had met, and Lu Xiaoqiu did not even know what Yo Year looked like. He curiously asked, "Why is there a child here?" Yo Year frowned and became unhappy. She removed her jacket. You're the child. I'm Yo Year. Have you heard of me before? Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Yan Hua with a confused gaze. Yan Hua explained, have you forgotten about the marriage with the Yo court? Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yo Year again. He finally remembered that the moment he had inherited the 13 swords, the sword sect had arranged a marriage for him. It was said that the bride was a princess of the Yo court. However, Lu Xiaoqiu felt that Yo Year was too young. Hey, what's with that look? What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me? Yo Year placed her hands on her hips and glared at Lu Xiaoqiu with dissatisfaction. Yo Year was rather polite to other people, but she had no choice when it came to Lu Xiaoqiu. She did not want to marry him, so she wanted to leave a bad impression on him so that he would break off the engagement. Unfortunately, she was overthinking things. Lu Xiaoqiu's mind was filled with nothing but the 13 swords and Lu Yin, so he did not even bother talking to her. He turned around and walked towards Pyrolite Mountain. Start mining. From now on, this place belongs to the sword sect. Yan Hua waved his hand, and the sword sect disciples immediately took out their equipment and began mining the pyrolite. Yo Year ground her teeth, and her face tensed up as she thought about how to get Lu Xiaoqiu to break off the engagement. She did not want to marry into the sword sect, as the moment she married Lu Xiaoqiu, her Yo secret would have to be passed on to the Yo court, which would be equivalent to her losing her Yo secret. She did not want to lose her Yo secret, as she still wanted to explore the Neoverse. She did not want to marry someone and raise a child for the rest of her life. How many women were there in the top 100 rankings? How many women were there in the 10 arbiters? Yo Year's gaze was focused on these matters. She had a fighting heart, and she wanted to be famous throughout the universe just like that woman from the sword sect. In the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, the Day-Night clan had been defeated. Lu Xiaoqiu had taken over Pyrolite Mountain by himself, and the 13 swords had defeated the combined forces of the Day-Night clan and the Second Great Hall. The 13 swords had once again revealed their ferocious sharpness, causing countless people's scalps to go numb. Night Queen Qiuyu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could tell that Zhanglong Day-Night had not been defeated, but because of Night Queen Yanqing, he had given up on Pyrolite Mountain. He could not be blamed for this, as Yanqing was too weak, or rather, too benevolent. If the sword sect had been completely wiped out in the previous battle, then the outcome would have been different. On the sword sect spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun retracted her gaze and sighed. Far away from Pyrolite Mountain, Northgate Gang and the others did not know the outcome of the battle, and they did not dare to go back to take a look. That was another battlefield, and it was not a place they could step foot into. Kuang Wang, Shua Day Night, and a few other cultivators who had not died had not been killed by the sword sect. Instead, they had allowed them to leave. Shua Day Night had been severely injured, and she should have returned to outer space, but she had not. She knew that once she returned, she would not necessarily receive care and treatment. Instead, she would most likely be reprimanded and punished. Night King Yuanjing appeared to be kind on the surface, but he was actually ruthless. He did not care about her life or death. She would rather hide in a corner of planet Pyrolite and silently heal herself, or wait for death. Perhaps death was not a bad choice, but unfortunately, she had not been able to remove the caged cage technique and save them. Shua Day Night dragged her heavily injured body and left a trail of blood behind her as she lay in a desolate and withered cave. She took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine from her cosmic ring and used it to treat herself. She quickly fainted due to excessive blood loss. Spacecraft continued to appear in the sky, and each time they appeared, there would be dozens of them. Although the sword sect had once again seized Pyrolite Mountain, they had suffered many casualties in the battle with the Day-Night clan. Thus, they were still mobilizing Lemeters to planet Pyrolite. A few days later, Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star. Hai Chi-Chi was shocked when she saw the 3 continents. There's even a planet like this. Aren't you afraid that the 3 continents will suppress you? Lu Yin ignored her and looked at his gadget with a serious expression. His power level was continuously rising until it reached the limit of 200,000. Karthika had not concealed his strength, and he had suppressed Xenu Star all on his own. Hai Chi-Chi pursed her lips. There seems to be someone very powerful. Lu Yin put down his gadget and looked at Xenu Star's space station. There was not a single person in the space station, and no foreign spacecraft had entered either. Everyone had gone into hiding, and Xenu Star was like a bird in a cage. There was not a single person on the streets, and everyone could feel Karthika's power. After Karthika arrived at Xenu Star, he immediately sealed off the entire planet. Everyone could only stay in their homes and were not allowed to leave. No foreign spacecraft was allowed to approach, and no one on Xenu Star was allowed to leave. He was absolutely tyrannical. Hua Qingshan and the others were no exception. Fortunately, Karthika had his own misgivings and had not killed anyone. This was a silver lining in a sea of misfortune. Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him, but there was nothing he could do. Even the upgraded money bomb should not be able to harm an Enlighter, and his universal armor should not be able to withstand an Enlighter's attack. Against Karthika, Lu Yin was no different from Hua Qingshan and the others. The moment Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the space station, Karthika looked up from a cliff on Xenu Star that faced the ocean. His eyes were cold, and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by fear. He wanted to deal with this hidden danger, but Lu Yin's status left him with no choice. He was the Sea King's future son-in-law, and this alone was enough to make even the old freaks from the Divine Great Hall with power levels in the hundreds of thousands unable to touch him. It wasn't just Karthika. Hua Qingshan and the others also knew about Lu Yin's arrival. They stood up, tore through the void, and disappeared. When the spacecraft landed, Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi walked out and folded the spacecraft before storing it in their cosmic rings. Not far away, Hua Qingshan, Banjo, and many other explorers were standing quietly. When Lu Yin looked over, they all bowed. Greetings, Royal Regent. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened when she saw this, and then she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Let's go to the palace. Hua Qingshan and the others stepped aside, and Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi-Chi before disappearing with Flash, leaving behind a giant spatial crack. Banjo was shocked, as this level of power was too exaggerated. Lu Yin was just a Lemeter, but he felt like he was no match for him. Banjo was a cruiser. It wasn't just Banjo, as all of the other explorers were shocked. The Royal Regent was terrifyingly powerful, and there were probably only a few people in the entire Great Yu Empire who could match him. Hua Qingshan felt this the most, especially when he sensed a vague threat from Lu Yin's body. This was his intuition that had been honed from many years of battle. Could the Royal Regent be a threat to him? How could that be? It had to be an illusion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 485. Lu Yin didn't slow down as he pulled Hai Chi-Chi along. He used the 3 grains of fate sand to seal his body's limits to move, and they soon arrived at the palace. Beside him, Hai Chi-Chi didn't seem to feel any discomfort at all. Instead, she looked around the palace in amazement and excitement. So this is the paradise of those in power. How interesting. The murals are so beautiful. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi-Chi seriously and said, "Don't wander off. I have something to do, and I'll look for you when I'm done. Hai Chi waved a hand. Go on, go on. Have fun. Lu Yin didn't know what the Sea King had said to Hai Chi before leaving, but it seemed like she wouldn't leave him. Lu Yin wasn't worried about her, as the life-saving measures that the Sea King had given her far exceeded his expectations. There shouldn't be anyone in the outerverse who could harm her. Lu Yin allowed Hai Chi to play as she pleased and gave her a medallion that allowed her to enter any place she wanted. He then went to the imperial court, where Hu Qingshan and the rest were present, including Garop and a few other cabinet ministers. Truthfully, Lu Yin didn't know much about them. Back then, he had been urged to leave by San Dios, which was why he had appointed 5 cabinet ministers to oversee the empire. At the same time, Hu Qingshan, Ban Zhou, Lu Yingzishan, and the rest would report back to him. Of the 5 cabinet ministers, Lu Yin was only familiar with Garop. According to Lu Yin's own thoughts, if the Great Yu Empire was completely under his control, then the cabinet ministers would definitely be reselect, and the 13 imperial squadrons might change as well. However, it was still too early to think about such things. The Great Yu Empire was still the Great Yu Empire, and it belonged to the Yushan and Wendy Yushan. I'm aware of everything that's happened in the empire recently. Lu Yin sat below the throne, and just like before, he didn't overstep his boundaries. He swept his gaze across everyone. The economy has been sealed, and the innerverse is surrounded by powerful enemies. Plus, there's that shameless enlighter. I know all about it. Lu Yin's words caused quite a few people's expressions to change. What a shameless enlighter. Those few words frightened quite a few people, especially the cabinet ministers, who immediately spoke up. Your Highness, please reconsider your words. An almighty enlighter cannot be insulted. Your Highness, any almighty enlighter has made irreplaceable contributions to the universe, so please be careful with your words. More than 10 people spoke up one after another and hurriedly expressed their stance. It was obvious that they knew that Karthika was nearby. To an enlighter, even if they had not comprehended a domain, they could still easily find out what was happening on a planet. Even if their star energy swept past the planet, no one else would be able to detect it. Only Hu Qingshan and a few others remained calm. Lu Yin casually sat down. An enlighter using the lives of billions to threaten a lemeter like me. Isn't that shameless? The expressions of the people below changed again. Some of them even felt their legs go soft and couldn't stand. Junior, don't go overboard with your words. A loud voice exploded in the sky, enveloping all of Xenu's star and causing the seas to roar and the 3 rings of the continent to tremble. Everyone felt as if they were in a hopeless situation, as if the end of the world had arrived. Hai Chi was happily looking at the mural when she heard the voice. How annoying. Lu Yin stood up, and his gaze turned cold. Karthika, show yourself. Is this how an enlighter acts? Everyone was frightened by Lu Yin's actions. Where had he gotten the courage to insult an enlighter? There weren't any enlighters in the entire Frostwave Weave, which meant that they were truly almighty powerhouses. Hu Qingshan and the others were shocked as well. Lu Yin wasn't as afraid as the others. Even Northgate Taisui, an old monster with a power level of over 400,000, had dared to negotiate with him, let alone an enlighter. If Karthika really went crazy and wanted to kill Lu Yin, then Mr. Mu wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had his own trump cards, and with Hai Chi-Chi's presence, he didn't fear Karthika at all. Unexpectedly, Karthika didn't show himself, but the tremors on Xenu's star grew even more intense. Many of the ministers hurriedly asked Lu Yin to apologize, as they were truly terrified. However, Lu Yin remained calm. After a while, the tremors on Xenu's star finally stopped, and everything returned to normal. Countless people collapsed to the ground, feeling as if they had just been rescued from a hopeless situation. Luin sneered. Karthika was smart, and he must have recognized that the spacecraft that Luin had used to return to Xenu Star had come from the Sea King's dome. It would be strange if Karthika dared to show himself, since he couldn't attack Luin, and he couldn't force Luin to do anything either. Showing himself would only cause him to lose face, so it would be better if he didn't show himself. Luin casually sat down, and his stern gaze swept across everyone present. He took note of all the ministers who had asked him to apologize, as well as those who had made a fool of themselves. He would replace them as soon as he found a suitable candidate, as these people did not have the qualifications to stand in the same court as him. Garop was unyielding, and he was not afraid at all. He had been the first to accuse Luin of playing with his gadget in court, and Luin now had a whole new level of respect for this old man. Your Highness, the Empire's economy has been sealed, and we are unable to support the war effort. What plans do you have? Finance Minister Gavin walked out and asked respectfully. He wasn't afraid either, as it was normal for him to be afraid. Luin muttered to himself for a moment. We'll discuss this after that shameless Karthika scrums. Many of the ministers felt their hearts skip a beat, and some of them almost went limp again. Garop was just about to walk out and say something, but he was quickly grabbed by one of the ministers behind him. This minister didn't allow Garop to speak, as he was afraid that Luin would speak and provoke Karthika. Luin snickered inwardly and swept his gaze across the crowd. All right, you may leave. We'll suspend the court for a while, and we'll reconvene after that shameless Karthika scrums. The ministers immediately left as if they were fleeing. Luin gestured for Huiqingshan and Banjo to stay behind. Luin had Huiqingshan maintain Xenu Star stability while he communicated with the ministers and sent people to calm the citizens down. As for Banjo, Luin had originally wanted to give him the blueprint he had obtained from the die roll so that he could study it, but after some thought, he decided against it. Who knew if Karthika would try to snatch it away? Many powerhouses were research experts themselves, and Karthika might even be able to understand the blueprint. It would be a huge loss if Karthika snatched it away, even though Luin didn't know if the blueprint had any value. Banjo was still waiting for Luin to speak. Luin coughed. You may leave for now. I'll tell you when I've thought it through. Banjo was baffled, and he turned to leave. After everyone left, Luin casually sat down. The void in front of him distorted, and Karthika appeared. Luin's lips curled up when he saw Karthika. Old man, you've been hiding your head but showing your tail. You're finally willing to show yourself. Karthika stared at Luin coldly. Junior, don't be too arrogant. The universe is much more terrifying than you think. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the Sea King's protection. Luin's expression turned solemn. The same goes for you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're an enlighter. Karthika laughed. How many years has it been since a mere Lameter dares to speak to me in such a manner? He then stared at Luin. I won't bicker with you because of the Sea King, but becoming the Sea King's son-in-law isn't so easy. If you don't become the Sea King's son-in-law, then I'll make you regret what you've said today. Luin shrugged. I may be young, but I've never regretted my words, especially when it comes to someone as shameless as you. Karthika sneered. You have a sharp tongue. Now that you've left the Sea King's protection, you've angered me. I can easily kill you without anyone blaming me, as this is the power of an enlighter. Your so-called status is worthless in the eyes of an enlighter. Junior, you better pray that you don't run into me again, or else I'll make you regret being born. Luin did not argue with him any further, as he was afraid that the old man would go crazy and slaughter everyone on Xenu Star. Your reason for appearing on Xenu Star is very simple. Don't worry, I won't go to planet Pyrolite. That's good. Karthika waved his hand and prepared to leave. But even if I don't go, you won't be able to compete for Pyrolite. Don't forget about those who are as famous as me. I'll be waiting to see you suffer. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. Karthika snorted and disappeared into the void. He did not want to talk to Lu Yin at all, as Lu Yin was just a junior. Without the protection of the Sea King's dome, Karthika could easily crush Lu Yin to death. However, Lu Yin's words worried him, as those unequaled limeters would not appear. Lu Yin was not making wild guesses. Mu Rong and the others were so famous that it would be strange if they had not been invited during the crucial period of the contest on planet Pyrolite. Perhaps they were already on their way here. Not long after Karthika left the palace, in the distant astral wilderness, Night Queen Choyu solemnly looked at the kneeling day-night cultivator in front of her. What did you say? Say it again. The cultivator's voice trembled as he replied, according to the news, Mu Rong is on his way to planet Pyrolite after accepting the Sword Sect's invitation. Ling Ke is also on his way here after accepting the Wen family's invitation. They are less than 5 days away from planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Choyu's eyes narrowed. These two were just juniors, and their names were not enough to enter her ears. However, ever since the contest on planet Pyrolite had begun, more and more limeters had risen to fame. Mu Rong and Ling Ke were at the top, and their reputations even surpassed those of Zhanlong Day-Night and Lu Xiaoqiu. She had originally thought that the battle between those two would be the peak of the astral reaching realm, but if these two arrived, everything would change. The Wen family would rise to prominence with Ling Ke's help, and the Sword Sect would possess an unstoppable force. Mu Rong alone was enough to make everyone lose the courage to compete. Night Queen Choyu was well aware of the consequences of this matter. After thinking about it for a long time, she left the astral wilderness and entered North Castle Weave. She then contacted Karthika from a place with a network connection. Karthika was just about to contact Night Queen Choyu to ask about the situation on planet Pyrolite, but he had not expected her to contact him. How's planet Pyrolite? Karthika impatiently asked. Night Queen Choyu coldly replied, Pyrolite Mountain has been snatched away by the Sword Sect. Karthika's brows rose. What happened? Your Day-Night clan sent so many powerhouses, but they were all defeated by the Sword Sect. We'll talk about this later. Karthika, has Lu Yin returned to the Great Yu Empire? Night Queen Choyu asked. Karthika replied, he's back. I already warned him not to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Things have changed. Immediately withdraw from Xenu Star and give Lu Yin his freedom. Tell him clearly that he is not restricted from participating in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Karthika was puzzled. Why? Night Queen Choyu helplessly replied, a few unparalleled limeters have arrived, and we need him to deal with them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 486. When he heard Night Queen Choyu's words, Karthika was stunned. Then, he recalled Lu Yin's words and realized that it couldn't be such a coincidence. Mu Rong's here. How do you know? Lu Yin said so. He said that Mu Rong and Ling Ke will definitely come. If they do, then we'll be in trouble. A cold glint flashed through Night Queen Choyu's eyes. A mere junior actually dared to recklessly speculate about an enlighter. Since when had a limeter become so bold? However, this was the perfect time to make use of him. Without him, the Day-Night clan truly did not have any powerhouses who could break out of this situation. Do as I say and let him fall into our trap. But this person isn't on our side. Even if he's involved, he might not necessarily help us, Khadgar said. Night Queen Choyu grew impatient. I know that. Someone else will talk to him. Just leave. Karthika thought about it for a moment. All right, I hope that your decision is correct. He then hung up and looked in the direction of the palace with a look of unwillingness. How long had it been since they had last met? Even a dignified enlighter had been forced to go back on his word. However, for the sake of the pyrolite ore, he had to endure. As he thought about it, he converged his voice into a single line and transmitted it into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin had just returned to King Zishan's palace and was planning to rest while worrying about how to deal with Hai Chi-Chi when he heard Karthika's voice. He froze for a moment, and then his lips curled up. It seems like someone incredible has arrived. Is it Mu Rong, Ling Ke, or even both? Interesting. Unfortunately, I can't join this show. Even if he managed to obtain the pyrolite ore, it would still end up in the hands of someone else. The best outcome would be for it to end up in the Sea King's Dome's hands in exchange for the Sea King's promise to protect the Great Yu Empire. On the other hand, Lu Yin would be branded with the Sea King's Dome's mark, and the Sea King's Dome would not be able to participate in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. Lu Yin would be permanently imprisoned, which was not what he wanted. In the end, he would definitely offend the Day-Night clan, Sword Sect, One Family, and many other powers, so the gains would not make up for the losses. However, this was still the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that he would not be able to obtain anything and would even offend the various powerful sections. He would then have no choice but to ask the Sea King's Dome for protection, but he would also be branded with the Sea King's Dome symbol and be imprisoned. He would never be able to participate in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers, and he might even be forced to stay in the Starfall Sea forever. No, that was not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome was that even the Sea King's Dome had given up on him, which meant that he would be surrounded on all sides. That was the worst possible outcome. The Great Yu Empire had always been Lu Yin's greatest weakness, and Night King Yuanjing had relied on this weakness to slowly gain benefits from Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not afford to give the other great powers another opportunity to take advantage of him. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he looked at it. He was speechless, as he had just thought of Night King Yuanjing when the latter had contacted him. Karthika's retreat was most likely the Day-Night clan's intentions. Was the Day-Night clan under that much pressure? She actually wanted him to make a move. When the call connected, Night King Yuanjing's image appeared on the screen, and he looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Little Yin, why didn't you ask Grandpa for help with Karthika? Are you treating me as an outsider? Shameless, Lu Yin cursed inwardly. Shameless, the monkey said. Grandpa Yuanjing, what are you saying? It's just that Karthika is an almighty enlighter, and little Yin doesn't want to make things difficult for Grandpa. Lu Yin pretended to be wronged. Night King Yuanjing sighed. Grandpa just found out, and he immediately contacted the Divine Great Hall to have them transfer Karthika away. I never thought that an enlighter would personally threaten a junior. How embarrassing. Lu Yin did not speak, and he only looked at Night King Yuanjing gratefully. Night King Yuanjing paused and looked at Lu Yin. Little Yin, don't worry. Grandpa guarantees that this matter will not happen again. Grandpa promised to protect the Frostwave Weave, so I'll definitely see it through. You can rest assured and do whatever you want. Karthika won't dare to come back. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing. Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. What followed was a bunch of nonsense. Lu Yin was already used to beating around the bush with Night King Yuanjing. In any case, he really did not want to go to planet Pyrolite, and Night King Yuanjing was definitely more anxious than anyone else. Sure enough, Night King Yuanjing could not take it anymore. Little Yin, do you know what happened on planet Pyrolite? Lu Yin nodded. I heard. Do you want to go? If you do, Grandpa will have the clan spacecraft pick you up, Night King Yuanjing said. Lu Yin shook his head and bitterly replied, Little Yin appreciates Grandpa's good intentions, but Little Yin is tired of fighting and does not want to participate. Senior Sea King also wants Little Yin to not participate in these battles. When the Sea King was mentioned, Night King Yuanjing's expression turned serious. He suddenly remembered that the Sea King's dome did not participate in the conflicts between the innerverse and outerverse powers. If Lu Yin was not allowed to participate, then did that mean that Lu Yin was getting closer to becoming the Sea King's son-in-law? He did not know if this was a good or a bad thing for the Day-Night clan, but from now on, he would no longer be able to threaten this brat. With the Sea King's interference, the speech that Night King Yuanjing had prepared could not be used. From his perspective, Lu Yin would definitely not dare to disobey the Sea King's orders. Who did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law? This brat was no exception. Helpless, Night King Yuanjing casually chatted with Lu Yin for a while before hanging up. The Great Yu Empire's capital, including Xenu Star, could only keep Hai Chi-Chi interested for a few days. After a few days, she grew bored and began to frantically search for Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her helplessly. Xenu Star is so big. Have you played around already? Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. I've played around. I want to go out. Where are you going? Planet Pyrolite. I want to fight, I want to break through, I want to fight, and I want to make friends. Lu Yin could understand the first three reasons, but he subconsciously looked at Hai Chi-Chi's mouth for the last one. Make friends. Hee, they're all enemies. Hey, Lu Yin, what do you mean? That shameless old man has already left. Why aren't you going to Planet Pyrolite? Hai Chi-Chi grumbled unhappily. I've already told you many times how cruel the universe is. Even if the Sea King's dome protects you, you might not be safe. Do you want me to gamble the lives of countless people in the Great Yu Empire on Planet Pyrolite with you? Lu Yin asked. Who says that my Sea King's dome can't protect you? I'll contact my second brother right now and have him protect the Great Yu Empire in the name of the Sea King's dome. No one would be willing to make things difficult for my Sea King's dome over a small country at the edge of the outerverse. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi-Chi seriously. She wasn't stupid. Indeed, no one would want to offend the Sea King's dome for the sake of the Great Yu Empire. He just didn't want the Great Yu Empire to be branded as the Sea King's dome, but he still had to follow through with the lie. Chi-Chi, do you know who I'll offend if I go to Planet Pyrolite? Hai Chi-Chi waved her hand. It doesn't matter. My Sea King's dome will take care of it. Lu Yin was speechless. He felt that Hai Chi-Chi was shockingly similar to Lulu at this moment. Her confidence in a certain aspect had reached the limit, and she was the type that no one could match. I'm not going to Planet Pyrolite, and you're not allowed to go either, Lu Yin said. Hai Chi-Chi gritted her teeth. I'm going to tell father that you have a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth mistress. You're going to help me find them. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Hai Chi-Chi was furious, and she panted heavily before suddenly sighing. Sometimes, I really envy you. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. You're like a corpse floating through space. You don't have any ambitions, and you're only satisfied with what you have. You'll lose even more if you do this. Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin. My father doesn't like people who don't have ambition. You originally had a small chance of becoming his son-in-law, but the more you shrink back, the smaller that chance becomes. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't worry. I won't shrink back, but I won't participate in the contest for Planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi-Chi snorted and then turned to leave. Don't even think about leaving. I've sealed off the entire planet. Lu Yin shouted. Hai Chi-Chi was furious. Go to hell. Lu Yin's face sank as he watched Hai Chi-Chi leave. Actually, he wanted to participate in the contest for Planet Pyrolite more than anyone else, but what could he do? If he went to Planet Pyrolite, the Great Yu Empire would be branded as the Sea King's Dome, and the pyrolite ore he obtained would be given to the Sea King's Dome as a betrothal gift. He would also offend a large group of people, and he himself would not be able to obtain anything. What was the point of going there? If he wanted to become the Sea King's son-in-law, then he could go and use the pyrolite ore to curry favor with the Sea King and Hai Dashao. This would make his name known throughout the universe once again and increase his chances of becoming the Sea King's son-in-law. However, he did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, so it did not matter. However, he could not afford to lose this important status. If he did not become the Sea King's son-in-law, then he could not afford to offend the Day-Night clan and other powerful organizations. Even if he went to Planet Pyrolite, he might not be able to obtain much pyrolite ore. Lu Yin was stuck between a rock and a hard place, so he decided that he would not go to Planet Pyrolite. He looked up at the sky. There was a clear distinction between the powers in this universe. The strong were stronger, and the weak could only protect themselves. This kind of situation did not allow him to rise to prominence. If there came a day when the innerverse tentacles could no longer reach the outerverse, then he would be able to do as he pleased. What a pity. There was no sun above Planet Pyrolite, and the entire planet's only source of light came from the dark red soil underground. Shua Day-Night did not know how long she had been unconscious, but before she had fainted, she had put on her ring armor to ensure that she would not be bitten by the planet's underground creatures. To the Lemeters on Planet Pyrolite, ring armor was useless. Its defense was practically non-existent against the geniuses of the same generation, so no one would wear it in battle. Not only did it have no defense, but it also hindered one's movements. However, it was very useful to those who were heavily injured. When Jua Day-Night woke up, she saw pairs of green eyes glowing with savagery as they stared at her. Her face went pale, and she hurriedly got up. She was surrounded by a circle of strange underground creatures, and her ring armor was covered in bite marks. These creatures were actually able to damage the ring armor, and Jua Day-Night did not dare to imagine what would have happened if she had not been wearing the ring armor. She coughed and clutched her chest. Her injuries had healed slightly, and she hurriedly took out some star crystals from her cosmic ring to absorb them. Only by recovering her star energy would she be able to protect herself. The surrounding creatures had scattered in all directions after Jua Day-Night woke up, and most of them had dove underground. Jua Day-Night supported herself against the dull, dark red earth wall and walked out. The ground shook from time to time, but she did not know whether it was due to a battle or an earthquake. She walked out of the cave and looked up. Her surroundings were desolate, and there was not a single person in sight. Jua Day-Night raised her hand and activated her gadget, but it was unfortunately damaged. Fortunately, she had the pyrolite ore detector, so she could find nearby pyrolite ore. If there was pyrolite ore, then there would be people around. However, now was not the time to search for pyrolite ore. She needed to be able to protect herself first. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 487. Everyone who entered Planet Pyrolite had prepared a large amount of food and water in their cosmic rings. Jua Day-Night returned to the underground cave and took Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine before resting once more. 1 day, 2 days. Ever since she woke up, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, she had absorbed star crystals as much as she could to recover from her injuries. Her body had finally taken a turn for the better, and although she was not at her peak, she could still protect herself. She did not want to hide anymore, so she had to find the Day-Night clan. Was it the Sword Sect? Or the Day-Night clan? As soon as she walked out of the cave, she sensed several auras approaching her through her domain. Day-Night hid in the shadows and watched as the cultivators gradually disappeared into the distance. They were heading towards Pyrolite Mountain. She did not hesitate and followed them. When she had escaped with her heavily injured body, she had not been too far away from Pyrolite Mountain. When she saw a giant crack in the ground, she knew that Pyrolite Mountain was very close. This crack had probably been formed by Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night's battle. The ground shook again, and this time, a strong gale swept across the area. Day-Night's expression changed. This was a fluctuation of star energy. Another battle had broken out on Pyrolite Mountain. At this point, only the Sword Sect or the Day-Night clan could cause a battle on Pyrolite Mountain. There was no other choice, so the Day-Night clan should be there. Day-Night did not dare to evade the clan's mission. She knew that her every move was being monitored, and if she did not participate in the battle, she would not have a good ending when she returned to the clan. At this moment, two figures flitted across the sky. They were two Lemeters, and they saw Day-Night. They looked at each other and attacked her at the same time. They were disciples from the first Flowzone's powers, so they had naturally followed the Sword Sect and attacked the Day-Night clan. Unfortunately, they were too weak. They were not bad among the younger generation, but they were still lacking when compared to Day-Night, who had comprehended a domain. They were easily dealt with, and Day-Night left one of them alive. What's the situation on Pyrolite Mountain? The surviving cultivator was terrified. The Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Soul Dream tribe, and many other powers from smaller flow zones are all fighting on Pyrolite Mountain. They're trying to force the Sword Sect to give up the Pyrolite or there. They've been fighting for more than 2 hours now. Day-Night had not expected the battle to be so intense. The Sword Sect had Lu Xiaoqiu, and his second sword could ignore numbers. So why did that woman Night Queen Yanqing attack? Could it be that there was external help? Day-Night's guess was correct. The Wen family had invited Ling Ke to take action, and he was expected to arrive on planet Pyrolite a little earlier than Mu Rong. Night Queen Yanqing and the others had been planning this for several days, and they were planning to use this time to seize control of Pyrolite Mountain. Then, the various great powers would join forces and force the Sword Sect to split the profits. At that time, even if Mu Rong arrived, he would not be able to turn the tables. At this moment, the battle at Pyrolite Mountain was far more intense than it had ever been before. Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night's battle had shifted to the northern part of Pyrolite Mountain, and their battle had spread far and wide. The battle between Lu Xiaoyun and Kuang Wang took place at the foot of Shao Mountain. Although Night Queen Yanqing had been heavily injured by Lu Xiaoqiu, the Day-Night clan had gone all out to treat her. She was able to participate in the battle once more, just like Lu Xiaoyun. The Sword Sect had only been able to withstand Night Queen Yanqing's attacks because of one person, Yo Yi. Yo Yi appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, and she was a petite loli. However, she had exploded with a strength that shocked everyone, and she had forcefully stalled Night Queen Yanqing. Even though Night Queen Yanqing had activated her Night King's body and battle force, she was still unable to defeat Yo Yi. Not only was the Day-Night clan shocked, but even Lu Xiaoqiu and the others were astonished by Yo Yi's strength. Furthermore, Yo Yi was not the only Lemeter from the Yo court. There were several other Lemeters who were rather old, but they were all very strong. It was the alliance between the Sword Sect and the Yo court that had been able to withstand the combined forces of the Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Soul Dream tribe, and the other great powers. However, this stalemate would not last for long. Night Queen Yanqing was waiting for Ling Ke, and as soon as he arrived, Pyrolite Mountain would change hands. Right now, she hated the girl in front of her so much that her teeth itched. Old auntie, you can't hold on any longer, right? If you have the ability, why don't you come? Yo Year was dressed in a black devil's snare dress, and she looked innocently and craftily at Night Queen Yanqing. She had a smile on her face, and although she was cute and pretty, her mocking smile made Night Queen Yanqing want to tear her apart. Who would have thought that she would be held back by a little brat? You won't be able to hold on for much longer, you damned brat. Once I catch you, I'll hang you up and beat you. Night Queen Yanqing bellowed as her eyes flickered with a purple light. Yo Year's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly retreated. Night Queen Yanqing rushed forward at top speed, but her surroundings suddenly changed. She was separated from everyone else, and a courtyard appeared around her. This was the Yo Court's inherited battle technique, the quadrangular dragon lock array. The four sides combined into one to form a courtyard. This courtyard could trap any powerhouse as long as the gap between them was not too great. Coincidentally, although Yo Year had a small appearance, she was actually a Lemmeter, and she was not weak at all. With her strength, she could use the quadrangular dragon lock array to trap Night Queen Yanqing. Although the quadrangular dragon lock array was not as famous as the Wen family's literary prison, Night Queen Yanqing had never underestimated it. This was because the Yo Court had originated from a super terrifying power, and they were one of the 7 families that controlled the Yo Court. Even if they had betrayed the Yo Court and left the Yo Court, they had still inherited the power of that family. The quadrangular dragon lock array was also derived from that family's power. Night Queen Yanqing could not break through the quadrangular dragon lock array even after using all of her strength. Lu Xiaoyun and Kuang Wang's battle was not over yet. On the other hand, Shi Yu and Wen Qian'er had the upper hand in the battle and were suppressing the sword sect. As long as they were given more time, they would be able to defeat the sword sect. The biggest variable in this battle was Lu Xiaoqiu, but unfortunately, he was being held back by Zhanlong Day Knight. Although Zhanlong Day Knight could not defeat Lu Xiaoqiu could not win either. Both sides were evenly matched, and it all depended on the others. The scales of victory were tipping in the Day Knight clan's favor. In the distance, sword chi could be felt from time to time, scaring many people away. The battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Knight was the most terrifying. Shua Day Knight arrived outside Pyrolite Mountain and saw thousands of people fighting. The entire mountain had been turned into a battlefield, and blood had long since dyed the ground red. Yanhua had already reached his limit, and he could barely hold on to his sword. In front of him, Tiankong Day Knight and Qilian Day Knight both attacked at the same time. Yanhua could not hold on any longer, and he collapsed to the ground. Many of the sword sect's disciples had already died, and the Wen family had also suffered heavy losses. Wen Qian'er had also been injured, and she was working together with Shi Yu as they panted heavily. Shua Day Knight could see that the sword sect was about to be defeated. In outer space, Night Queen Qiuyu revealed a satisfied smile. Even if Pyrolite Mountain was not under the sole control of the Day Knight clan, as long as the sword sect could not control it, the two sides would still be on the same level, and neither side would be able to monopolize it. At that moment, Night Queen Qiuyu received news that the battle was about to end. She looked into the distance and saw a personal spacecraft rushing towards planet Pyrolite. Ling Ke had finally arrived. Night Queen Qiuyu watched as Ling Ke's spacecraft flew past, followed by another spacecraft that was rushing towards planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Qiuyu looked over, and a strange expression appeared on her face. What was that? Following behind Ling Ke's spacecraft was the group of dedicated female cheerleaders. There was no place that they could not go, as Ling Ke had promised to protect them. The more dangerous the place, the higher the reward. Night Queen Qiuyu's expression turned ugly. She had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Should she stop it? While Night Queen Qiuyu was hesitating, the two spacecraft crashed onto planet Pyrolite. They were not too far from Pyrolite Mountain, and many people saw them. Night Queen Yanqing was delighted, as she recognized Ling Kei's spacecraft. This battle was about to end. As long as they could occupy Pyrolite Mountain before Mu Rong arrived and severely injure Lu Xiaoqiu and the others, then even if Mu Rong arrived, he would not be able to reverse the situation. To the north of Pyrolite Mountain, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Dayknight turned their heads at the same time. They both felt their hearts palpitate, and they could not describe it. It was as if they had met their own kind. Yo Year's gaze shifted. "Old auntie, what are you thinking about?" "Don't think about it. You can't beat me anyway." Night Queen Yanqing sneered, but she did not make another move. Lu Xiaoyun stood with her sword in hand while Quang Wang sat on the Azure Dragon's body and looked down at them. "We can't decide who's the better one right now." Lu Xiaoyun did not look at him. Instead, she looked into the distance where the other spacecraft had landed. The spacecraft's hatch opened, and Ling Kei walked out alone. Not too far away, the hatch of the other spacecraft also opened at the same time. The cheerleaders were all shouting crazily, and the various large organizations in outer space were dumbfounded. Ling Kei, I love you. Ling Kei, you're the most handsome. Ling Kei, I love you. Ling Kei, you're the most handsome. Ling Kei exhaled as he looked at the crazed cheerleaders. What a wonderful situation. Yes, that's how it should be. Go crazy and shout. The rest belongs to me, Ling Quebec. As he thought about it, he suddenly turned around and looked at Pyrolite Mountain with a sharp gaze. With a light tap of his foot, his body instantly disappeared. The cheerleaders excitedly ran after him. Before Ling Kei even arrived, an enormous amount of star energy wrapped around his Kei's mighty/his unique aura and swept across the entire Pyrolite Mountain. Whether it was Night Queen Yanqing, Yo Year, Lu Xiaoyun, Zhua Dayknight, or the distant Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Dayknight, all of them simultaneously felt this terrifying aura. Everyone looked up at Ling Kei, who was standing tall in the sky, and the entire battlefield froze. Ling Kei's lips curled up. This was exactly the effect he had wanted, and he had not hesitated to use a large amount of star energy to achieve it. This was how Ling Kei should appear. The scenes at the Sea King's Dome were nightmares that he did not want to think about for the rest of his life, especially those two monsters. From now on, this place belongs to me. Ling Kei's calm voice resounded throughout Pyrolite Mountain as he swept his gaze across everyone. Regardless of whether they were from the Sword Sect or the Dayknight clan, he did not care about them. He had only been invited by the Wen family to help. Quang Wang was the first to be unconvinced, as this person was even more arrogant than he was. Who do you think you are? Ling Kei looked at Quang Wang in the distance and saw the majestic Azure Dragon. A trace of disdain flashed across his lips as he raised his hand, and his Kei's mighty slash flashed out. The next moment, everyone stared blankly at Quang Wang as he slowly collapsed to the ground. A large patch of blood stained his chest, and the sight of it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The Azure Dragon howled in anguish and then disappeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Pyrolite Mountain was completely silent. That was Quang Wang, a genius disciple of the Divine Great Hall and a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy. He had once been the strongest person on planet Pyrolite, but he had not been able to withstand a single attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 488. Quang Wang fell to the ground and stared at the dark red surface in disbelief. Was the difference between them really that great? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Ling Kei in shock. She had not seen that blade, as it had pierced through the void without any trace of a trajectory. It was extremely powerful, and she did not know if any Lemeter could withstand it. Even Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords had not felt this blade before. Ling Ke was arrogant, and he had the right to be. His 10 innate gifts had solidified into one eternal innate gift. His K's mighty slash was not only sharp and piercing through the void, but it also had other unfathomable abilities that represented the peak of a realm. Even those two freaks would be able to defeat them if they dared to take on his 3 blades as one, let alone a nobody. To him, Kuang Wang was just a nobody. Ling Ke's blade had completely terrified everyone. Night Queen Yanqing looked at Ling Quebec. Brother Ling, do you still remember me? Ling Ke looked at Night Queen Yanqing, and his eyes lit up. The Day-Night clan's men and women were all quite good-looking, and Night Queen Yanqing was especially sexy and enchanting. Her snow-white thighs were dazzling, and coupled with her alluring purple eyes, she was definitely a rare beauty. However, most people were intimidated by her powerful battle power and did not pay much attention to her. Only a powerhouse like Ling Ke could recklessly size her up. Ling Ke obviously remembered Night Queen Yanqing, and he was about to say something that would not lose his composure and would not embarrass Night Queen Yanqing when a loud cheer startled him. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. The people from Pyrolite Mountain were also shocked, and they stared blankly at the group of youthful and beautiful girls. What the hell was going on? Ling Ke coughed and smiled at Night Queen Yanqing. So it's Miss Yanqing. Forgive me for not recognizing you immediately. Night Queen Yanqing smiled and bowed to Ling Quebec. She then gently said, "It's my fault for not greeting Brother Ling immediately. I hope Brother Ling can forgive me." Ha, Miss Yanqing is being too serious. Oh, right. Ling Ke paused for a moment. The Day-Night clan wants to fight for this place as well. I'll have to trouble you then. I've accepted the Wen clan's invitation to help you fight for this place. Night Queen Yanqing smiled. The elders of the clan have already mentioned this. In reality, Brother Ling only needs to expel the powerhouses from the Sword Sect and Yo Court. This is the reason why the Wen family invited Brother Ling here. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Wen family's experts. Miss Wen Qianer is also here. Night Queen Yanqing then looked at Wen Qianer. Wen Qianer walked out and raised her head to look at Ling Quebec. That's right. As long as we chase away the Sword Sect, we'll split Pyrolite Mountain equally. Ling Ke shrugged. It doesn't matter. Since the Wen clan has asked, I'll help. Those from the Wen family and the Day-Night clan heaved sighs of relief. Only the experts from the second Great Hall had ugly looks on their faces. Kuang Wang's defeat had been too unjust, but it was also his fault for being so arrogant. They had already told him that Ling Ke would appear before the battle, but he had been so arrogant that he had even given the wrong name. Suddenly, the space in front of Ling Ke began to distort. His eyes widened as the K's mighty slash spun rapidly in front of him. It tore through the void as it collided with a meter in front of him, causing a giant spatial crack to spread out. Someone had ambushed Ling Quebec. Not too far away, Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she stared at Ling Quebec. She had been the one to attack just now, and even though she had used all of her strength, she had still not been able to injure Ling Quebec. Ling Ke frowned as he looked at Lu Xiaoyun. Although I don't like hitting women, your ambush really pisses me off. With that, his K's mighty slash vanished. Lu Xiaoyun felt a chill run down her spine. Kuang Wang's miserable state had been imprinted in her mind, and she knew that she definitely would not have been able to block the K's mighty slash. She could see the blade in front of her, but she was unable to dodge it. Suddenly, the K's mighty slash vanished and reappeared in front of Ling Quebec. There was another earth-shattering sound, and it was accompanied by sparks and a crack that tore through the sky. Liu Xiaoqiu was the only one present who could fight against Ling Quebec. For some reason, Zhanlong Daynite did not stop Liu Xiaoqiu, and he simply watched as Liu Xiaoqiu slashed at Ling Quebec. Ling K's face sank, and he solemnly looked to the north. There, Liu Xiaoqiu swung his sword. Your opponent is me. Everyone on Pyrolite Mountain looked up at the sky. There were only 3 people who could decide who Pyrolite Mountain would belong to: Liu Xiaoqiu, Zhanlong Daynite, and Ling Quebec. As long as a victor was decided between these 3, Pyrolite Mountain's ownership would be decided, and no one else would be able to change it. You're the Sword Sect's Liu Xiaoqiu, right? Ling Ke asked in a low voice. Liu Xiaoqiu raised his sword. That's right. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed. I've seen the video of your astral combat tournament. The 13 swords is indeed unique, but you're not my opponent. We'll see if I'm right after we fight. Liu Xiaoqiu did not hold back as he slashed out with his sword. This was the first sword, and just like before, it was a probing attack. However, even the first sword of the 13 swords was not something that an ordinary person could receive. Ling Ke could look down on others, but he could not look down on the 13 swords. His K's mighty slash revolved around his body, blocking the invisible sword. There was no visible collision, but the void distorted as formless shockwaves swept across the land. Many people were affected by the shockwaves, and most of them recalled the battle between Liu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Daynite. They immediately distanced themselves, as this battle was not something that they could approach. After Ling Ke received Liu Xiaoqiu's sword, the K's mighty slash around his body suddenly disappeared as it pierced through the void. Liu Xiaoyun could not help but cry out, "Be careful." Liu Xiaoqiu had never displayed absolute control over his speed in battle, and he had always relied on the sharpness of the 13 swords. Liu Xiaoyun did not know if he could receive Ling Ke's attack. Liu Xiaoqiu raised his hand and unleashed the second sword, but this time, he did not attack anyone else. Instead, he attacked everything within 100 meters of himself. The next moment, a sword chi tore through the void as the K's mighty slash pierced through the void and stabbed towards Liu Xiaoqiu. At that moment, Liu Xiaoqiu saw it. He had used the second sword as a method to track down the trajectory of the K's mighty slash, which exceeded Liu Xiaoyun's expectations. Could the 13 swords be used in such a manner? The K's mighty slash was fast and formless, but once it was discovered, it would not be as mysterious anymore. Liu Xiaoqiu merely shifted his body to the side and evaded the attack. However, he had still underestimated the K's mighty slash, as it was the combination of 10 innate gifts. Its might was not as simple as piercing through the void. Liu Xiaoqiu seemed to have evaded the attack, but his clothes had been destroyed by the scorching power, and his arms had even been scalded. He looked at Ling Ke in confusion. The K's mighty slash returned to Ling Ke's body and slowly rotated. When he saw Liu Xiaoqiu look over, Ling Ke's lips curled up. "I told you that you're not my opponent." Liu Xiaoqiu's face turned solemn. He had fought with Zhanlong Daynite for a long time before he had been injured, but this person in front of him had easily injured him. Liu Xiaoqiu did not even know how he had been injured. This was an unprecedentedly strong opponent. It was no wonder why Ling Ke was known as one of the unrivaled leaders of the younger generation. On the battlefield at Pyrolite Mountain, the cultivators from the Sword Sect and the Yo Court could no longer hold on. Liu Xiaoqiu no longer had any hopes of defending Pyrolite Mountain, so he loudly ordered, "All disciples from the Sword Sect and the Yo Court, withdraw from Pyrolite Mountain." Night Queen Yanqing sneered. "Just because you say so. Cripple them." Their goal was to take care of the Sword Sect's experts before Mu Rong arrived. Otherwise, if the sword sect could safely retreat, then this battle would not have been in vain. At the very least, they had to ensure that Lu Xiaoyun and the other powerhouses would not be able to fight for a while. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze turned cold as sword qi soared into the sky. The fourth sword enveloped the entire area. Night Queen Yanqing's brows rose. Ling Ke was astonished. What a powerful sword qi! This was a force field. He thought of Mu Rong, as he hated force fields. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Night Queen Yanqing. You can try and see if you can defeat the people from my sword sect before I unleash the fourth sword and then retreat safely. Night Queen Yanqing looked at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke did not express his opinion. This was the fourth sword, and if it could be defeated so easily, then it would not be the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu had clearly indicated that he wanted to perish together with the sword sect. If they did not allow the people from the sword sect to retreat, then he would use the fourth sword to envelop them all. Even she had been heavily injured by the fourth sword, so she did not expect anyone else to be able to withstand it. Only Zhanlong Day Knight would be able to come out unscathed. Helpless, Night Queen Yanqing ordered the Day Knight clan, Second Great Hall, and everyone else to retreat. She also ordered the people from the sword sect and Yo Court to leave. Of course, they also retreated far away, afraid that the fourth sword would land on them. Lu Xiaoqiu did not expect to defeat Ling Ke and Zhanlong Day Knight. Protecting the cultivators from the sword sect was the limit of what he could do. Now, it all depended on whether or not he could leave in one piece. It's useless even if I tell your people to leave. Once you're defeated, they won't be able to compete with anyone else on this planet, Ling Ke said. Lu Xiaoqiu watched as everyone left. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lu Xiaoqiu with a complicated expression. She was not worried about Lu Xiaoqiu's safety. As long as the Day Knight clan and Lingling clan did not want to fight to the death with the sword sect, then they would not kill Lu Xiaoqiu. However, if Lu Xiaoqiu were to bring up the rear, then he would not be able to participate in the upcoming fight for Pyrolite ore. Yo Yeer finally realized that Lu Xiaoqiu was rather manly. Damn brat, I'll find you, Night Queen Yanqing threatened as she glared at Yo Yeer. Yo Yeer pouted. Old auntie, take care of yourself. Don't sprain your back. Night Queen Yanqing was furious, and she glared at Yo Yeer. Yo Yeer paused and turned to look at Night Queen Yanqing seriously. She seemed to have discovered something, and she exaggerated, Old auntie, you have a lot of wrinkles. Then, she immediately ran off. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned, and she subconsciously touched her face. All women, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, cared a lot about their appearance, and she was no exception. No matter how strong she was, Yo Yeer's words had pierced her heart. It was already good enough that she had not taken out a mirror on the spot. At the same time, her anger towards Yo Yeer had reached its peak. The people around them gradually disappeared into the distance. Ling Ke looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. I didn't sneak attack you out of respect. Now, you can go all out. I'm looking forward to the fourth sword. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. The voices of the cheerleaders gradually faded away. Although Ling Ke was very confident, the 13 Swords' reputation was too great. Furthermore, this was not the first time he had experienced such a powerful aura, and he was a little apprehensive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 489. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, Zhanlong Day Knight appeared and looked at the sky seriously. He also wanted to know how much the fourth sword could do to Ling Ke so that he could compare their strengths. Not long after, the fourth sword finally descended. The moment the fourth sword moved, Ling Kei's eyes lit up, and his body suddenly split into two. 2K's mighty slashes spun around his body at extreme speeds as they met the fourth sword. Back at the Sea King's dome, when Ling Kei had faced Mu Rong's all-out attack, he had used his soul-splitting technique to its limit, 3 clones and 3K's mighty slashes to defend himself. Only then had he been able to block Mu Rong's attack. Now, against the fourth sword, he had only used 2 clones, and he was confident that he could block it. In other words, the fourth sword was not as dangerous as Mu Rong's attack. Boom! The ground trembled as a majestic shockwave swept out in all directions, just like when the fourth sword had clashed with Zhanlong Day Night. The shockwave even formed visible thunderous ripples that spread out. Not only did it tear through the void, but it also shook the ground, causing several giant cracks to appear that extended into the distance. Everyone looked at Pyrolite Mountain in shock. This was an abnormal battle. As the dust settled, Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day Night stared at the top of Pyrolite Mountain. They first saw Lu Xiaoqiu, and then they saw the unscathed Ling Quebec. As expected, he had blocked the fourth sword. Outsiders would describe Ling Kei as completely unharmed, but Ling Kei knew that blocking the fourth sword had not been easy. He had almost used 3K's mighty slashes to block it. This was the fourth sword, and it was indeed powerful. Lu Xiaoqiu should be second only to Ling Kei and Mu Rong, and he should be about as strong as the Greyweed Continent's Blue Blade, who had fought against Mu Rong. However, this was already the limit of what Ling Kei could do. Ling Kei raised his hand, and his Kei's mighty slash pierced through the void, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Lu Xiaoqiu fell to the ground with a hole in his right shoulder. His long sword fell from his hand and stabbed into the ground. He had lost. The fourth sword had used up too much of his energy, and he could not even defend himself. Ling Kei stood tall in the sky, fully displaying his unequaled Lemaitre style. In the distance, the sword sect disciples were sorrowful. Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated, and not only had he been eliminated from this battle, but he would also have to compete on planet Pyrolite for a period of time. Lu Xiaoyun clenched her fists helplessly. Yo Yi sighed. There was nothing she could do. Her skills were inferior. However, what would happen if she erupted with her full strength? She was also looking forward to it. When Qian'er exclaimed as she looked at Ling Kei on Pyrolite Mountain. Back at the Wen family, she had even fantasized about challenging Lu Yin. However, Ling Kei at this moment made her realize just how laughable her thoughts had been. Ling Kei was not even comparable to Lu Yin, and that had already made her feel powerless. There was no need to mention the strongest Lu Yin. They were not even on the same level. Shiyu was shocked. This was the power of the universe's peak. How had Lu Yin become number 1 when this person was so strong? She could not imagine it. Zhanlong Day Night walked out of Pyrolite Mountain's shadow and directly faced Ling Quebec. Ling Kei turned to look at him. This person gave Ling Kei a feeling that he was not any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu. Before they had arrived, Lu Xiaoqiu had most likely been held back by this person. Someone from the Day Night clan. Interesting. An even more ruthless person had arrived, so there was no need to run anymore. Mu Rong's appearance caused everyone to fall silent. Everyone stared at him, and his gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Ling Quebec. Who are you helping? Ling Kei's face twitched, and he turned to look at the cheerleaders. Take the spacecraft back to outer space. Don't stay behind. It's dangerous. The cheerleaders were touched and wanted to stay behind, but Ling Kei insisted that they leave. He was panicking, as he did not have the confidence to defeat Mu Rong. They had only fought for a short while, and he could not find a way to win. He did not want to embarrass himself. After the cheerleaders left, Ling Ke looked at Mu Rong. Help the Wen family. Mu Rong looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Sword sect, Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. You're Mu Rong. Mu Rong calmly replied, I was invited by the sword sect to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Is everyone here an enemy? Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. Mu Rong looked at Zhanglong Day Knight and Night Queen Yanqing, and a different glint appeared in his eyes. Night Queen Yanqing felt her scalp go numb, as she had not expected to face Mu Rong directly. She wanted to say something, but Zhanglong Day Knight immediately rushed out to face Mu Rong. He immediately threw a punch at Mu Rong. This punch was full of power, and the brilliance of the Day Knight restoration technique circulated around his body. Just like how Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged Ling Ke, Zhanglong Day Knight excitedly challenged Mu Rong. Night Queen Yanqing was anxious, but she had no choice. She directly attacked Lu Xiaoqiu, as she had to make sure that he could not fight back. Mu Rong's eyes narrowed as the grass beneath his feet began to spread. He immediately unleashed his force field, which was the image of a shepherd boy herding cows. At that moment, Zhanglong Day Knight, Night Queen Yanqing, and Ling Ke all felt suppressed. In the face of Zhanglong Day Knight's punch, Mu Rong retreated and spun his wooden flute, using his floating stride technique to neutralize the attack. In the distance, a shepherd boy appeared above Lu Xiaoqiu's head and viciously charged towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt like she was about to collapse, as she was powerless to defend against this attack. With a whoosh, Ling Ke's mighty slash appeared and slashed at the shepherd boy. The void distorted, and with a boom, Night Queen Yanqing was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and her Night King's body had almost cracked open. If not for Ling Ke's attack, she would have been struck by Mu Rong's force field. Although Mu Rong had not used his full strength, even Ling Ke did not dare to be careless. Zhanglong Day Knight's punch missed, but he quickly followed it up with another punch that shook the void. However, his attacks were useless against Mu Rong. His floating stride technique could even neutralize Ling Ke's mighty slash, let alone Zhanglong Day Knight's attacks. If Mu Rong wanted to, he could let Zhanglong Day Knight attack him for several days without even touching him. Zhanglong Day Knight's advantage was his freakish recovery ability, so his attacks were the most useless against Mu Rong. While Mu Rong used his floating stride technique to neutralize Zhanglong Day Knight's attacks, he also used his force field to transform into a shepherd boy and attack Ling Quebec. He wanted to take on 3 opponents at once. Lu Xiaoqiu was shocked. This was Mu Rong's strength, and he feared no one. When faced with Mu Rong's force field attack, Ling Ke had the urge to curse. This was completely different from when he had attacked Night Queen Yanqing, as Mu Rong was using his full strength against him. Ling Ke had no choice but to split his soul and use his 3K's mighty slashes to protect himself as he charged at the shepherd boy. At the same time, Mu Rong brushed past Zhanglong Day Knight, and his wooden flute slammed into his body. 2 shockwaves erupted at the same time, forming 2 visible shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Space tore apart like raindrops as the shockwaves swept out into the distance, leaving countless onlookers dumbfounded. Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Xiaoqiu were both sent flying by the shockwaves. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest of the onlookers tried to block the shockwaves, but even with their full strength, many cultivators were still knocked unconscious by the shockwaves. Many others fell into cracks in the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. Shui Day Knight was also knocked out by the shockwaves and spat out blood. Fortunately, Pyrolite Mountain had not been hit directly. Both of them had managed to avoid directly affecting Pyrolite Mountain. This was Mu Rong's strength, and he had suppressed 2 experts with a single attack. This was not the end, but rather the beginning. The moment the flute started playing, Ling Ke immediately fled. He was absolutely certain that he would not be able to block Mu Rong's attack. Mu Rong's innate gift was too abnormal, and he could directly control others. Unless one had an even more abnormal physical strength, it would be impossible to break free. Zhanlong Day Knight saw Ling Ke flee quickly, but he was not stupid either. He knew that he could not block Mu Rong alone, so he unwillingly fled as well. He was very clear about his own strength, and he knew that his attacks were useless against Mu Rong. If he stayed behind, he would only be passively beaten. Mu Rong alone had taken control of the situation. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest had not expected the outcome to be decided so quickly. It was so quick that they could not accept it. The second volume was about to open, and a great change was about to happen. Soon, soon. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 490. Although there was no clear ranking, Mu Rong should be one of the top 3 leaders in the universe's younger generation. Mu Rong could easily defeat him, and only Yi Xingqian's strength was unknown. However, according to what the 10 arbiters had said, Mu Rong should be stronger than Yi Xingqian. Against such an opponent, this result was not unacceptable. Being able to single-handedly change the situation was the power of a powerhouse. The Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Second Great Hall, and the other powers all retreated. Mu Rong did not chase after them, and Lu Xiaoyun and the rest did not have the strength to do so either. They simply allowed them to leave. At this moment, Pyrolite Mountain still belonged to the Sword Sect. With Mu Rong's participation, Pyrolite Mountain would most likely belong to the Sword Sect in the future. Lu Xiaoyun found Lu Xiaoqiu and helped him up. Are your injuries serious? Lu Xiaoqiu shook his head. I'm fine. It's just a shoulder injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Lu Xiaoyun nodded and then looked at Mu Rong while supporting Lu Xiaoqiu. The others also curiously sized up Mu Rong, as not everyone had the chance to meet an absolute powerhouse. To leaders, Mu Rong was an absolute powerhouse, and once he broke through to the explorer realm, he would be at the top of the top 100 rankings. Most people would never meet such a person in their entire lives. Yo Yeer was especially curious and wanted to chat with Mu Rong, but Mu Rong's face remained cold as he sat alone on Pyrolite Mountain. He was only fulfilling his promise to the Sword Sect and had no interest in anything else, which disappointed Yo Yeer. After the battle on Pyrolite Mountain ended, the Sword Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mu Rong had arrived in time. Night Queen Qiuyu, Karthika, and the rest felt that it was a pity. However, losing Pyrolite Mountain was not what angered Night Queen Qiuyu the most. She was more furious about Ling Ke, who had actually run away. Night Queen Qiuyu was not clear about the battle between Ling Ke and Mu Rong, and she assumed that he had been scared off by Mu Rong's name. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. Have you still not found a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite? Night Queen Qiuyu shouted, and the Day-Night clan spacecraft trembled. The Day-Night clan members were terrified. Not yet, please forgive us. A bunch of trash, Night Queen Qiuyu said coldly as she stared at planet Pyrolite. With Mu Rong overseeing things, Pyrolite Mountain was out of the question. Ling Ke was also helping the Wen family, which meant that even if a place with pyrolite or reserves comparable to or slightly smaller than Pyrolite Mountain was discovered, it would not be the Day-Night clan's turn to obtain it. Since when had the Day-Night clan been reduced to a third-rate clan? Night Queen Qiuyu could not accept this, and she thought back to Lu Yin. If he was willing to help the Day-Night clan, then the situation would change once again. Unfortunately, his status was sensitive, and it would be troublesome to threaten him directly. The battle at Pyrolite Mountain had been witnessed by the various organizations in outer space. Naturally, there were also some organizations who had recorded a portion of the battle. After leaving the astral wilderness and arriving in North Castle Weave, they selected a portion of the footage and uploaded it onto the network. There was never a lack of people in the universe who enjoyed watching other people's fights. With so many Lemeter geniuses gathered on planet Pyrolite, more than one person had uploaded their videos, which caused a heated discussion. Of course, no one dared to reveal the location of the battle or the reason for it, so it remained a secret even though countless organizations already knew about it. Xenia's star had recovered ever since Karthika had left, and it had become prosperous once again. There was finally something that attracted Hai Chi-Chi's attention, which allowed Lu Yin to temporarily break away from her. However, 2 days later, Hai Chi-Chi appeared in front of Lu Yin again, which gave him a headache. "What's wrong now?" Hai Chi-Chi anxiously replied, "Hurry up and go online. Someone uploaded a lot of videos of Lemeter battles, and Mu Rong is in one." Lu Yin was shocked. Mu Rong. Lemeter battles. Could it be planet Pyrolite? He immediately activated his gadget and saw a series of videos that dominated the screen. It was hard not to see them. Lu Yin clicked on the video at the top and saw that it was Mu Rong fighting against 2 opponents by himself, forcing back Ling Ke and Zhanlong Day Night. Lu Yin was not surprised that Mu Rong had such strength. He looked at the dark red battlefield in the video. Was that planet Pyrolite? Wait, Zhanlong Day Night. Lu Yin's expression changed. Why would Zhanlong Day Night appear on planet Pyrolite? Hadn't he been thrown to the Reverend King's residence? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the battle in the video, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Zhanlong Day Night, Ming Zhaoshu, Shenwu Continent, and the Day Night clan. Zhanlong Day Night had definitely been able to leave Shenwu Continent because of Ming Zhaoshu, or else he would not have been able to escape. His worst fears had come true. Ming Zhaoshu had found an even stronger partner, the Day Night clan. Lu Yin was apprehensive, but he did not have the time to watch the video. His mind was filled with thoughts of Shenwu Continent and Ming Yen. If Ming Zhaoshu and the Day Night clan formed an alliance, then Shenwu Continent would quickly undergo a huge change. What would happen to Ming Yen? Lu Yin did not care if Shenwu Continent was given to the Day Night clan. What he cared about was Ming Yen. The way he saw it, the most precious thing on Shenwu Continent was Ming Yen, and Ming Zhaoshu would not use her as a bargaining chip. If Ming Zhaoshu could do this to Lu Yin, then he could also do the same to Zhanlong Day Night. That was how it was when you liked someone. You would always assume that everyone else liked you, and Lu Yin was no exception. Right now, he was most worried that Ming Zhaoshu would use Ming Yen as a bargaining chip for his cooperation with the Day Night clan. Even though the possibility of that happening was very small, Ming Yen was just too beautiful and attractive, and Lu Yin could not help but think that way. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "Keep watching," Hai Chi-Chi said. Her words woke Lu Yin up. He really wanted to go to Shenwu Continent to clarify things, but with his current strength, he might not be safe there. Furthermore, now was not the time, as he did not have the ability to take Ming Yen away. The most important thing right now was to find Zhanlong Day Night and ask him about it. Lu Yin took a deep breath, as there was no point in thinking too much. He calmed down and thought things through. He closed his eyes and exhaled before continuing to watch the video. The second video was of Ling Ke and Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword battle. The video had been edited, and there was no explanation or dialogue. It only showed the battle and its outcome. This video caused a huge commotion. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu's reputation had skyrocketed. His loss to Ling Ke had caused a lot of discussion, and many people had left comments below the video. The 13 swords isn't that great. He lost everywhere. He lost to Lu Yin in the astral combat tournament, lost to that woman from the technocracy in the tournament of the strongest, and now lost to that pretentious guy. Don't spout nonsense. The 13 Swords is very strong, but his opponent is even more abnormal. That woman from the technocracy is the representative of an entire astral domain, and that pretentious guy is one of the 4 unrivaled Lemeters. Apparently, Lu Yin even defeated Mu Rong and is the #1 Lemeter in the universe. Lu Xiaoqiu's loss is not unjustified. I heard that there's an inheritor of the 13 Swords among the 10 arbiters. I feel like this Lu Xiaoqiu is just a simplified version, and that person is the true inheritor of the 13 Swords. The 13 Swords shouldn't have been beaten so badly. Wait, previous poster, who said that Mu Rong lost to Lu Yin? That's just a rumor. Although there are many people spreading it, it's definitely just a rumor. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Anyway, that pretentious guy is really asking for a beating. That group of girls is really unrivaled. After reading through all the comments, Lu Yin looked at the next video. It was still the battle between Ling Ke and Lu Xiaoqiu, but from a different angle. There were more than 10 videos that showed the battle from beginning to end, and aside from the dialogue that had been edited out, the rest of the videos were basically complete. The comments below were not very friendly to Lu Xiaoqiu, as he had indeed lost several times. Even further below was the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Night. The Day Night clan's experts also caused quite a stir. The Day Night clan is really strong, really strong. Previous poster is a Day Night braggart. Identification complete. That flashy hair color is enough to blow for a year. It's a pity that the Day Night clan lost to Mu Rong in the end. Everyone, take a look at the top video. There's a pretentious guy and a Day Night clan member, but they were both scared away by Mu Rong. There's even a Day Night clan woman who was sent flying by the shockwaves. That woman is really hot, but it's a pity that Day Night clan women don't marry outside. Stop dreaming. Even if she marries outside, she won't like you. She'll have to at least marry someone at the level of the 4 unrivaled Lemeters. Lu Yin continued to watch the videos, and he often saw his name in the comments. Many people compared him to Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and Lu Xiaoqiu. Some praised him while others belittled him. There were even some who predicted that once he became an explorer, he would be completely left behind by these geniuses. This was because these geniuses had a lot of resources, while he only had the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Break through to the explorer realm. When that time came, let's see who would leave who behind. However, breaking through to the explorer realm was a difficult problem. He had a premonition that it would be very difficult for him to break through, and it might even take him longer than everyone else. He looked at the top video again and opened the comments section. It was full of praises for Mu Rong. Awesome! This is the way I've been dreaming of making an entrance. He immediately distinguishes friend from foe and then resolves the problem. So cool. This is Mu Rong, the unrivaled Lemeter praised by the 10 arbiters, including the older generation. Didn't Mu Rong lose to Lu Yin? I don't think so. It's probably just a rumor. Does the person above think that Mu Rong can lose to Lu Yin with his strength? Don't forget that Lu Yin is just someone from the outerverse. No matter how high his innate gift is, being close to Mu Rong is already his limit. It's impossible for him to defeat Mu Rong. He'll never be the #1 in the universe. That's right, it's probably just a rumor. During the battle at the Sea King's Dome, only the great powers were able to find a video of Lu Yin and Mu Rong's battle. Most people had only heard rumors, and they naturally did not believe them. This was especially true after seeing Mu Rong fight against 2 arbiters by himself and force back 2 absolute experts. With such strength, Mu Rong deserved to be called the strongest. How could anyone surpass him? Lu Yin did not refute this, as this was basic human knowledge. It would be strange if people believed what they said. After all, Mu Rong had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters' reputation and foresight were like the will of the heavens to the younger generation. As for the name, Sea King's Dome, it basically did not appear on the internet. Many places, people, and even organizations' names were automatically censored, so most people did not know about it. What people knew was only what the great powers wanted them to see. Hai Chi-Chi continued to stare at Lu Yin, resisting the urge to speak. She stared at him for 10 minutes. Lu Yin glanced at her. Just say what you want to say. You're not angry. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Lu Yin was puzzled. Angry? Why? Hai Chi-Chi pointed at the screen. Those people don't believe that you defeated Mu Rong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 491. Lu Yin smiled at Hai Chi-Chi's words. Don't worry, the video of the battle at the Sea King's Dome will be leaked sooner or later. At that time, they'll have to believe it even if they don't believe me. It's pointless for me to argue with them, as one person's strength is limited. Hai Chi-Chi grew anxious. That's not what I meant. Don't you plan on going to Planet Pyrolite to prove yourself? If someone recorded it and posted it online, think about it. Countless people in the universe will worship and respect you, and countless beautiful girls will want to throw themselves into your arms. All you have to do is go to Planet Pyrolite. It's easy for you, isn't it? Lu Yin smiled. No wonder you were in such a hurry to show me these videos. Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin. So, are you tempted? No one there is a match for you. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Hai Chi-Chi seriously. I've told you many times that I can't gamble the Great Yu Empire on a meaningless battle. I don't blame you for not understanding, but I can guarantee that I won't go to Planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and snorted before turning to leave. Lu Yin's eyes focused on the video once more. Was she really not planning on going? Zhanglong Day Night was on Planet Pyrolite, and he really wanted to ask her about it. Suddenly, a video caught his attention. The title of the video was Ants Caught in the Cracks. Among the many popular videos of battles between astral-reaching realm cultivators, this particular video had appeared. Lu Yin couldn't resist and clicked on it. The first thing he saw was Shiyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. In the video, she had been injured by Jared and was forced to flee. The video wasn't coherent, and there were many clips that had been edited together. The next thing he saw was Northgate Gang, Ah Fan, and the others vomiting blood as they were swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. After that, more and more people appeared in the video. They were all people who had been injured or even killed. There were disciples from small flow zones, disciples from the second Great Hall, and even disciples from the Sword Sect and Day-Night Clan. This was a video that reflected the intensity of the battle on Planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin sighed. This was reality. Many people had seen the glory of Mu Rong and the others in battle, and they had attracted the admiration and cheers of countless people. However, even more people had fallen at their feet. Many people hadn't even died in direct combat, but had merely been swept away by the shockwaves. They were indeed ants caught in the cracks. This was only a battle on Planet Pyrolite, and the various great powers of the universe were all fighting. Shenwu Continent and the Great Yu Empire were also ants caught between the cracks. Just as Lu Yin was about to close the video and clear his thoughts, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Lu Xiaoyun, who had been heavily injured by Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he saw Zhua Daynight's figure behind her. Her pale face was accompanied by scarlet blood, and Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhuo Dainite was there as well. Yan Hua, Hui Chuan, and the others all fell to the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. When Lu Yin saw Kuang Wang slash to the ground, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Although he was not friends with Kuang Wang and might even be enemies in the future, Kuang Wang was still a fellow student of the Astral Combat Academy and a realm master. If he had been recorded in this video, then Kuang Wang was just an ant. At the end of the video, the shockwaves from Mu Rong's 1 vs 2 battle had started, and a crack in the ground had swallowed up dozens of people. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw the final scene, where Zhuo Dainite had been heavily injured once again. It was unknown whether she was still alive or not. The video ended, and Lu Yin fell silent. His mind was filled with the scene of Zhuo Dainite helplessly falling to the ground. Had she died? Or had she been heavily injured? Lu Yin could not help but care about this. He treated Zhuo Dainite as a friend, and from the moment that she had testified for him to the moment that she had been imprisoned in the Dainite clan's prison, there was no way that he could separate himself from this woman. This feeling was very strange. Was she a friend? He did not know if Zhuo Dainite saw him in this way, but there was one thing that he could not deny: Zhuo Dainite was his creditor, and he still owed her a promise to lockbreaking. Planet Pyrolite had nothing to do with him, so he would not go. Lu Yin kept repeating this sentence, but the scenes of Zhuo Dainite, Kuang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, and Shiyu kept replaying in his mind. Zhuo Dainite was especially unforgettable. He did not know why, but it was just like when he had injured her on the pirate spacecraft, and he could not abandon her. Her sorrowful eyes kept replaying in his mind. Lu Yin did not know what was wrong with him, but he could not forget the scene of Zhuo Dainite being heavily injured and the words she had unconsciously muttered. He walked out of King Zishan's palace in frustration and looked up at the sky. He had to find Zhanlong Dainite and ask him about Zhuo Dainite's fate. He could not maintain his calm. Should he go to planet Pyrolite or not? Should he go or not? He unconsciously activated his gadget and watched the video again. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes before suddenly opening them again. The battle on planet Pyrolite was far from over. He was not going to fight for anything, but rather to save his friends. It had nothing to do with the Pyrolite mine. As long as he did not participate in the battle for Pyrolite, he would not interfere with the core interests of the various great powers. In addition, he had Hai Chi-Chi ask Hai Dashao to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire, so there should be no problems. More importantly, he had to get Hai Chi-Chi to ask Hai Dashao to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire, not the Sea King. Lu Yin thought about it for a while before contacting Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi was shopping when she saw that Lu Yin had contacted her, but she did not pick up. What an annoying person. Seventh bro, have you decided to go to planet Pyrolite? The monkey asked. How do you know? Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not say anything. The monkey replied, I've been with you for so long, so how could I not understand you? You can't let go of Zhuo Dainite, and you're the type of person who would definitely help a friend when they're in trouble. Zhuo Dainite almost betrayed the Dainite clan for you and almost died. This favor is not that easy to repay. You saved her and hurt her, and the two of you are too deeply involved. You can't avoid it. Lu Yin sighed. Yes, the two of them were too deeply involved. He had hurt her and saved her, and she had also helped him. She was also his Cr Han Li's wuxia adventures editor, and he also had indescribable feelings for her. Did he pity her? He did not know. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Since I've decided to go to planet Pyrolite, I won't think too much about it. He contacted Hai Chi-Chi again, but she still did not pick up. She was still angry. Lu Yin sent her a message. Go to planet Pyrolite. These 3 words represented a huge amount of power. Hai Chi quickly returned to King Zishan's palace and looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Are we going to planet Pyrolite? Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Sure, but you have to promise me 2 things. What's the trouble? Hai Chi asked. First, I need Hai Dashao to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire. I'm talking about publicly supporting the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave. Hai Chi was puzzled. My second brother. There's no need for that. I can ask father to step in. Lu Yin shook his head. It can't be the Sea King. It has to be Hai Dashao. Hey, are you stupid? My second brother might be 7th on the top 100 rankings, but he can't represent the Sea King's dome. Even if he promises to support the Great Yu Empire, it won't be much of a deterrent to the Day-Night clan. At most, it will make them fear us to an acceptable extent, but it won't restrict them. That's enough. Lu Yin was certain. Hai Chi thought about it. All right. I'll have my second brother publicly support the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave, but only in his own name. It won't involve the Sea King's dome. Father won't allow us to interfere in the conflicts between the inner-verse and outer-verse powers. Lu Yin nodded. He wanted the various powers to have some misgivings about the Sea King's dome when dealing with him. Even if Hai Dashao couldn't represent the Sea King's dome, he was still the Sea King's son, and no one could ignore him. As long as Lu Yin didn't interfere with the various powers' core interests, Hai Dashao's presence would be enough to protect the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was only there to save someone, not steal the ore. All right. The second thing is that you have to follow me. You can't leave me, Lu Yin said seriously. Hai Chi frowned. She was very reluctant, but she still agreed. She glared at Lu Yin. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll contact my second brother. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, Hai Chi put down her gadget and made a success gesture. Lu Yin relaxed, as he had been afraid that the Sea King wouldn't agree. Hai Dashao had specifically mentioned the pyrolite ore as a betrothal gift, which proved that the Sea King's dome needed pyrolite ore. Now, it seemed that the Sea King's dome wasn't determined to obtain the pyrolite ore. That was good, as at least no one was forcing Lu Yin to fight for it. Now, all he had to do was wait for Hai Dashao to publicly announce that he was personally supporting the Great Yu Empire. Right now, he needed to borrow another power to enter planet Pyrolite without attracting the attention of the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect. This power could only come from Northline Flow Zone. Many people from Northline Flow Zone were in the astral wilderness. Lu Yin tried to contact Lillian, but he was unable to do so. However, he could use the 10 Arbiters Council's interface to contact the person in charge of Northline Flow Zone's Shanwu Academy and ask him to contact the Lily family. This process would take some time, but Lu Yin believed that as long as the Lily family knew that he was going to planet Pyrolite and that he was borrowing their identity, they would be more than happy to oblige. There was no need to wait on Xenu Star, so Lu Yin gave Hua Qingshan a few instructions. He then took Hai Chi into a collapsible spacecraft and headed towards North Castle Weave. Hai Dashao moved quickly, and in less than an hour, his promise had attracted the attention of countless people. These people would spread the news to the various great powers in the shortest amount of time possible. When the various great powers saw Hai Dashao's promise, they might be able to guess that Lu Yin was going to planet Pyrolite. Of course, there was also a chance that they wouldn't be able to guess. However, if it was the Sea King's promise, then the various great powers would definitely know that Lu Yin was going to planet Pyrolite. Hai Dashao alone wasn't enough to bear the wrath of the various great powers whose interests had been violated. The various great powers were apprehensive of the Sea King, but they weren't afraid of him. Hai Dashao was just the Sea King's son, which wasn't enough to make them feel apprehensive. Lu Yin could only express the Sea King's dome's attitude and do his best to protect the Great Yu Empire as long as he didn't go overboard. With the speed of a Radiant-grade collapsible spacecraft, it only took a few hours for Lu Yin to reach the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave. Just as Lu Yin arrived at the border of Frostwave Weave, Lily Ann contacted him. "Brother Lu, I heard that you were looking for me." Lily Ann looked at Lu Yin through the screen with a trace of excitement in her eyes. He had no choice, as Northline Flow Zone had been severely suppressed during this period of time. Much of their pyrolite ore had been snatched away, and there had been many conflicts with the various powers from the smaller flow zones. It was simply too difficult. If Lu Yin could join them, then he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 492. Lu Yin seriously replied, "Miss and I want to borrow your strength to secretly enter planet Pyrolite." Lily Ann was astonished. "Secret?" Lu Yin nodded. "I'm going there to save a friend, not to fight over Pyrolite. If Northline Flow Zone is willing to help, I'll do my best to protect your people. Of course, if you're not willing, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." Lily Ann hurriedly replied, "We're willing. Since Brother Lu has asked, Northline Flow Zone is willing to help. Please wait a moment." Lu Yin nodded and ended the call. He was not surprised that Lily Ann was willing to help him, as he had already promised to protect Northline Flow Zone's people as much as possible. Secretly bringing him to planet Pyrolite would be as easy as lifting a finger, and even a fool would do such a thing. Not long after, a map was sent to Lu Yin. His eyes flashed, and he rearranged his route to planet Pyrolite. As long as he reached the outskirts of planet Pyrolite, someone from Northline Flow Zone would come to pick him up. He would then enter with a group of Northline Flow Zone's Limeters without drawing any attention. Hunters and even Enlighters could use their star energy to scan the space around planet Pyrolite and observe anyone. However, Northline Flow Zone also had an Enlighter in Granny Chan. To show respect to a powerhouse of the same level, the other Enlighters would not monitor Northline Flow Zone. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yin had chosen Northline Flow Zone. It would be easy to be discovered if he chose a power without an Enlighter overseeing it. Hai Chi-Chi was very excited, as she could finally go out and play. Planet Pyrolite was a gathering place for the top experts of the Innerverse and Outerverse younger generation. Lu Yin glanced at Hai Chi-Chi and frowned. "You're not thinking of fighting on planet Pyrolite, are you?" Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. "What do you mean by fighting? I don't know how to fight. Sister Seven likes to win people over with virtue." "Why do you call yourself Sister Seven?" Lu Yin had wanted to ask this question for a long time. According to his calculations, he would need to cross North Castle Weave to reach planet Pyrolite in the astral wilderness, which would take more than a day. During this time, he could rest and adjust his condition. Hai Chi-Chi answered matter-of-factly, "I'm Hai Chi-Chi, so of course I call myself Sister Seven. Do you have a problem with that?" "Many people call me Brother Seven," Lu Yin replied. Hai Chi-Chi was not happy. "No, you can't match me. You'll be called Eighth Brother from now on." Lu Yin was speechless. He remembered that the Sea King had changed Lu Yin's name the first time they had met. They were indeed father and daughter. "Eighth bro. Ha 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 ha. Eighth bro. Interesting. Ha 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 ha." The monkey laughed maniacally. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he slowly withdrew the star energy from his right arm. The monkey hurriedly begged for mercy and swore that he would forget about this matter. Only then did Lu Yin stop blocking him. How did you convince Hai Dashao to personally support the Great Yu Empire? Hai Chi smirked. I have a lot of information that I can use against him. Isn't that simple? I just need to toss out any one of them and he'll come over to help me. Lu Yin nodded, as he believed her. Hai Chi always had a certain charisma when it came to such matters. The astral wilderness was a mysterious place to countless people in the universe. It was an unfamiliar region of space, but from Lu Yin's point of view, it was no different from the innerverse and outerverse. It was just as dark, and the only difference was that he could not use his gadget to contact it. Entering this place felt as if technology had regressed by tens of thousands of years. Not long after, an astral beast roared as it flapped its giant flaming wings. This excited Hai Chi, as she was especially interested in astral beasts that could soar through space. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. In this region of space that had yet to be fully explored, who knew what would appear? He had not forgotten about the giant centipede's body in the Northline flow zone. That creature could easily crush him to pieces with just a flip of its body. However, since Northline flow zone had given him this map, it should be safe. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as this route was actually the same route that Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had used to enter planet Pyrolite. She had dealt with all the dangers along the way, and there had not even been a single hunter with a power level of over 100,000. This sort of route map was extremely precious to the various great powers. When they handed it over to Lu Yin, they had also paid a price, and it all depended on whether or not it was worth it. Lu Yin was well aware of this, and he looked at the unfamiliar region of space. Planet Pyrolite was not too far away. Planet Pyrolite was like a delicious cake that attracted the attention of all the great powers. When Lu Yin saw Planet Pyrolite, he also saw all sorts of spacecraft circling it. There were all sorts of strange shapes and sizes, and the most recognizable one was the sword-shaped spacecraft, which was quite eye-catching. There were also spacecraft from the Day-Night Clan, Soul Dream Tribe, and others, all of which had very unique designs. Lu Yin was not intercepted, and he smoothly entered Northline Flowzone's warship. With Granny Chan overseeing things, there were no enlighters monitoring this region of space, so no one knew that Lu Yin had arrived. Lily Ann was very excited about Lu Yin's arrival, and Granny Chan had personally come to meet him. This made Lu Yin realize the importance of pyrolite ore. He did not act arrogantly and bowed to Granny Chan. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction. You don't have to be so polite. This isn't our first time meeting. Lu Yin glanced at Lily Ann, who was standing behind Granny Chan, and nodded. This junior represented the 10 Arbiters Council in the Northline Flowzone's Northgate platform competition. This isn't our first time meeting, and Senior is still as elegant as ever. Granny Chan smiled. You really know how to speak. Did your journey here go smoothly? Lu Yin replied, it went smoothly. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Granny Chan looked at Hai Chi, who was standing behind Lu Yin, but she did not ask any questions. Northline Flowzone's influence was small, and their grasp of information was not as detailed as the Day-Night clans or the sword sects. They also did not know much about the Sea King's Dome, and since Hai Chi was wearing Xenu Star's uniform, it was normal for them not to recognize her. On Xenu Star, Karthika had also recognized Hai Chi through the symbol on her collapsible spacecraft, but he had not exposed her. Lillian had met Hai Chi before and knew that she was the Sea King's daughter, but she had no intention of telling Granny Chan. Hai Chi did not care much about Granny Chan. She was just an enlighter, and her family had more than one, so it was not strange. Granny Chan quickly left, and Lily and received Lu Yin. Without the enlighter, Lu Yin relaxed. Facing such a powerhouse made him feel uncomfortable. Even if they did not have any ill intentions, Lu Yin did not want to get too close to someone who could control his life. "Brother Lu, you must have had a hard journey. Let me take you to rest," Lillian said with a smile. Lu Yin shook his head. "It wasn't hard. It was just a spacecraft." "That's right, it wasn't hard at all. Hurry up and send us to planet Pyrolite," Hai Chi said hurriedly, looking forward to it. Lillian glanced at Hai Chi. She had no intention of exposing this Sea King's daughter, as doing so would bring about unpredictable variables. At the very least, Northline Flow Zone would have to be responsible for her safety, which would be a huge burden, especially since this Sea King's daughter was especially eccentric. Lillian did not plan on getting close to Hai Chi either. The moment she saw Hai Chi, Lillian knew that this girl's personality would not work, so she treated her normally. "Brother Lu, the supplies have been prepared. Do you plan on entering planet Pyrolite now?" Lillian asked. Lu Yin nodded. Lillian ordered someone to put food and water into a cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. She then led him to the personal spacecraft's cabin, where there were already a dozen people waiting for orders. Lu Yin changed his appearance, and he also forced Hai Chi to do the same. They each boarded a spacecraft and confirmed their landing spot. Lu Yin looked up when the spacecraft vibrated. He had never thought that he would still end up on planet Pyrolite, a stage where only geniuses could compete for glory. Hai Chi was excited, as she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She would let her name spread throughout the universe, and she would definitely surpass her second brother. As for whether Lu Yin would allow her to reveal her identity, she did not care. She wanted to be famous. Spacecraft after spacecraft were launched from the Northline Flow Zone's battleships and charged towards planet Pyrolite. At the same time, many spacecraft from other powers also entered the planet, and new emitters were constantly arriving. Planet Pyrolite was like a giant furnace that was used to temper emitters. In the distance, Night Queen Choyu was disdainful. No matter how many emitters there were, it would be useless against elite geniuses. She did not care how many people the smaller powers from Northline Flow Zone sent, as they were all courting death. She then looked away. The Sword Sect, One Family, and other powers were all the same. They did not care how many people the smaller powers sent. Who would have thought that there was a monster hidden within this group of people? On planet Pyrolite, there was a mountain range that rose up quite a distance away from Pyrolite Mountain. It was not very tall, only about 100 meters tall, and it did not cover a large area. However, at this moment, it had attracted over 100 emitters to fight over it. This was because this mountain range contained pyrolite ore. Although there was not much, it was still very attractive to the powers from the smaller flow zones. The larger powers did not care for it, so only the smaller powers fought over it. Northgate Gang, Fan, and the other emitters from Northline Flow Zone were fighting over this mountain range. Both of them were injured, and they could not even retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. They were surrounded by enemies in front of them and behind them. There was a scream as a woman from Northline Flow Zone was injured and fell to the ground. A blade that flickered with a cold glint slashed down towards her head. The woman's eyes were filled with despair as she watched the blade descend. However, just 10 centimeters away from her, it was blocked by a weapon that resembled a blade. The resulting shock wave pushed the woman into the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the person who had protected her and saw that it was Fan. Fan panted heavily as he viciously slashed at the man in front of him. The man sneered, and another person suddenly leapt out from behind him and slashed at Fan. At the same time, two-lined battle force erupted from his body, causing the woman to panic. "Be careful." Fan gritted his teeth and met the two head-on. He managed to block a blade, but his abdomen was still struck by the other person, causing him to fall to one knee. Not too far away, Northgate Gang secretly cursed Ah Fan for being a busybody. He had wanted to join forces with Ah Fan to break out of the encirclement, and with their strength, they could have done so. However, Ah Fan was now heavily injured, and Northgate Gang was in trouble. There was a chaotic battle all around them. Northgate Gang used his phantom discs to try and escape by himself, but he was forced back. Another group of Lemeters had joined the battle, and shockwaves from the battle were everywhere. Boom! 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 Personal spacecraft crashed all around the mountain range, and two of them landed directly in the middle of the mountain range. From their positions, it seemed that the battles were the most intense. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 493. More than 10 attacks swept through the sky, intending to destroy the two spacecraft. You actually dared to descend onto the battlefield. Do you think you're Ling Ke? The man attacking Ah Fan sneered. Ah Fan gritted his teeth as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground and onto the clothes of the woman he was protecting. The woman was devastated, she was doomed. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come and would have stayed at Shangwu Academy. She looked at Ah Fan, who had protected her. She had even mocked him for losing her only teleportation stone, but at the end of her life, he was the one who had protected her. Life was unpredictable, and if she didn't die this time, she would definitely repay him. The attacks did not destroy the two spacecraft. One of the doors opened in mid-air, and the youth appeared. He easily blocked the attacks and allowed the other spacecraft to land safely. On the mountain range, many people were shocked that a single person had been able to block the attacks of more than 10 people. This person was very powerful, but in this chaotic battlefield, the more powerful one was, the more unlucky they would be. Lu Yin stood firmly on the mountain range and looked at the dark red ground. There were no plants in the mountain range, and a group of red-eyed Lemeters had surrounded him. He scanned his surroundings and decided that he couldn't go overboard. In that case, he would use the shockwave palm and the space render palm. These were battle techniques that he had mastered on Earth, and they could be used without star energy. They were very suitable for this planet that had no star energy. He raised his hand and used the space render palm. There was a thump, and the Lemeter closest to him was sent flying. His armor shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was deader than dead. This scene shocked everyone, and they all paused in their actions. Lu Yin grimaced. He was still too strong, so he had to be gentler. At this moment, the door of another spacecraft opened, and Hai Chi-Chi excitedly rushed out. She immediately slashed at the bear, causing her to cry out in surprise. Her body twisted, and she easily dodged the attack. She patted her chest and stared ahead. Damned black bear, you scared me to death. The man who had attacked Hai Chi-Chi was the one who had heavily injured Ah Fan. Hai Chi-Chi had landed not too far away from Ah Fan, and the crater created by the spacecraft almost reached Ah Fan's feet. Damned girl, you're courting death. The man raised his blade and slashed at Ah Fan. Behind him, another man slashed at Ah Fan. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw Ah Fan and the woman he was protecting. She immediately understood what was going on. They were a pitiful couple, and they were facing a life and death situation. As the kind-hearted princess of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi-Chi felt that she had the responsibility to protect this beautiful love. The man's saber strike missed, and Hai Chi-Chi disappeared before his eyes. Behind him, Ah Fan closed his eyes in despair. What awaited him was not death but mockery. Hey, shouldn't you hug your wife before you die? What is this? Ah Fan opened his eyes and saw Hai Chi-Chi. Wife? He was at a loss. The cultivator with two-lined battle force collapsed in the distance. Ah Fan's eyes widened, as he couldn't understand how Hai Chi-Chi had done it. At this moment, the man who had slashed at Hai Chi-Chi had turned around and fled. Ah Fan had not seen it, but Ah Fan had, which was why he had fled. He was certain that he wasn't a match for that woman, as she was too terrifying. He couldn't even see her speed clearly, so she was definitely a descendant of some great power. In the distance, Lu Yin saw this scene and retracted his gaze. With Hai Chi-Chi's strength, he didn't need to worry about her. This girl's speed was not inferior to his flash, and this speed alone was enough to guarantee her safety as long as she didn't run into someone like Mu Rong. Many people around him exchanged glances, and when they noticed that Lu Yin was distracted, they all attacked at the same time. Lu Yin moved. He raised his hands and waved his arms, causing the crowd to only see afterimages of his arms before he was sent flying by a powerful force. Lu Yin instantly cleared out an area of 100 meters around him, displaying his overwhelming strength. However, it wasn't too excessive, as many people hadn't died. It looked like his attacks were just too fast, but they weren't too powerful. But to these small flow zones organizations, the speed of this attack was already overwhelming, and many of them had to retreat. "Where are the people from Northline Flow Zone?" Lu Yin shouted. Northgate Gang was just about to escape, but when he heard Lu Yin's words, his eyes lit up. Over here, over here." Lu Yin turned around and saw Northgate Gang. He couldn't help but frown. What a hateful person. Northgate Gang saw Lu Yin frown, and his heart skipped a beat. Not good. Is this person not an expert sent by Northline Flow Zone? Does he have a grudge against me? Northgate Gang bent his legs and prepared to flee as fast as he could, but Lu Yin's words caused him to lower his guard. This mountain range belongs to Northline Flow Zone. Everyone else can leave, Lu Yin announced loudly. He just didn't want to interfere with the interests of the large organizations. If Northline Flow Zone was willing to fight over this small mountain range, then it meant that the large organizations didn't care about it at all. Lu Yin didn't mind helping Northline Flow Zone take it as a favor, and he could also leave to look for Zhuo Day Night. Northgate Gang was delighted. Thank you for your help, brother. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with him. The people around him looked at each other. Some of them were unwilling, but when they thought about Lu Yin's speed, they had no choice but to retreat. They had also clearly seen that this person had only used a shockwave palm and hadn't used any battle techniques. This proved that he hadn't used his full strength, and it wasn't worth it to risk their lives over a small amount of pyrolite. After making up their minds, the crowd left one after another, leaving only Lu Yin's group on the mountain range. The people from Northline Flow Zone cheered as Ah Fan fell to the ground. The woman he was protecting gratefully offered him some water, which he accepted and took a sip. Hai Chi-Chi was displeased and glared at Ah Fan. Hey, your wife's injured too. Aren't you going to treat her? Hai Chi-Chi's words confused Ah Fan once more, and the woman's face turned red. She tried to explain herself, but she pulled at her wound, causing her face to turn pale from the pain. Ah Fan took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine and handed it over. The woman bowed her head. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Ah Fan calmly turned away and drank the water. Hai Chi-Chi looked at the two of them. What a strange pair. She then looked at Lu Yin and immediately ran over. Northgate Gang also ran over, but just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Hai Chi-Chi. Lu, no. Hey, 8th bro, let's go find the others. Northgate Gang was stunned. 8th bro. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he stared at Hai Chi-Chi threateningly. Call me 7th bro or brother Lu. You're not allowed to call me that, or don't even think about leaving this mountain range. Hai Chi wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, she pouted. Fine. 7. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate Gang finally had a chance to speak. What's your name, brother? Lu Yin casually replied, call me 7th bro. Northgate Gang was stunned. How rude. Brother, may I ask if Granny Chan invited you to help? Northgate Gang probed. Lu Yin nodded and looked around. This mountain range now belongs to Northline Flow Zone. You can start mining now. I'll help you stand guard here for a day, and then I'll leave. Northgate Gang was shocked. Leave? You're going to help someone else? That's none of your business. Just do your own thing. Lu Yin turned and left. Northgate Gang was infuriated, but he restrained himself, not daring to get angry. This person was stronger than him. It didn't take long for the Northline Flow Zones group to treat their injuries, and they continued mining the pyrolite. Northgate Gang was in a bad mood, so he vented his anger on the others, especially Ah Fan. If not for Ah Fan's stupidity, Northgate Gang would have already escaped, and he wouldn't have nearly lost his life here. Thus, Northgate Gang found Ah Fan an eyesore, and even though he knew that Ah Fan's injuries were quite severe, he still allowed him to mine the pyrolite. The Northline Flow Zones group followed Northgate Gang's orders, and Ah Fan had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, he would be held accountable. The girl that Ah Fan had saved looked at him worriedly. Hai Chi couldn't stand it any longer. Hey, Tak! Hey, Tak! Everyone looked at Hai Chi, not knowing who she was referring to. Northgate Gang looked over as well, and he saw Hai Chi staring at him. He looked around, confused. Hai Chi grew impatient. What are you looking at? Don't look at others. Don't you know that you look like a Tak? I'm talking to you. Northgate Gang was furious. Who are you? How dare you insult me? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. Who's insulting you? I don't even know your name, and I can only call you that because you look like a Tak. Is there anything wrong with that? The people around them tried to stifle their laughter. Northgate Gang was furious, but he looked at Lu Yin fearfully. He suppressed his anger and said, I'm Northgate Gang. What does that have to do with me? Hai Chi continued to roll her eyes. Northgate Gang's face twitched. What is it? Hai Chi pouted. Nothing. It's just that you're having fun pretending to be a Tak. Northgate Gang opened his mouth to curse, but he held himself back. He snorted and turned to leave, no longer forcing Ah Fan to mine. Ah Fan's body swayed, and he leaned against the mountain wall. The girl that he had saved hurriedly supported him and helped him up. She looked at Hai Chi gratefully and smiled. Hai Chi shrugged. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This girl had a good heart. He had originally wanted to help Ah Fan, but she had taken the initiative. Ah Fan should be in San Dios, but he had actually been summoned here. This pyrolite mine was very important. He did not know if Shua Day Night was still alive or where she was, but he was not in a hurry to search for her. He just wanted to find out where Pyrolite Mountain was and return a favor. Finding Shua Day Night was not easy, and there was no point in being anxious. Perhaps he should find the Day Night clan first. Over the course of a day, several powers tried to fight over the mountain range, but they were all beaten back. Fortunately, there was not much pyrolite in the mountain range, and after Northline Flow Zone defeated several powers, there should not be any more powers willing to fight over it. Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to deter these small powers. A day later, Lu Yin left with Hai Chi under the complicated gazes of Northgate Gang and the others. Northgate Gang hated these two, but he needed to rely on them. Now that they were gone, he hoped that no strong enemies would appear. Lu Yin had already confirmed the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. It would take a few days to search from that mountain range to Pyrolite Mountain. He brought Hai Chi-Chi along and asked Northgate Gang for a pyrolite mine detector in case he needed it. A few days later, Pyrolite Mountain came into view. To avoid being discovered by Mu Rong, Lu Yin did not get too close to Pyrolite Mountain. Instead, he kept a distance and circled around the mountain, but he did not find Day-Night. He believed that she would not be hiding within the range of Mu Rong's domain unless she was already dead. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 494. Lu Yin felt melancholy, and his thoughts were complicated. He did not wish for Day-Night to die, and he had come here for her. Hey, look! There are so many meteors. Hai Chi-Chi shouted as she pointed at the sky. Lu Yin looked up and saw that they were not meteors, but rather spacecraft. There were actually over 100 of them, and they were all heading in the same direction. There were only two reasons for this: either they were from the same organization, or they had discovered something incredible and had sent more people to that area in order to seize it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's go. Hai Chi-Chi grunted and followed Lu Yin in the same direction. The spacecraft seemed to have landed not too far away, but it was actually quite far away. It was even further than the distance between Northline Flowzone's mountain range and Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi flew over with star essence in hand, recovering their star energy as they flew. Only a few people could use star essence to recover their star energy. Most of them used star crystals, including Northgate Gang and the others. From this, Lu Yin knew that he was not on the same level as them. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi weren't the only Lemeters they encountered along the way. The smaller ones were in groups of 3 to 5, while the larger ones were in groups of dozens. All of them were heading in the same direction, which made Lu Yin certain that they had discovered something incredible. There was another discovery that Lu Yin did not know whether to feel sad or sympathetic. Some Lemeters were being used as mounts. There was no star energy on planet Pyrolite, and flying at high speeds required star energy consumption. For some people, constantly absorbing star crystals to replenish their energy consumption was a huge expense, which was why human mounts had appeared. As the name implied, a person would be used as a mount, and they would ride on that person's back and let that person fly. At this moment, Lu Yin saw a group of human mounts. Hai Chi-Chi looked on in shock, as this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she could not understand it. To those who were being used as mounts, this was a great humiliation. Furthermore, they were being watched by various organizations in outer space. If it were her, she would rather die than become someone's mount, but now, she saw a group of such people. Why is this happening? Even if it's to preserve their lives, these people might still be wiped out by their respective organizations after they leave planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi-Chi was puzzled as she looked at the group of human mounts and the Lemeters sitting on some of them. They'll definitely die, but at the very least, they'll be able to live for a bit longer. That extra time might bring them a chance of survival. Hai Chi-Chi turned to look at him. But do they not care about their dignity? Lu Yin smiled. I've said it before. You were born into a noble family, and you'll never understand how terrifying it is to be at the bottom of society. Death is very distant to you, and you only treat it as a word. It's very difficult for you to treat it as a necessary part of your life because your father is protecting you. But if you break away from your status, then you'll be able to experience the despair and sorrow that death brings. Hai Chi-Chi frowned. This was the first time that she had seen Lu Yin destroy a spacecraft, and the deaths of so many people had impacted her greatly. However, she was still an adult, so she could accept it and quickly recovered from it. However, this person's mount was something that she could not understand. Between dignity and life, which was more important? Lu Yin and Hai Chi flew past the mounts, and Hai Chi purposely glanced at them. She saw the expressions of the people who had been used as mounts, and their hearts were ashen. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness and anticipation in their eyes. They knew that they were going to die, but they still held on to hope for the future. These people had chosen life and abandoned their dignity. Hai Chi did not know if these people had made the right choice, but she had no right to judge them because their lives were not hers. She turned around and took a deep breath, intending to forget those gazes. Suddenly, scorching flames swept through the sky, forming a wall of flames that blocked Lu Yin and Hai Chi's path. The two of them stopped and looked in the direction of the mounts, where the flames were coming from. The mounts surrounded Lu Yin and Hai Chi, and in the middle, one of them flew out. On its back was an old acquaintance of Lu Yin's, Jared. You can either become someone's mount or die. Choose one, Jared said in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin and Hai Chi. The two of them did not fly very quickly, so they were treated as soft persimmons. Hai Chi was stunned. These people wanted her to become someone's mount. How audacious, Hai Chi subconsciously blurted out. Jared raised a brow. You're courting death. Lu Yin frowned. He had noticed Jared earlier, but he had ignored him as he did not want to complicate matters. He had not expected this person to take a fancy to them, so there was no need to be courteous. He did not waste any time and raised his hand, aiming his palm at Jared. Space render palm. The air trembled as a transparent shock wave swept forward. Jared's eyes widened as he felt the pressure. Not good, this is an absolute expert. He tried to dodge without thinking, but he was still a step too late. His right shoulder was swept by the shock wave and shattered. The human mount beneath him was crushed to the ground by the shock wave, and it was doomed. Lu Yin did not pity him. This was how the universe worked, and sympathy could not be exchanged for a person's dignity. Lu Yin would just let him end this quickly. The people from the Blaze realm all attacked Lu Yin at the same time. Jared shouted, "Stop!" The space render palm had clearly shown him the difference between him and this person. This person was definitely a top-tier Lemeter, and he was at least at the Astral Combat Academy's Realm Master level. He was not someone they could match up to. Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi and swept past the cultivators from the Blaze realm to appear in front of Jared. Jared's eyes narrowed. It's a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. However, Lu Yin did not plan on letting him go. He had wanted to deal with this person back in the centipede's body, but things had changed. Now, he would not let him go. This person was not the Blaze realm's only successor, and he was not qualified to be killed. There was no burden in killing him, and it did not matter if the Blaze realm knew that he was the culprit. As long as it was not a terrifying clan like the Day-Night clan, Lu Yin did not care. Hai Dashao's reputation was enough to make the Blaze realm apprehensive. There was a thump as Jared spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even have time to use a battle technique before his organs were shattered. He could not believe it. How could the difference between them be so great? Lu Yin moved closer to Jared. Go in peace. Jared's expression changed. This voice belonged to Lu Yin. His fingers trembled. No wonder the difference between them was so great. He had met the strongest Lemeter, but unfortunately, he could not make a sound. His vitality quickly faded away as his body fell to the ground. Everyone from the Blaze realm was stunned. Jared, the strongest of them all, had not even been able to retaliate. Who was this person? Jared's power was only above average among Lemeters, and there were many who surpassed him. There were also many who could instantly kill him, so Lu Yin was not worried about exposing his identity. At this moment, no one dared to stop Lu Yin. He was just about to leave with Hai Chi-Chi when he felt his heart palpitate. He lowered his head and looked at Jared's corpse, which had been incinerated by an unknown flame. The karmic flame soared. Lu Yin suddenly recalled this battle technique. Jared's body contained karmic flames. There was a whoosh as the ferocious flames tore through the sky and burned the ground. Jared's corpse completely disappeared as the karmic flames burned the ground. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have thought of a way to remove the karmic flames from Jared's body. What a waste! Hai Chi-Chi was shocked. What a powerful flame! How could this person have such a powerful flame? Lu Yin did not explain and simply left with Hai Chi-Chi. Around them, the cultivators from the Blaze realm were confused, as they did not know where to go. In outer space, within the Blaze realm spacecraft, Hua Hoi was enraged. The Blaze realm strength was already weak on planet Pyrolite, and now, even Jared had died. It did not matter if Jared died, but the Blaze realm had lost a strand of their karmic flames. This was what angered Hua Hoi the most, as the Blaze realm did not have much karmic flames to begin with. Is she not here yet? Hua Hoi barked. A disciple from the Blaze realm trembled. She's almost here. She's already arrived in the Outerverse. Hua Hoi's eyes narrowed. It's time to reveal my identity. My Blaze realm is not without outstanding disciples. Spacecraft occasionally landed in the distance, and when Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi arrived, they could faintly smell the stench of blood in the air. They could also hear the sounds of fighting. Those who were qualified to compete on planet Pyrolite were the elites of the Lemeters. Even the weakest of them were considered experts in the various powers of the smaller flow zones. There were not many people, but the fact that this area had become a battlefield showed how many Lemeters had been attracted. This place was not a mountain range, but rather a rare red lake on planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened, and she looked at the lake in surprise. There were at least 1,000 Lemeters fighting both inside and outside the lake. There were battles in the sky and on the ground, and the area of effect was very wide. Lu Yin casually grabbed one of the Lemeters and interrogated him about the situation in this area. This lake is called Pyrolite Lake, and there's a lot of pyrolite ore at the bottom of the lake, the Lemeter said in a trembling voice as he looked at Lu Yin in horror. This person had lifted him up like a little chick, and his strength was too terrifying. More than Pyrolite Mountain? Lu Yin asked. The Lemeter shook his head. I don't know. I haven't investigated it in detail, but there shouldn't be a small amount. Even if it can't compare to Pyrolite Mountain, it shouldn't be too far off. Lu Yin released his grip and allowed the Lemeter to leave. He then scanned the entire Pyrolite Lake and expanded his domain. He wanted to find Chuadanite. Most of the people fighting here were from the smaller flow zones. Even if there were some from the 8 great flow zones, they were not very strong. There were very few geniuses who had comprehended a domain, but that did not mean that they did not exist. When Lu Yin's domain extended outwards, it was met with resistance, and it was even attacked. Lu Yin frowned and looked 1,000 meters to his right. There, a woman was staring at him provocatively. She had comprehended a domain, and when she sensed that Lu Yin's domain was expanding, she immediately attacked him. She even tried to use her domain to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just about to attack when Hai Chi-Chi pursed her lips and caused layers of ripples to appear in the air. The ripples then spread out and covered almost half of Pyrolite Lake. Not only did she suppress Lu Yin's domain, but she also suppressed the other geniuses who had comprehended a domain. Above Pyrolite Lake, a few people looked up in shock. Who could have such a powerful domain? Lu Yin also looked at Hai Chi-Chi in shock. This girl's domain was very powerful. Although it could not compare to Lu Xiaoqiu's, it should not be any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu's when he did not display his force field. This girl couldn't have comprehended a force field, could she? The woman who had provoked Lu Yin was frightened and hurriedly ran away. With such a powerful domain, one could only imagine her strength. Hai Chi-Chi proudly raised her head and glanced at Lu Yin, as if she was waiting for praise. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 495. Lu Yin did not disappoint her. You've comprehended a force field, right? Hai Chi-Chi blinked and smiled. I don't know. You can go ahead and guess. Lu Yin had only been testing the waters, but judging from Hai Chi-Chi's expression, she might really have comprehended a force field. Up until now, Lu Yin had only seen 3 people who had comprehended a force field. If Hai Chi-Chi really had, then she would be the 4th. A force field was a powerful force. Mu Ron had used his force field to force Ling Ke to defend himself with the soul-splitting triple blade, and Lu Xiaoqiu's force field from the 4th sword had snatched Pyrolite Mountain away. A force field was not something that the average person could comprehend. It was already difficult for Lu Yin to comprehend a domain, so he had no hope of comprehending a force field. If Hai Chi-Chi had truly comprehended a force field, then her strength would not be simple. At the very least, she would be comparable to Zhang Dingtian. As expected of the Sea King's daughter, she was definitely not weak. How large is the area of your force field? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi-Chi thought about it. I'm not sure, but it should be quite large. Help me find this person. Lu Yin activated his gadget and brought up Zhuo Dainite's image. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at him. Why should I? Help me find her, and I'll let you play wherever you want, Lu Yin tempted. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Deal. She then released her force field with all her might. After being suppressed by her force field, the average Lemeter would not be able to tell what was going on. However, the geniuses who had comprehended a force field all knew that someone incredible had arrived, and they did not dare to release their own force field. Instead, they secretly joined forces and gradually surrounded Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi, with the woman who had provoked Lu Yin as their leader. Pyrolite Lake was only so big, and these people had fought with each other before. They had even reached an agreement to work together to deal with the heirs of powerful organizations. Now, Hai Chi-Chi and Lu Yin were the heirs of powerful organizations in their eyes, and they needed to work together to deal with them. Lu Yin noticed this and casually glanced behind him. There were 5 people in total, and they lived up to their reputation as the elites of various large organizations. 5 geniuses who had comprehended a force field had appeared all at once, and their strength was comparable to an area master in the Astral Combat Academy. One of them might even be a realm master. However, to him, these people were still too weak. Hai Chi-Chi completely ignored him and continued to search for Zhuo Dainite with her domain. Lu Yin slowly turned around, raised his hand, and aimed it at one of the domain geniuses. Space Render Palm. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm trembled and distorted the void as a shockwave swept out. In that instant, the 5 domain geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Through their domains, they could sense just how terrifying Lu Yin's palm was. The domain genius who had been attacked by Lu Yin's attack even narrowed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. The shockwave from the space render palm brushed past his shoulder and swept him away, leaving half of his body numb. I'm not interested in this place. I'm just here to find someone, Lu Yin said coldly as he swept his gaze over the domain geniuses. Several people stared at him in horror. This was too terrifying. They were just Lemeters, so how could the disparity between them be so great? This person was definitely a top-notch monster. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Without another word, they left immediately. In order to survive in the universe, having more friends was always better than having more enemies. Lu Yin didn't like killing, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill anyone. The battle at Pyrolite Lake had been going on for a long time, and it still hadn't stopped. The surface of the lake was red, but it had become even redder after being stained with blood. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft crashed down and landed around Pyrolite Lake. Even more Lemeters appeared. Hai Chi-Chi looked around and then shook her head. I didn't find her. Lu Yin was disappointed. Hai Chi-Chi said, I'll try again. Lu Yin did not say anything. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the chances of Zhuo Dainate surviving that battle were very low. Even if she had, the chances of her coming to Pyrolite Lake were also very low. Ah! Hai Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed and looked to the east. What's wrong? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi-Chi pointed to the east. There's an expert from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he looked in the direction that Hai Chi-Chi was pointing. A group of more than 20 people were rushing towards Pyrolite Lake, led by Night Queen Yanqing. Pyrolite Mountain had already been occupied by the Sword Sect, so it made sense for the Day-Night clan to want to seize Pyrolite Lake. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he stared at a figure not too far away from Night Queen Yanqing. That person was Zhanlong Day-Night. I've been looking for you for a long time. Lu Yin almost couldn't resist the urge to grab Zhanlong Day-Night and ask him why he had been able to leave. Had he reached an agreement with Ming Zhaoshu? But after some thought, he decided not to act rashly. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. He had to find Zhuo Day-Night and send her to outer space before he could find Zhanlong Day-Night. The arrival of the Day-Night clan meant that Pyrolite Lake would belong to them. Even if all the Lemeters here worked together, they would not be a match for the Day-Night clan. Furthermore, they did not dare to compete with them. Hai Chi-Chi had just used her domain to search for Zhuo Day-Night, and she had coincidentally clashed with a domain expert from the Day-Night clan. Their tracks had been locked onto. Numerous Day-Night clan cultivators appeared in front of Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi and stared at them coldly. Who are you? What are we doing? Counting the population, Hai Chi-Chi retorted. That domain just now was yours, wasn't it? The Day-Night clan cultivator stared at Hai Chi-Chi cautiously. Hai Chi-Chi pointed at Lu Yin. His. Lu Yin was speechless. It wasn't like they couldn't sense it. The Day-Night clan cultivator frowned. I don't care who you are. Pyrolite Lake has already been taken over by the Day-Night clan. Leave immediately. Lu Yin did not want to reveal his identity, so he pulled Hai Chi-Chi away. But at that moment, Night Queen Yanqing came over. Although she had not comprehended a domain, she could still sense the power of Hai Chi-Chi's domain. The fluctuations that had flashed past had shocked her. Wait. Night Queen Yanqing blocked Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi's path. She glanced at Lu Yin and then at Hai Chi-Chi. Who are you? Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Your Day-Night clan specializes in counting the population. Who we are is none of your business. Good dogs don't block the way. Lu Yin sighed. They were about to fight. This brat's ability to provoke others never disappointed. Sure enough, Hai Chi-Chi's words angered the Day-Night clan members, and Night Queen Yanqing's brows jumped. Little brat, you lack discipline. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Although Hai Chi-Chi's words were vicious, she would not provoke others all the time. However, she was especially displeased with Night Queen Yanqing, especially with her large breasts. They had been an eyesore in the videos, so she was particularly aggressive. There's no need for that. It's obvious that you're an elder, an old auntie. Night Queen Yanqing's anger completely exploded. The words, old auntie, reminded her of Yo Year, as that brat had called her that. Another person had appeared in front of her, and Night Queen Yanqing subconsciously combined Yo Year and Hai Chi-Chi together. Her four-lined battle force suddenly erupted, and her purple eyes flashed as she punched Hai Chi-Chi. She wanted to make these two brats pay a heavy price. Hai Chi-Chi curled her lips, and the void around her body trembled. Her domain caused Night Queen Yanqing's movements to falter, and a roar that sounded like the roar of the sea swept past. Layers of the air overlapped and transformed into a terrifying force that swept towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's fist was unstoppable, and it tore through the domain as she grabbed at Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi immediately looked at Lu Yin and blinked pitifully. Lu Yin had no choice but to grab Hai Chi-Chi and lift his foot. He instantly swept past Night Queen Yanqing and rushed into the distance. Night Queen Yanqing's attack had missed, and she was shocked. She suddenly turned back to stare at Lu Yin. His speed was terrifying. Even further away, above Pyrolite Lake, Zhanlong Dayknight also looked over. What speed! Interesting. His eyes gradually filled with battle intent. Lu Yin knew that he could not wait any longer, or else Zhanlong Dayknight would attack. Thus, he grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and prepared to leave. Wait, hey, wait. I have a question. Hai Chi-Chi struggled in Lu Yin's grasp. Lu Yin stopped. What's the question? Hai Chi-Chi looked at Night Queen Yanqing and pointed at her breasts. Those two lumps of yours are fake. They're drooping. Drooping, 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 drooping. Above Pyrolite Lake, countless people stared blankly at Hai Chi-Chi. Her voice was especially loud, and not only did Night Queen Yanqing hear it, but even the Day-Night clan and the Lameters who were gradually retreating had heard it. Suddenly, countless gazes turned to Night Queen Yanqing's breasts. Night Queen Yanqing's face flushed red, and her eyes filled with killing intent. She roared, "You damned brat, I'll definitely kill you." She then activated her Night King's body and charged towards Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin grinned, grabbed Hai Chi-Chi, and ran away. His speed far surpassed Night Queen Yanqing's, and they soon disappeared from sight. Because of Hai Chi-Chi's words, Zhanlong Dayknight had subconsciously looked at Night Queen Yanqing's breasts, which had prevented him from attacking in time. Night Queen Yanqing howled madly in midair, and an enormous amount of star energy swept out in all directions. She was furious. She had never been so furious before. In the distance, Lu Yin stared at Hai Chi-Chi in amazement. For some reason, Hai Chi-Chi seemed especially lofty to him at this moment. Language was an art, and Hai Chi-Chi's words were a weapon of mass destruction. Seventh bro, I've suddenly realized that I like this brat a lot. In the future, when we run into any enemies, we can just get her to taunt them. I guarantee that they'll die from anger, the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. Lu Yin seriously considered the monkey's words, and they were not without reason. He had clearly sensed that Night Queen Yanqing's aura had become chaotic. If she had been in such a state during the astral combat tournament, then Lu Yin would have won much more easily. Hey, why are you staring at me? I'm warning you, you won't be able to obtain my body, and you won't be able to obtain my heart either, Hai Chi-Chi warned him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, as he realized that Hai Chi-Chi had definitely been merciful to him in the past. Night Queen Yanqing did not chase after him, as she could not catch up to him with her speed. Lu Yin did not go far either, as the best place to find Chua Day-Night was the Day-Night clan. He wanted to capture a Day-Night clan member and ask them about her whereabouts. The atmosphere at Pyrolite Lake was a little strange. The Day-Night clan had occupied this area, and the cultivators who had been fighting had all retreated. It was very quiet, but everyone who had retreated couldn't help but glance at Night Queen Yanqing, especially her breasts. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists, and her face flushed red. "Leave for a while." "They'll leave soon," Zhanlong Day-Night said as he walked over to Night Queen Yanqing's side. As he spoke, he also subconsciously glanced at her. Night Queen Yanqing glared at Zhanlong Day-Night with hatred, but she did not leave. She was stubborn by nature, and the more people looked at her, the more she would not leave. She was Arbiter Zhenwu's younger sister, and she did not want to embarrass him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 496. There were times when Zhanlong Day-Night admired this woman. She was bold, stubborn, and unwilling to admit defeat. She was despicable and jealous, but she also worked hard to improve herself. She was a woman who was full of contradictions, and she had caused him to be imprisoned in the mausoleum. Logically speaking, he should hate her, but for some reason, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he felt a little sad for her. Everything she had done was to be worthy of her brother, Arbiter Zhenwu. Arbiter Zhenwu was the pride of the entire Day-Night clan, and he was the greatest genius in the history of the clan. Even someone as crazy as Zhanlong Day-Night had to admit that Zhenwu was a genius that could not be surpassed. With such a brother, Night Queen Yanqing's life was very tiring. Enduring the countless gazes, the cultivators gradually retreated. Night Queen Yanqing stood in place and stared into the distance. She coldly ordered, "Start mining immediately." The Day-Night clan members hurriedly complied. Half a day later, there were no more cultivators from the other powers around Pyrolite Lake, and no more spacecraft descended from the sky. However, Zhanlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing did not relax. If they wanted to completely occupy Pyrolite Lake, they still had to deal with Ling Quebec. The other powers did not dare to compete with the Day-Night clan, but the Wen family was different. They were originally the ruling family of the erudite flow zone, and their strength was not any weaker than the Day-Night clans. They had also invited Ling Ke to help them, so they could not deal with him. Night Queen Yanqing did not have any confidence in Ling Quebec. Even if the Day-Night clan joined forces with the second-grade Hall's experts, they would not be able to deal with him. Now, it all depended on how they negotiated with Ling Quebec. Hopefully, he would not come. Lu Yin took some time to capture a Day-Night clan member and interrogate him about Zhua Day-Night's whereabouts. He learned that Zhua Day-Night had been abandoned and that her fate was unknown, but she should still be around Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin guessed that she might be hiding underground, and that she was very close to Pyrolite Mountain. He should have gotten closer, but it was a pity. He did not have time to think too much about it, so he brought Hai Chi-Chi back to Pyrolite Mountain. Hai Chi-Chi was not happy, as she had already been to Pyrolite Mountain. She wanted to go somewhere else to play, but she could not do anything about Lu Yin's tyranny. She could only attack him with her venomous tongue, and Lu Yin pretended not to hear her. About half a day after the two left Pyrolite Lake, they suddenly landed. Up ahead, a figure rushed towards them at high speed. It was Ling Quebec. When he saw Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi, he didn't pay them any attention. However, he did praise Hai Chi-Chi's appearance, and he raised an eyebrow and flashed a charming smile. Hai Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed, "Narcissist." In the sky, Ling Ke's figure paused as he stared blankly at Hai Chi-Chi before descending. Lu Yin was speechless. He'd gotten himself into trouble again. "Miss, what did you just say?" Ling Ke asked. Hai Chi-Chi said, "Narcissist." "Who?" "It's whoever answers." Ling Ke pursed his lips, and his expression did not look too good. Ever since it had been revealed that he had spent money to hire the support team back in the Starfall Sea, there had been quite a few people talking about him behind his back. However, Hai Chi-Chi was the first person who had dared to call him a narcissist to his face. "Miss, you should know your limits. Be careful of what you say. Just like what you told Murong." Hai Chi-Chi asked innocently. Ling Ke choked and rolled his eyes. He looked at Luin. "Teach her well. I, Ling Ke, don't hit women, but I won't go easy on you." Hai Chi-Chi was just about to speak when Luin covered her mouth. "Got it. Sorry, this woman doesn't think before she speaks. She mistook me for someone else. Don't mind her, don't mind her." Ling Ke glanced at Hai Chi-Chi again and felt that it was a pity. She was quite a beautiful woman. With that in mind, he soared into the sky and left. Only after Ling Ke was far away did Lu Yin release his hand. Hai Chi-Chi gasped for breath and glared at Lu Yin. "Hey, are you trying to suffocate me? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Lu Yin retorted. Hai Chi-Chi was furious. "I was just speaking the truth. Didn't you see that he was deliberately teasing me? But you shouldn't have said such nasty things. I don't want to reveal my identity. What if he attacks me? Everyone will know who I am. I don't care. It's wrong of him to tease me, and he even dared to teach me a lesson. Help me beat him up." "No, you can't reveal your identity. Lu Yin, I'm breaking up with you, you coward." Lu Yin was speechless. He grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and left. Hai Chi-Chi was furious and shouted loudly, but Lu Yin used his star energy to block out her voice. They were about to reach Pyrolite Mountain, but Hai Chi-Chi was still unwilling to give up. Lu Yin said, "Help me find that person, and I'll let you have your fun." Hai Chi-Chi could not resist the temptation and agreed. Lu Yin warned her, "Mu Rong is at Pyrolite Mountain. Your domain is child's play to him. Be careful and don't get too close. Search slowly, especially underground." "Got it." Hai Chi-Chi grew impatient and carefully released her domain. She was not stupid, and she was not stupid enough to compete with Mu Rong in terms of domain. Lu Yin hoped that he would be able to find Chua Day Night this time. Otherwise, he really did not know where to start. He just hoped that she was not dead. In outer space, Granny Chan, Lily and the other higher-ups of Northline Flow Zone looked towards the vicinity of Pyrolite Mountain. They looked at Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi, but they did not know what they were doing. Only Lily Ann knew that Lu Yin had mentioned that he had come to planet Pyrolite to save someone. Could that person be hiding near Pyrolite Mountain? Soon, everyone in Northline Flow Zone shifted their gazes away from Lu Yin and towards Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke should have arrived, and a great battle was about to begin. However, after a while, someone said with uncertainty, "Ling Ke is running in the opposite direction." Lillian blinked. It really did seem like he was running in the opposite direction. He couldn't have gotten lost, right? Someone asked strangely. It's possible. Pyrolite Lake is too far away from his current location, and there are scattered pyrolite ores all around. It's impossible to pinpoint his exact location. The Wen family is rushing towards Pyrolite Lake. If Ling Ke isn't there, then the Wen family will be in trouble. The Day-Night clan will cripple the Wen family first. Then, even if Ling Ke arrives, the Wen family won't have anyone left. In outer space, the various great powers realized that Ling Ke had run in the opposite direction. The Wen family was the most anxious, as Wen Qianer and the others were already very close to Pyrolite Lake. Wen Kitchen, an elder of the Wen family, widened his eyes as he stared at Ling Ke on the screen. He could not hold back any longer, so he tore through the void and appeared outside of planet Pyrolite. He wanted to shout for Ling Ke, but the moment he appeared, Night Queen Choyu appeared and looked at him smugly. You're not allowed to attack the juniors who leave planet Pyrolite, and you're not allowed to interfere with the battles on planet Pyrolite. These are the rules. Wen Kitchen, you're not thinking of violating them, are you? Wen Kitchen's face twitched, and he sighed helplessly. No, I'm just taking a walk. Alright, then I'll accompany you for a walk, Night Queen Choyu said. She was worried that Wen Kitchen would tell Ling Quebec. Generally speaking, a powerhouse at the cruiser realm or above would be able to spread their words throughout the entire planet. In order to prevent the pyrolite on planet Pyrolite from exploding due to the shockwaves generated by a powerhouse's words, the various great powers had long since established a set of rules. One of the rules was that no one was allowed to speak about the situation on planet Pyrolite outside of outer space. Wen Kitchen glanced at Night Queen Choyu and then returned to the Wen family spacecraft. He helplessly stared at the screen, but Ling Ke had already run in the opposite direction and was not coming back. He wanted to send someone to planet Pyrolite to inform Ling Ke, but there was not enough time. Furthermore, he did not know where Ling Ke had run off to, and they had not agreed on a rendezvous point. Even if he sent someone, they might not be able to find Ling Ke on the vast planet Pyrolite. No matter how many people he sent, it would be pointless. Besides, they were fighting for time. They had to get Ling Ke back before Wen Chiener and the others reached Pyrolite Lake. With Ling Ke's extreme speed, he might be able to catch up. Mira also stood in front of the screen with a helpless expression. Ling Ke was too unreliable, and it would be great if Lu Yin could help. Suddenly, she thought of an idea, and she told the Wen family about it. Not long after, spacecraft after spacecraft flew towards planet Pyrolite and landed at Pyrolite Lake. Since they were not allowed to speak, the Wen family used a spacecraft to do so, and they directly indicated where they would land. Not only that, but the spacecraft also formed words at the intersection between the sky and outer space, lake opposite. With the strength of a limeter, they could see outer space. Thus, almost half of planet Pyrolite could see the words formed by the spacecraft. Many people stared at them blankly. What did this mean? Night Queen Choyu stared at the scene in a daze, and she became flustered and exasperated. Wen Kitchen, you cheated. Wen Kitchen proudly walked out. Night Queen Choyu, don't spout nonsense. When did I cheat? I just sent people to planet Pyrolite normally. Why? Are the rules restricting the number of people who can enter planet Pyrolite? Night Queen Choyu was furious, but the Wen family had not violated any rules, so there was nothing she could do. The various powers were watching the Wen family's performance, but Ling Ke did not see it. He believed that he was a man who kept his promises and was a man of integrity. Since he had promised the Wen family that he would occupy the Pyrolite mine, he would work hard. Right now, he only wanted to rush to Pyrolite Lake and help the Wen family occupy it. Thus, he kept running and did not see the words formed by the spacecraft in the sky. Wen Kitchen grew anxious. One more time. Mira spoke up. There's no time. Senior, I suggest that we use the spacecraft to warn Qian, and the others so that they don't act rashly. They can't be discovered by the Day-Night clan. Wen Kitchen immediately ordered the spacecraft to move out again. Very quickly, spacecraft after spacecraft flew towards planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Choyu was furious, and she wanted nothing more than to destroy these spacecraft. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Lake? Opposite? What did that mean? That direction was Pyrolite Lake. Opposite? Did someone run in the opposite direction? Could it be Ling Ke? That would be interesting. Hai Chi-Chi also looked at the sky. How interesting. Hey, do you think there will be more words formed by the spacecraft below? Lu Yin shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Everything was a little strange. Hurry up and search. Be careful and don't let Mu Rong discover you, Lu Yin urged. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and continued to use her domain to cover the ground as she searched for traces of Zhua day night. Not long after, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky. This time, they formed the same 3 words. 1. Don't move. On planet Pyrolite, many Lameters stared blankly at the sky. Wen Qian-er and the others saw this and immediately stopped. At this point, they were less than 3 hours away from Pyrolite Lake. Suddenly, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and formed the words, 1. Do move. Wen Qian-er was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Wen Kitchen was furious. Night Queen Qiuyu is despicable. Continue launching the spacecraft. Following that, a very exciting scene played out in the sky. 1. Don't move. Lake, opposite. 1. Do move. 1. Don't move. 1. Move. 1. Retreat. Bai, Yi, chase. Countless people watched in a daze, as if they were watching a show. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 497. Even Mu Rong was attracted by the commotion. With so many spacecraft performing in the sky, anyone would be attracted to the commotion. Only Ling Ke foolishly focused on one direction and rushed forward without thinking about anything else. He didn't even look up. All of you, shut up. Another batch of spacecraft appeared. This time, it was from the Sword Sect, and the Sword Sect could not bear to watch any longer. The Wen family and the Day-Night clan were competing in the number of spacecraft, but from the Sword Sect's point of view, they were being ridiculed. They were great powers on the same level, so how could they be ridiculed? However, the Wen family had gotten off to a good start. Over the next period of time, spacecraft constantly formed words in the sky to guide the various Lameters and help them avoid danger. Planet Pyrolite skies were bustling with activity, and the number of spacecraft rapidly decreased. Suddenly, North Castle Weave, Frostwave Weave, and the surrounding weaves received a large number of orders to purchase personal spacecraft. Even the Great Yu Empire received a large number of orders. The Great Yu Empire's finance minister, Gavin, was delighted, and he ordered people to send the obsolete spacecraft that the Great Yu Empire had accumulated over the years to North Castle Weave to be sold off. It was foreseeable that planet Pyrolite would become a graveyard for spacecraft, and countless spacecraft would crash down. At this time, Wen Kitchen had already ordered someone to take a spacecraft and head in front of Ling Quebec. He planned to stop him and tell him that he was running in the wrong direction. Wen Qianer and the others had already received a warning, so they did not approach Pyrolite Lake. As long as they brought Ling Ke to Pyrolite Lake, it would belong to the Wen family. Although Night Queen Qiuyu continued to launch spacecraft and form confusing words, Wen Qianer was determined not to move. Someone from the Wen family had already reached planet Pyrolite and informed her of the situation. Wen Qianer cursed Ling Ke to death in her heart, as she had almost been tricked. The Wen family had sent at least 30 people to stop Ling Ke on planet Pyrolite, and they hoped that they would succeed. Lu Yin watched a great show, but after a while, he lost interest. Someone had a brainstorming idea that there would be countless spacecraft forming words. One day later, Ling Ke finally felt that something was wrong and stopped. Why hadn't he reached Pyrolite Lake yet? Around him, dozens of cultivators from the Wen family were engaged in a fierce battle with the cultivators that the Day-Night clan had sent out to stop him. They were afraid that Ling Ke would discover them and find Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke turned on his detector, hoping to find a nearby pyrolite mine. If there was a pyrolite mine, then there should be people there. He ran in a different direction. Although it was also wrong, at least it was not the complete opposite. More importantly, there were cultivators from the Wen clan in that direction. Furthermore, Ling Ke saw various words formed by spaceships in the sky. What was going on? Wen Kitchen heaved a sigh of relief, as Ling Ke had finally realized that something was wrong. Wen Kitchen felt extremely tired, even more so than when he had fought with Night Queen Choyu. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi were already very close to Pyrolite Mountain. They had been searching for Zhua Day Night for more than a day, but they still hadn't found her. If they got any closer to Pyrolite Mountain, they might be discovered by Mu Rong, but Lu Yin couldn't give up. Chi-Chi, let's keep going. Okay, wait, what did you call me? Call me Sister Chi, said Hai Chi-Chi. Freedom and play, Lu Yin said indifferently. Hai Chi-Chi obediently continued to release her domain to search for Zhua Day Night. On Pyrolite Mountain, Mu Rong suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Hai Chi-Chi and Lu Yin. He stood up, took a step forward, and vanished. Many disciples of the Sword Sect were astonished. Ever since Mu Rong helped them occupy Pyrolite Mountain, he had not left. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, as he was unable to avoid Mu Rong in the end. Hai Chi-Chi used her domain to search underground, but it suddenly distorted. She cried out in alarm and looked up, only to see Mu Rong appear in front of her. She was startled and immediately ran behind Lu Yin, looking at him warily. Mu Rong stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? I don't have any hostility. It's just that a friend of mine went missing during the battle at Pyrolite Mountain, and I want to see if he's hiding underground. Mu Rong's expression was calm. No, there's no one underground. Lu Yin was disappointed. So there really wasn't anyone here. Why should we believe you? Hai Chi-Chi poked her head out. Mu Rong calmly replied, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. You can search for him yourself. He then turned to leave, as he had only wanted to confirm whether or not Lu Yin was an enemy. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Lu Yin seriously. You look very familiar. Lu Yin had used the invisible aura technique to hide his aura and change his appearance. Even a hunter might not be able to detect him, so it was normal that Mu Rong couldn't see through him. I look very ordinary, Lu Yin said. Hai Chi-Chi nodded her head seriously. Mu Rong's eyes flashed, but he stopped thinking about it and returned to Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin hadn't expected Mu Rong to be so easy to talk to. He turned to Hai Chi-Chi and said, search Pyrolite Mountain with everything you've got. Hai Chi-Chi grunted and released her domain. This time, Mu Rong wasn't the only one who sensed it, even Lu Xiaoqiu, who was even further away, felt it. What a powerful domain, but it wasn't a threat to him. He looked up at Mu Rong but didn't pay it any mind. In the current universe, there were only 2 Lameters here. Unless that person appeared, no Lameter could threaten Pyrolite Mountain. Hai Chi-Chi quickly retracted her domain and shook her head. There's no one. Lu Yin had a complicated expression. She really wasn't at Pyrolite Mountain, so where could she be? Was she really dead? Had her corpse been destroyed? That was the only thing he could think of. With Zhua Day Night's strength, she had been struck by the shockwaves from Mu Rong's battle. Furthermore, she had been heavily injured, so the chances of her death were very high. Lu Yin was helpless, as he had already done his best. Planet Pyrolite was huge, and he couldn't possibly search every inch of the planet. His current plan was to find Zhanlong Day Night and ask him about the situation on Shenwu continent. Then, he would return to the Outerverse and contact Night King Yuanjing. He would ask the Day Night clan outside of planet Pyrolite to search for Zhua Day Night. Right, there was also the North Line flow zone, so they could search together. As long as Shua Day Night wasn't dead, they would definitely be able to find her. Right now, they were heading to Pyrolite Lake. Lu Yin brought Hai Chi-Chi to Pyrolite Lake once more. On the other side, Ling Ke was traveling at an extremely fast speed towards the pyrolite mine. Halfway there, a cultivator from the Wen family saw Ling Ke and excitedly chased after him. Ling Ke glanced at him and then left without paying him any mind. In outer space, Wen Kitchen had almost smashed his spacecraft. This was what he was most worried about. No matter how many people he sent to search for Ling Ke, they might not be able to find him. Even if they did find him, they might not even be able to say a single word to him. Even if they did, Ling Ke might not even be able to hear them. Being fast was not always a good thing. However, in the end, the cultivator from the Wen family still managed to find Ling Quebec. He was very smart, and he also searched for the nearest pyrolite mine. Then, he met Ling Ke face to face and recounted everything that had happened in the sky over the past day. Ling Ke was stunned when he heard this, as he had never expected that the words in the sky would appear because of him. He did not know what to do, and he had actually gotten lost. At this moment, the Wen family launched another batch of spacecraft into the sky. This time, the designs of these spacecraft were old, and it was obvious that they had been hastily put together. They formed the words, "Lake, here." Ling Ke pursed his lips, his thoughts complicated. However, before he could set off, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and formed the words, "Lake, here." This time, there was a difference in their directions. Generally speaking, they were all in the south, but one was in the southeast, while the other was in the southwest. Ling Ke was stunned. Where was it? Soon after, another batch of spacecraft was launched, but they did not form words. Instead, they formed arrows that pointed in a certain direction. Then, batch after batch of spacecraft formed arrows to indicate their direction. Ling Ke stared blankly, as there were already more than 10 arrows. Which one was the real arrow? He grabbed the cultivator from the Wen family, feeling flustered and exasperated. Where is Pyrolite Lake? The cultivator from the Wen family was also dumbfounded. How would he know? He only knew that it was in the south, but he could not pinpoint its exact location. In outer space, Wen Kitchen was furious. The Day-Night clan was despicable and shameless, and they had actually mixed up the directions. Mira was also helpless. Fortunately, at least Ling Ke knew that he had gone in the wrong direction. The worst that could happen was that he would search in different directions. Ling Ke had also thought of this, and he did the same thing. He covered his head and started running towards the south. He wanted the Day-Night clan to pay the price. Night Queen Choyu was helpless. She had tried her best, but Ling Ke would definitely find Pyrolite Lake in the end. He was not stupid, and a fierce battle was unavoidable. Outside Pyrolite Lake, a desolate figure appeared, her long black and white hair fluttering in the wind. A Day-Night clan member saw the figure and immediately stepped forward to shout, "Shua Day-Night, why did you only appear now?" The figure was Shua Day-Night. The battle at Pyrolite Mountain had sent her underground, but fortunately, she had not been completely struck by the shock waves. She had managed to escape and find a place to recuperate. She had only come here because she had seen the words. Actually, when Lu Yin had gone to Pyrolite Mountain for the first time, he had only needed to run a little further south to find Shua Day-Night. It was a pity that he had missed her. Shua Day-Night glanced at the man and then indifferently walked towards Pyrolite Lake. The man snorted. Every Day-Night clan member who had entered planet Pyrolite knew that Shua Day-Night was a thorn in Night Queen Yanqing's side. One was a Day-Night, and the other was a Night Queen. They naturally knew which choice to choose. Aside from Zhanlong Dayknight, who had helped Zhuo Dayknight block an attack from Night Queen Yanqing, the others were all eager to see Zhuo Dayknight die. Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Dayknight also saw Zhuo Dayknight arrive at Pyrolite Lake. Zhanlong Dayknight did not pay her any mind, but Night Queen Yanqing sneered. It's good that she's here. The battle with the Wen family is unavoidable, so I'll let her die here. Zhuo Dayknight stood by Pyrolite Lake and looked at her reflection. Perhaps she would never be able to go back. She looked up, and her gaze seemed to cross the endless sky. She saw her parents, her clan members, and the nightmare that had terrified her for the rest of her life. Father, Mother, I'm really tired. I'm sorry. The battle at Pyrolite Lake erupted a day later. Even though the Dayknight clan constantly tried to interfere with Ling Kei's location, he still managed to find Pyrolite Lake. He captured people and interrogated them, as many cultivators had been defeated at Pyrolite Lake. As for Wen Qian'er and the others, they did not approach, as they were afraid of being destroyed by the Dayknight clan. Instead, they moved further and further away from Pyrolite Lake. Ling Kei faced the entire Dayknight clan alone, just like when he had first arrived at Pyrolite Mountain. Night Queen Yanqing stood in front of Ling Kei and pretended to be wronged. Brother Ling, are you really going to make things difficult for me? My Dayknight clan has always been respectful to you, and we've never slacked off. Ling Kei looked at Night Queen Yanqing's charming face and alluring figure. His eyes burned with passion, but his mood was quickly ruined by the numerous spacecraft in the sky. Your Dayknight clan has played me quite a bit. Night Queen Yanqing helplessly replied, We're doing this for your own good, Brother Ling. The clan elders don't want to make things difficult for you, which is why they're interfering. Brother Ling, are you really going to force me? The second volume is about to begin. Soon, soon. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 498. Before Ling Kei could reply, Zhanlong Dayknight threw a punch at Ling Quebec. What nonsense are you spouting? The Dayknight clan doesn't need to wag their tails and beg for mercy. Zhanlong Dayknight's fist transformed into a gust of wind that could be seen with the naked eye as it smashed into the ground, but Ling Kei easily dodged it. He then raised his hand, causing his Kei's mighty slash to pierce through the void and disappear. Zhanlong Dayknight's expression changed as he clashed with Ling Kei's fists. In that instant, the void distorted as layers of shockwaves spread out in all directions with Zhanlong Dayknight at the center. His Kei's mighty slash pierced through the void and headed straight for Zhanlong Dayknight, but it was obstructed by the shockwaves midway, causing its might to greatly decrease. Even though it was still able to draw a line of blood, it was unable to deal much damage to Zhanlong Dayknight. This was the method Zhanlong Dayknight had come up with to deal with Kei's mighty slash. Lu Xiaoqiu used the second sword to form a defense, switching between offense and defense. He could do the same. When he punched himself, the force generated was enough to form a defensive shockwave. Ling Kei was surprised. Interesting. Night Queen Yanqing was cursing Zhanlong Dayknight's stupidity, but she did not hesitate in the face of battle. Her purple eyes flickered as she suddenly shouted, Brother Ling. Ling Kei reflexively looked at her and met her purple eyes. In an instant, the soles of Ling Kei's feet turned into stone, and the stone quickly spread out. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, purple eyes, which could turn everything into stone. Ling Kei's eyebrows twitched as his body suddenly trembled. Following that, a second Ling Kei appeared. This was a spirit clone, and the petrified Ling Kei gradually disappeared. Miss Yanqing, you've gone too far. Ling Kei's tone turned cold. He had been ambushed. Night Queen Yanqing felt bitter as her Night King's body and battle force erupted. I'm sorry, Brother Ling. I didn't want to, so please don't blame me. With a whoosh, Zhanlong Day Knight swept past Night Queen Yanqing and punched out at Ling Quebec. Ling K's mighty slash flickered as he slashed out horizontally. Thunder accompanied the explosion of sound waves as it tore open a giant spatial tear in the void. It was as if a black slash had traveled across the entire pyrolite lake. Zhanlong Day Knight twisted his body and dodged the attack. He then lashed out with a kick at Ling Quebec. At the same time, Night Queen Yanqing attacked from another direction. Ling K's mighty slash spun rapidly around his body, allowing Zhanlong Day Knight and Night Queen Yanqing to attack him. The ground was instantly shattered, and the three of them were smashed into the ground at the same time. Terrifying waves of air surged upwards, sweeping the ground high into the sky. Zhanlong Day Knight and Night Queen Yanqing immediately leaped out of the ground. The next moment, all of the surrounding Day Knight clan members simultaneously attacked the ground. The Day Knight clan wanted to use their combined strength to defeat Ling Quebec. In outer space, Night Queen Qiuyu stared at the screen. Would this be useful? Wen Kitchen frowned. Ling K had been too careless. The Day Knight clan was no weakling, and every Day Knight clan member had mastered a battle technique that had a certain degree of effectiveness against spiritual force attacks. So many Day Knight clan members had attacked at the same time, but they did not expect to cause any harm to Ling K's body. Their goal was to attack his spiritual force. This was also the reason why the Day Knight clan had not been able to cause too much damage to Pyrolite Lake even though they had attacked together. Although their attacks did not seem to be very destructive, they were actually very damaging to one's spiritual force. After the first round of attacks, many of the Day Knight clan members were panting heavily. Zhanlong Day Knight clenched his fists tightly, as this was the first time he had ever bullied someone with so many people. It made him sullen, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could not defeat Ling K in a one-on-one battle. Night Queen Yanqing looked on expectantly, hoping that Ling K would not be able to hold on. However, reality disappointed them. Ling K slowly walked out of the ground, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The Day Knight clan's first round of attacks had not been completely ineffective. He had felt a little dizzy, and this had further enraged him. Ling K raised his head and swept his cold gaze across the Day Knight clan members. Do you all want to die? Night Queen Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone, retreat. Zhanlong Day Knight growled and punched Ling Quebec. Ling K's body trembled, and he leaped up with his K's mighty slash. A crack extended through the void and eventually tore through the sky. Zhanlong Day Knight fell to the ground with a loud thud as he bled profusely. Ling K looked around, and his K's mighty slash disappeared. The next moment, more than 10 Day Knight clan members had their necks ripped apart, and they were instantly killed. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed, and she hurriedly tried to escape. Ling K's eyes narrowed, and his K's mighty slash appeared and then disappeared as he stabbed it towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt her scalp go numb. Brother Ling, please have mercy. Ling K's gaze was cold and arrogant. Even though he was a little narcissistic and lecherous, he was still Ling K, one of the 4 unequaled leaders. He was also a super genius of the Lingling clan, and he would not tolerate any humiliation. He was infatuated with Night Queen Yanqing's respect and worship for him, but the battle just now had crossed his bottom line. She had to die. Powerhouses all had their own bottom lines, and those who crossed them were nothing more than wild beasts. Night Queen Yanqing truly felt the threat of death looming over her. She would fall under his K's mighty slash in 3 seconds at most. 1 second, 2 seconds. On the 3rd second, she suddenly made a move and grabbed Day Knight, using her as a shield. Knight had participated in the previous attack, and the moment Ling Ke revealed his killing intent, she knew that she would die without a doubt. Knight's face turned ashen when she was grabbed by Night Queen Yanqing. It was time to end this. K's mighty slash appeared in the void and pierced towards Knight's forehead. Ling Ke showed no mercy, and his gaze was icy cold. Night Queen Yanqing hid behind Knight, her face deathly pale. Knight's death would only buy her 1 second at most, and during that 1 second, she did not know how to block the K's mighty slash. Ling Ke was too terrifying. Above the planet, Night Queen Qiuyu could not help but make a move. Night Queen Yanqing could not die. But at that moment, just as Knight felt that her forehead was about to be pierced, 2 fingers suddenly appeared in front of her and clamped down on the mysterious K's mighty slash. The void trembled, and everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. Even the air became silent. Everyone stared blankly at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of Knight. This person had used 2 fingers to clamp down on the K's mighty slash. Ling Ke's mind trembled as he stared at the scene before him in shock. How was this possible? Even Mu Rong could not do such a thing. Night Queen Yanqing stared in disbelief at the man who was just inches away from her. He was a stranger, but this person had saved her life. Beep! Drip! Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Even though the K's mighty slash had been clamped down, it had still pierced through Knight's forehead. She had completely fainted, or rather, she was on the verge of death. The person who had appeared in front of Knight was naturally Lu Yin. He had seen this scene as soon as he had arrived at Pyrolite Lake. He had immediately shifted the fates and around his heart and left arm, unsealing most of his physical strength. Only then had he been able to clamp down on the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. However, he had still been a step too late, and the K's mighty slash had still pierced through Knight's forehead. In the distance, Hai Chi covered her mouth, as she could not bear to watch this scene unfold. The blade had pierced through the forehead, and her forehead had split open. This was a fatal wound, and even Shamrock Enterprises' best medicines could not treat it. Humans could reconnect most parts of the body, but there was nothing they could do about an injury like this. This was because the moment the blade had pierced through her forehead, Knight's life had been cut off. Pyrolite Lake was completely silent. Lu Yin's arm trembled, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Knight. Knight's gaze was dim. She had finally seen Lu Yin, but he was a stranger. Lu Yin had disguised himself, but she was not unwilling. Perhaps death was a form of release for her. The K's mighty slash that had pierced through Knight's forehead had disappeared as Ling Ke had retrieved it. Lu Yin hugged Knight as a shockwave spread out from his body, forcing Night Queen Yanqing to retreat. He then rushed out of Pyrolite Lake. He had suddenly thought of something, that white fruit. He had spent over 100 star essence to upgrade it to the point where it could help him avoid danger. The trial master had said that the older this fruit was, the stronger its effects would be. Some fruits could even bring one back to life and be filled with life energy. Lu Yin did not believe that it could bring the dead back to life, but he had no choice but to use it on Knight. Everyone else was stunned. Only Ling Ke stared at Lu Yin and suddenly rushed over. Stop right there. Who are you? In the entire universe, Ling Ke could not think of any Lemeter who could clamp down on his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. Mu Rong could not do it, and Lu Yin should not be able to do it either. So who was this person? This person was the universe's strongest Lemeter, and Ling Ke had to figure out his identity. It wasn't just Ling Ke, everyone wanted to know this person's identity, including the experts from the various great powers. When Kitchen, Night Queen Qiuyu, Vile Tree, and the others were all staring at the scene. When had such a powerful Lemeter appeared? How could they not know about it? Only Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan, Lily Ann, and a few others were aware of this, but they had not expected Lu Yin to be able to clamp down on his K's mighty slash. This completely overturned their understanding of the strength of a Lammeter. Even Granny Chan, an enlighter, could not understand how Lu Yin could possess such strength despite only being a Lammeter. Ling Ke quickly chased after Lu Yin and raised his head. His K's mighty slash shot out and pierced through the void towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned, as he did not want to reveal his identity. He had Hai Chi-Chi leave on her own while he turned around and faced the K's mighty slash. The moment the blade appeared, Lu Yin tilted his body, grabbed Jue Daynite, and smashed them into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and pretended to look at Ling Ke with unwillingness before quickly fleeing. Ling Ke stood in place, confused. This person had been injured by his attack, and the blood on his K's mighty slash was real. This person should not have been able to block Ling Ke's mighty slash, but how had he been able to clamp down? He could not figure it out. No one could figure it out, and there was only one explanation. This person had used his innate gift to clamp down on his K's mighty slash, but such an innate gift could not be used continuously. This was the only explanation, as there were all sorts of innate gifts in the universe. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that this person had pretended to be injured, but no one could think of a reason for that. This was an opportunity to become famous throughout the universe, so it should not be fake. Many people relaxed when they thought of this possibility. Fortunately, no unpredictable powerhouses had appeared. Lu Yin had purposely allowed himself to be injured by the K's mighty slash in order to confuse everyone. He did not want to reveal his identity. As for rescuing Jue Daynite, perhaps some people would have guessed that it was him, but as long as he did not reveal his true identity, he would be fine. Lu Yin hugged Jue Daynite tightly as he stomped on the ground and sank down, avoiding the surveillance of the various powers in outer space. He then took out the white fruit from his cosmic ring, pried open Jue Daynite's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Whether or not she could be saved would depend on luck. Seventh bro, what did you feed that woman? Why does she have such a surging life force? The monkey asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 499. At that moment, Hai Chi-Chi arrived. She hadn't been too far away from Lu Yin, and when she saw him staring at Jue Daynite, she hurriedly said, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Someone's coming after us." Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and carried Jue Daynite before charging into the sky and flying off into the distance. Many people wanted to chase after them, but they couldn't because Lu Yin was too fast. Even if he can't defeat Ling Ke, with his innate gift of being able to catch the K's mighty slash and his speed, he's definitely one of the top Lammeters, someone exclaimed. No one objected, as this was the strength that Lu Yin had displayed. Back at Pyrolite Lake, Ling Ke had killed many people from the Daynite clan, severely injured Zhanlong Daynite, and almost killed Night Queen Yanqing. The Daynite clan didn't dare to stay any longer, so they had no choice but to retreat from Pyrolite Lake. Pyrolite Lake was now officially occupied by the Wen family. This battle had fully demonstrated the terror of an unparalleled powerhouse. Just like how Mu Rong had helped the Sword Sect occupy Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake was now occupied by Ling Ke alone. Any one of the four unparalleled Lammeters could only be stopped by the other three. Of the four, no one could stop Lu Yin. This was what everyone thought, but unfortunately, Lu Yin hadn't come. Everyone retreated from Pyrolite Lake and waited for the Wen family to arrive. Zhanlong Daynite crawled up. He had been severely injured by Ling Ke, but his injuries had healed in an extremely short amount of time. This caused many to call him a freak, and even Ling Ke was surprised. Zhanlong Dainite's recovery ability was much stronger than his own. North of Pyrolite Lake, Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and Zhua Dainite and quickly left. He didn't know where to go, but he wanted to find a place to settle down. He looked down at Zhua Dainite and saw that the wound between her eyebrows was gradually healing. Lu Yin was shocked. Could it really be healed? This was inconceivable, as this was a fatal injury. Hai Chi-Chi cried out, "She's not dead." Lu Yin looked up in front of him. With his current speed, even Ling Ke couldn't catch up to him. He had been running for half a day, so he should be quite a distance away from Pyrolite Lake. If he didn't use his current speed, he would need a few days to cover this distance. In other words, if he had headed northeast, he would have reached Pyrolite Mountain. This place looks very familiar. Hai Chi-Chi was surprised. Lu Yin looked at the mountain range in front of him, and his eyes flashed. This was the mountain range that many cultivators had fought over when they had first landed here. In the end, Lu Yin had snatched it and gifted it to the Northline Flow Zone, but he had never thought that he would end up back here. This mountain range was directly north of Pyrolite Lake, which meant that this mountain range, Pyrolite Mountain, and Pyrolite Lake formed a triangle. He didn't think too much about it, but he felt that the Zhua Dainite in his arms had become a little strange. How should he put it? From the very beginning, Zhua Dainite had given him a very unreal feeling. There was an illusory feeling of confusion. It was as if he wasn't hugging Zhua Dainite, but Zhua Dainite was in his embrace. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi returned to the mountain range, and under the puzzled gazes of Northgate Gang and the others, they blasted a hole in the ground. Lu Yin hurriedly put Zhua Dainite down and looked at her in amazement. At this moment, Zhua Dainite's hair had changed color. It had turned a grayish-silver, and her entire body was enveloped in a layer of white light. The white light was gentle, but it was ancient and full of vicissitudes, as if it had transcended countless years. What was going on? What was the use of the white fruit? Wasn't that supposed to be used for healing? Hai Chi-Chi also looked at Zhua Dainite in shock, and her face was filled with confusion. "Seventh bro, she's glowing," the monkey muttered. Lu Yin pulled Hai Chi-Chi out of the hole. "Go play by yourself. You're not allowed to leave this mountain range." Hai Chi-Chi was dissatisfied, but she didn't argue with Lu Yin. She knew that he was in a bad mood, and she guessed that the woman might be someone that Lu Yin liked. Lu Yin could only leave Zhua Dainite's situation to the heavens. "If you still die this time, then I'll have that woman, Night Queen Yanqing, accompany you." This mountain range was occupied by the Northline Flow Zone, so there weren't many outsiders here. Northgate Gang and the others didn't disturb Lu Yin either. Hai Chi-Chi wandered around the mountain range for a while before returning with a bitter expression. Planet Pyrolite's geology was unique. It was dry, and there weren't many plants or animals. Rather than calling it a mountain range, it would be more accurate to call it a mound. There wasn't anything special about it. She only hoped that she could leave, but if Lu Yin didn't agree, she couldn't leave. Sometimes, Lu Yin was curious about what the Sea King had said to Hai Chi-Chi that made her follow him closely. Not long after, Pyrolite Lake was confirmed to be occupied by the Wen family. When Qianer and the others had played hide-and-seek with the Dainite clan before Ling Ke had arrived at Pyrolite Lake. One party searched while the other hid. Now that the Dainite clan had been defeated, they were finally able to reach Pyrolite Lake. When Qianer felt very apologetic towards Ling Ke, as they hadn't done anything at all. However, Ling Ke didn't mind. His mind was filled with the scene of that person clamping down on his K's mighty slash. Had that person really relied on an innate gift? Ling Ke looked to the north and really wanted to find that person, but he didn't know where that person was. That person was also extremely fast, and Ling Ke might not be able to catch up. Ling Ke couldn't stop worrying about someone who could clamp down on his K's mighty slash. He suddenly thought of Lu Yin. It couldn't be him, right? But then, he shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as Lu Yin hadn't displayed any innate gifts. Ling Ke had also asked around about Lu Yin, but he hadn't heard of any innate gifts that could clamp down on his K's mighty slash. As for Lu Yin's physical strength, Ling Ke shook his head again. That shouldn't be possible. He was very clear about the power of K's mighty slash. Lu Yin could dodge or block it, but he definitely wouldn't be able to clamp down on it with 2 fingers. If he could do that, then his battle with Mu Rong wouldn't have been so difficult, and he wouldn't have been injured by K's mighty slash a second time. Suddenly, Ling Ke recalled the final moment of Lu Yin's battle with Mu Rong, when the farmer boy's song had played. Ling Ke hadn't been able to experience that strength because he had been too far away, but he knew that it was terrifying. Could that strength have clamped down on his K's mighty slash? Ling Ke was at a loss. Right now, he wanted to find Mu Rong and confirm Lu Yin's explosive strength. If that person could clamp down on his K's mighty slash, then that person would definitely be Lu Yin. His injuries from the K's mighty slash had been an act, but if he couldn't, then that meant that a strange powerhouse had appeared on planet Pyrolite. Atop the mountain range, Lu Yin had been waiting beside the cave for a few days now. Over the past few days, the cultivators from the Northline flow zone had encountered something strange. When they closed their eyes to rest, they would see a vast expanse of whiteness. Planet Pyrolite's main body was dark red, and there was no white to be seen. However, the cultivators were still able to see white when they were resting, which was very strange. Northgate Gang saw it as well, and everyone was bewildered. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Hai Chi saw it as well, and she approached Lu Yin fearfully. Actually, Lu Yin had seen it as well. Not only had he seen it, but he also knew the cause. This white light was exactly the same as the white light that covered Jua Daynight's body. He looked at the cave in astonishment. What had happened to Jua Daynight that could affect everyone? Monkey, you really don't know? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, I'm just a Lamiter who's been cultivating for 20 years. How could I possibly know everything? Even if you ask those almighty enlighters, they might not know the answer. 2 more days passed, and Jua Daynite was still emitting the same white light within the cave. The wound on her forehead that had been pierced by the K's mighty slash had already healed, but there was still a vertical scar left behind. It was inconspicuous, but anyone could see it. Her silver-gray hair fluttered in the wind, and she exuded a gentle aura. Over the past 2 days, not only had everyone seen white when they closed their eyes, but they had also seen white when they opened their eyes. This caused Northgate Gang and the others to panic, as they felt as if they were being watched by something. Northgate Gang had specifically sought out Lu Yin to investigate the matter, but Lu Yin had a confused expression on his face. Finally, after 3 days, the crowd no longer saw the white light, which allowed them to relax. However, over the past few days, the Northline flow zone cultivators had become much more haggard. Even Hai Chi-Chi's face had turned pale. Within the cave, the white light around Jua Daynite's body had disappeared, and her silver-gray hair had turned back to a blackish-white color. She looked exactly the same as before, and she had returned to her original appearance. Lu Yin walked into the cave and stared at Jua Daynite. He crouched down and carefully examined her. She was still breathing, so she wasn't dead. Jua Daynite suddenly opened her eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes were filled with surprise, confusion, and finally gratitude and complex emotions. Thank you. You're welcome, Lu Yin replied. Why did you come to planet Pyrolite? Jua Daynite straightened her back, and her gaze returned to normal. She looked at Lu Yin, but there was no joy in her eyes. Lu Yin raised his brows. You know who I am. Shui Day Knight looked at him. Shouldn't I know? How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled, as he had obviously disguised himself. Shui Day Knight did not answer. She merely touched the scar on her forehead and fell silent. Lu Yin thought that she was concerned about her appearance, so he comforted her. Don't worry, this kind of scar is easy to remove. Shui Day Knight replied, there's no need to remove it. Just keep it. Lu Yin did not say anything else. He stood up and stretched out his hand. Shui Day Knight did not hesitate and reached out as well. She grasped his right hand and allowed him to pull her up. I thought I was dead for sure. What did you feed me? Shui Day Knight asked curiously. Lu Yin shrugged. I obtained a type of fruit during lockbreaking. My mentor said that it had a lot of life force, so I tried it. I didn't think that it would actually save you. Shui Day Knight looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Why did you save me? Lu Yin was stunned. Yes, why? He did not know either. All he knew was that he had come to planet Pyrolite when Shui Day Knight had been in a life-or-death situation. First, it was for Shui Day Knight, and second, it was to find Zhanglong Day Knight to understand the situation on Shenwu continent. No, the main reason was because of Ming Yan. Strange, why was it all for women? When Lu Yin did not answer, Shui Day Knight lowered her head. I owe you my life, and I owe you a huge favor. Lu Yin was puzzled. A favor? Shui Day Knight looked at Lu Yin seriously, and a strange expression appeared in her eyes. At the critical moment, I comprehended a battle technique. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is it related to your hair color? Shui Day Knight looked at her black and white hair and nodded. The battle technique is called Night's End, Daybreak. Lu Yin did not understand. However, the monkey suddenly exclaimed, Night's End, Daybreak. Isn't that a battle technique that shocked an entire era in ancient times? Lu Yin was shocked. It had shocked an entire era. Night's End, Daybreak is an inherited battle technique of my Day-Night clan's Day King. It's a pity that no one else comprehended it after the Day King passed away. I never thought that I would be the one to comprehend it at the critical moment, Shui Day Knight said with a complicated expression. I'll add another chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 500. Seventh Bro, that's right. Night's End, Daybreak is a battle technique from the Day-Night clan, and it's a top-tier inherited battle technique. I've read about it in the autobiography of an ancient powerhouse. Night's End, Daybreak ruled over an entire era. During that era, everyone lost their color, and even the stars were white. The monkey's words shocked Lu Yin. Was it really that exaggerated? So you're saying that you're the only person in the Day-Night clan who comprehended Night's End, Daybreak? Lu Yin asked. She nodded. Yes, I'm the only one. The Day King's inheritance. Then what about your cage technique? Lu Yin hesitated. She looked at him in shock. You know about it? Lu Yin nodded. She replied, I can remove the cage technique at any time. The Night King bloodline does not have the right to imprison the inheritor of Night's End, Daybreak. Let me experience your Night's End, Daybreak, Lu Yin said expectantly. The monkey's words had piqued his interest. She raised her hand and closed her eyes. A gentle white light flickered in her palm, and after a while, she lowered her hand. Sorry, I can't use it as I wish right now. Luin nodded and did not force her. However, I can try to let you experience it. She looked at him, raised her hand, and waved it slowly. Luin only saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, and then he felt as if he had entered a dream. It was as if he had fallen into an endless white abyss. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at her in shock. He had thought that he would be lost forever. Was this night's end, daybreak? Was this an illusion? He had been forcefully dragged into the illusion without any ability to resist. Day-night's face was pale, and she stared at Luin in shock. Night's end, daybreak was not effective on everyone. The stronger one's spiritual force was, the more difficult it would be to drag them into the illusion. The moment Luin had been dragged into the illusion, she had been unable to withstand it. It was just too strong. Fortunately, she had removed it quickly, or else she would have been seriously injured by Lu Yin's strength. Both were shocked by each other's strength. So this is night's end, daybreak. What a terrifying technique. Luin sighed. That white abyss had left him with lingering fear. Day-night coughed and leaned against the wall. Luin said, daybreak. Rest for now. Day-night nodded and sat down. Luin walked out of the cave and saw Chi-Chi kicking pebbles in boredom outside. Luin walked to the other side and looked at his right arm. Do you feel it? Night ends, day dawns. The monkey solemnly replied, I felt it. No one was able to resist being forcefully dragged into the illusion. Seventh bro, this is an unbreakable battle technique. Luin frowned, as Day-night had actually comprehended this battle technique. The Day-night clan's battle techniques all had the ability to damage one's spiritual force, and this night's end, daybreak was too terrifying. It was no longer just damaging, but rather sinking into oblivion. Daybreak, 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 daybreak. Daybreak. Daybreak, 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 daybreak. Daybreak, daybreak. Daybreak, daybreak. Daybreak. Is. But if it's not her, but Night Queen Yanqing or even Zhanlong Day-night, then I'll be in trouble. Daybreak. 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 How could a legendary battle technique that had dominated an entire era be so easy to deal with? Of course, there was one thing that Luin did not mention: he had the Stonewall scriptures. If he really was dragged into an illusion, he just had to recite the scriptures to have a 90% chance of escaping. He had already experienced the wonders of the Stonewall scriptures. Oh, right. He filled his eyes with star energy and scanned the cave. In that instant, he saw Day-night's rune lines. Her rune lines were no less than Zhanlong Day-night's. Not only was she recovering, but she was also cultivating night's end, daybreak. She had only comprehended one battle technique, but her strength was already comparable to Zhanlong Day-night's. As expected of a legendary battle technique. Seventh bro, I have to remind you that this woman is still from the Day-night clan. Your relationship with them is definitely not good. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he smiled. You're wrong. She's not just from the Day-night clan, but also from the Day King bloodline. What do you mean? The monkey was puzzled. Luin calmly replied, nothing. While Day-night was recuperating, Luin spent every day either chatting with her or dealing with Chi-Chi's unreasonable tantrums. The brat was already at her limit, and she even had the urge to destroy a mountain range. Northgate Gang was very vexed, as he realized that Chi-Chi was specifically targeting him. Every now and then, she would verbally attack him, which almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. This was Hai Chi-Chi's only form of entertainment, so Northgate Gang had no choice but to slip away. He would rather go to dangerous places than stay with Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin and the rest quieted down. Almost all of the various powers had a stable place to mine pyrolite, and there were many spacecraft flying back and forth in outer space every day, either transporting pyrolite or ore cultivators. In short, planet Pyrolite was like a mine that had been covered in a mechanical shell. Shua Day Night rested for a few days, and her condition improved considerably. Shamrock Enterprises' special medicines were very powerful, and Lu Yin had bought a bunch of them. They had all been reimbursed by the Sea King's medallion at the Sea King's dome. Now that her injuries had improved, Shua Day Night planned to visit the Day Night clan. "You're not planning on revealing that you comprehended Night's End, Daybreak," Lu Yin said. Shua Day Night shook her head. "Of course not. You're not stupid. If you reveal Night's End, Daybreak, you'll probably be exterminated by the Night King clan." Shua Day Night looked at Lu Yin. "You seem to know a lot about the Day Night clan." "Why?" Lu Yin casually answered, "I'm just curious. The first time I heard you talk about the cage technique, I was curious. I never thought that the Night King clan would be so cruel." Shua Day Night's gaze was sorrowful, but she did not speak. "How many members of the Day King clan are left?" Lu Yin asked. Shua Day Night replied, "I don't know. Nobody knows." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Is it because they all have their own masters?" Shua Day Night's body trembled, and she fell silent. "If you want the Day King clan to regain their freedom in the future, then Night's End, Daybreak might be your only hope. If I'm not wrong, gray hair is the symbol of the Night King clan, and the symbol of the Day King clan's descendants is silver hair." Shua Day Night stared at Lu Yin warily. "You're guessing too much about the Day Night clan. I'm very grateful that you saved me, but it's best that you don't touch the Day Night clan. They have a foundation that you can't even imagine." Lu Yin laughed. "What does the Day Night clan have to do with me? I'm just worried about you. I don't want to save you for nothing." Shua Day Night retracted her gaze and looked outside the cave. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. How do you plan on explaining why I saved you?" Shua Day Night frowned. She had thought about this before, but she hadn't been able to come up with a solution. Lu Yin reached out and retrieved a source box from his cosmic ring. He tossed it to Shua Day Night. "I'm a lockbreaker. I saved you because you had two harmless perceptive intermediate source boxes that caught my eye. In exchange, you gave me one of them. As for your injuries, the K's mighty slash only pierced your skin and did not damage your skull." Shua Day Night looked at the source box and softly said, "Thank you." Lu Yin currently had two harmless perceptive intermediate source boxes on him. One of them had been a reward from the Astral Combat Tournament and had come from the Nalan family. He had obtained the source box from the Sea King's dome, and he had given it to Shua Day Night as an excuse for her to return it to him the next time they met. A harmless source box that was suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreakers was extremely tempting to lockbreakers, especially those who were close to the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level. Saving someone in a situation where it was within his capabilities was not a bad excuse to obtain this source box. It was impossible to determine the value of any source box from its appearance. It was possible that an ordinary source box could unlock a treasure that could shake the universe. This was something that could never be confirmed, so it was normal for lockbreakers to do anything for a source box. "This source box should be enough to offset the lock-breaking promise I made to you, right?" Lu Yin asked. Shua Day Night straightforwardly threw the source box back to Lu Yin and turned to leave. Lu Yin was stunned. "This source box is very valuable, but it's not enough to offset the promise." Shua Day Night seriously replied, "Whether it's because you saved my life or because I owe you a favor, it's already more than that promise. But unless I die, I won't use that promise to offset it. That promise represents hope. Lu Yin pursed his lips and tossed the sourcebox back to Zhuo Dainite. Take it with you. That promise is still valid. Zhuo Dainite's eyes flashed, and she thanked him again before leaving the mountain range. Hai Chi stood outside the cave and watched Zhuo Dainite leave. When she saw Lu Yin walk out, she smirked. Hey, you're quite bold. You're actually looking for a mistress in front of the first wife. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. How can there be a first wife? Hai Chi pointed at herself proudly. I'm the first wife. Hurry up and let me go out to play, or I'll tell father that you're a scumbag. Lu Yin was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. I still have to meet people. What do you mean? Am I not good enough for you? I don't know how to lie. You're despicable. With Zhuo Dainite's current strength, she was able to protect herself, so Lu Yin did not need to worry about her. The next step was to find Zhanlong Dainite and ask him about the Shenwu continent. In the sky, spacecraft constantly formed words to guide the cultivators below. Ever since the Wen family had set a precedent, everyone's imaginations had been stimulated, and all sorts of strange guidance methods had appeared. There was even one power that had created a huge detector in an attempt to scan the entire planet. Of course, it had ended in failure. Over the past few days, another huge pyrolite mine had been discovered, and it was located northwest of the mountain range. If nothing unexpected happened, this place would definitely be occupied by the Dainite clan. Northgate Gang returned with a solemn expression. He immediately went to find Lu Yin and told him a terrifying truth. Many powers had even forced the older generation of explorers to lower their strength and come to planet Pyrolite to compete for the pyrolite mines. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The various powers had no lack of explorers. Once these powerhouses lowered their strength and became Lemeters, their average power level would be higher than a normal Lemeters. This was a price they were willing to pay. It seemed like planet Pyrolite contained more pyrolite than expected. Thank you for your continued support. The second volume is about to be released. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 501. Right now, he was worried about the Dainite clan, the Sword Sect, and other powerful organizations. They had no lack of outstanding explorers, and once these people appeared, even Lu Yin would have to be cautious. Quantity could make up for the difference in quality, and Ling Ke had almost been knocked unconscious by the Dainite clan's attacks. Has anyone mentioned the research progress on the method for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite? Lu Yin asked. Northgate Gang solemnly replied, no, but based on the Northline flow zone's current progress, it's almost impossible. However, we don't know what methods the other great powers have, especially the Ross Empire, which is technologically advanced. They might have found an unimaginable method. Lu Yin looked up. Even if the great powers weakened their explorers to the Lamita realm, he was not worried, as it would not affect him. He was invincible, and even if he was, the great powers would not be willing to sacrifice their top 100 rankings experts to compete for Pyrolite. However, if explorers could enter planet Pyrolite, then things would be different. The top 100 rankings experts would appear one after another, and the situation would change completely. It seemed that he had to find Zhanlong Dainite as soon as possible and ask him about the Shenwu continent before leaving. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he did not want to compete for Pyrolite. In outer space, many powers discovered a strange phenomenon. Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and the recently discovered pyrrolite plains formed an equilateral triangle. This discovery surprised many people, but they did not delve too deeply into it as they thought it was just a coincidence. In outer space, in the Ross Empire's warship, a dozen researchers were excitedly watching a screen. They were geologists from the Ross Empire, and the moment they had arrived on planet Pyrrolite, they had scanned the entire planet and deduced the changes in the planet's geology over the past tens of thousands of years. They wanted to use this method to deduce the location of the pyrrolite mines. Now, after continuously supplementing the data, the results were finally about to be revealed. Many maps of pyrrolite mines appeared on the screen, and they constantly combined and changed. The time of the calculations went from hundreds of thousands of years to tens of thousands of years, then thousands of years, and finally to the present. On the screen, a dot of light flashed. Everyone stared at the screen. The flashing dot of light overlapped with the current map of planet Pyrrolite, revealing a location. "Why is it there?" someone exclaimed. The others stared at the map, looking at the place with the most pyrrolite ore. That place was a mountain range, and outside of the mountain range were Pyrrolite Mountain, Pyrrolite Lake, and Pyrrolite Plains. As the light screen reassembled, a clear map of the pyrrolite ore distribution appeared. The most eye-catching part of the map was an inverted cone-shaped map with Pyrrolite Mountain, Pyrrolite Lake, and Pyrrolite Plains as the points. These cone-shaped maps contained the most pyrrolite ore and went deep into the ground. "I understand now." Pyrrolite Mountain, Pyrrolite Lake, and Pyrrolite Plain were all formed by a gigantic pyrrolite mine. That gigantic pyrrolite mine was actually under the mountain range, and it hadn't moved at all. No wonder we couldn't find it. It's so close to the core of planet Pyrrolite that our detectors couldn't detect it. We've finally found the location of the largest pyrrolite mine. This information has to be kept a secret. "No one can leak it," shouted someone. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard. Everyone looked towards the corner and saw a man with an ashen face taking off his gadget. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had committed suicide. The others were shocked and hurriedly picked up their gadgets. "It's too late. The image has already been sent." "Bastard, who recruited this person?" No one answered. An old man suddenly appeared. "No one is allowed to leave this place." He then disappeared again. Everyone was shocked. They recognized that old man as Scholar Newmoon, one of the Ross Empire's most knowledgeable elders. He was also one of the few almighty enlighters. Before this, no one had known that an almighty powerhouse had arrived. To the current Ross Empire, the most important thing was to race against time. However, the image had already been sent out, and they could not monopolize the largest pyrrolite mine. Thus, after sending a large group of Lemeters to planet Pyrrolite, Scholar Newmoon appeared in the Blaze Realm's warship. At the same time, he sent a message to the dire barbarian clans Lei Long. The biggest problem was that they did not know who the image had been sent to. It would be fine if it was a power from a small flow zone, but that possibility was too low. The most likely possibility was that it was a power from one of the 8 great flow zones. They hoped that it was not the Sword Sect, the Wen family, or the Day-Night clan. Otherwise, they would not even have the right to compete. On planet Pyrrolite, Luin was just about to leave with Hai Chi-Chi when over 100 spacecraft flew towards the mountain range. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Why were there so many people trying to seize the mountain range? Luin could not leave, as Northgate Gang and the others would not be able to defend the mountain range. Boom! 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 Spacecraft after spacecraft crashed into the mountain range, and many of them headed straight for Northgate Gang and the others. Their actions were rather tyrannical. Northgate Gang and the others did not hesitate and immediately attacked. Suddenly, the sound of spacecraft explosions reverberated throughout the mountain range. At the same time, Lemeters charged out and attacked Northgate Gang and the others. Rays of light shot into the ground. These were technological weapons. Luwin was shocked. These were not Lemeters, but rather modified humans who had combined cultivation and technology. Only one power could create such modified humans, the Ross Empire. The Ross Empire wanted to seize this mountain range, and it seemed that they were determined to do so. The various powers on planet Pyrolite avoided using technological weapons for fear of triggering a chain reaction from the Pyrolite mine. However, the Ross Empire had acted out of the norm and attacked with all their might. This abnormal scene caused many powers in outer space to feel strange. The reason given by the Ross Empire was simple: the son of an important person had been killed in this mountain range, and they wanted revenge. Although the various powers did not believe this, there was too little pyrolite in this mountain range, and there was no value in seizing it on a large scale. Within the Blaze Realm spacecraft, Scholar Newmoon, Huahaoyu, and the dire barbarian clans Lei Long were all watching a screen. You don't even know which power sent that person. If it's a power like the Sword Sect, then we won't be able to seize that mountain range even if we work together, Huahaoyu said. Scholar Newmoon was helpless. We're already investigating. Who would have thought that the Geological Research Department, which we've never paid much attention to, would be infiltrated? There's no point in thinking about this. Newmoon, you're a scholar. Such a large-scale attack would have attracted the attention of everyone. How are we going to keep this a secret? Lei Long complained. Newmoon sighed. The secret has already been leaked, so there's no point in talking about it. Everyone, the most important thing right now is to seize that mountain range or form an alliance with the strongest external aid. Huahaoyu's eyes trembled. The strongest external aid? What do you mean? Whoever becomes an unparalleled Lemeter will be the strongest external aid, Newmoon said confidently. An unparalleled Lemeter could seize any place on planet Pyrolite. There were 4 such people, but the strongest had not come. Newmoon's intentions were simple, Mu Rong. You want to form an alliance with the Sword Sect? Lei Long asked. Newmoon shook his head. I'm not the one forming an alliance. The 3 of us will form an alliance with the Sword Sect. Huahaoyu's eyes narrowed. This old fox was indeed cunning. If the Ross Empire cooperated with the Sword Sect on their own, then they would definitely suffer a great loss. However, if they formed an alliance with the 3 of them, then things would be different. No matter how powerful the Sword Sect was, it would not be able to directly suppress the 3 of them. It was no wonder why the old fogey had come looking for them first instead of forming an alliance with the Sword Sect. Huahaoyu was even more afraid of being silenced by the Sword Sect, which was why he wanted to form an alliance with the 3 Enlighters. Although the news has already spread, it shouldn't spread too quickly. We need to seize that mountain range in the shortest time possible and then use the map and the mountain range as a condition to form an alliance with the Sword Sect. Only then will we be able to guarantee the greatest benefits, Newmoon said slowly. Huahaoyu and Lei Long did not object, as this was their only option. Half a day later, they had thought that the mountain range would be quickly seized by the Ross Empire's cyborgs, but reality was the exact opposite of what they had expected. Those cyborgs had been crushed by a single girl. Atop a mountain range on planet Pyrolite, Hai-Chi-Chi's domain enveloped the entire mountain range. Cyborgs were defeated one after another, and their bodies fell to the ground while emitting green smoke. Her attacks were not heavy, and she did not kill them. However, her attacks were enough to render the cyborgs unable to attack again. Northgate Gang and the others were dumbfounded. They had not expected Hai-Chi-Chi to be so powerful, and the strength of her domain made them sigh in amazement. Lu Yin was not surprised, as Hai Chi-Chi's domain was much stronger than his, and she might even have comprehended a force field. She could be ranked within the top 3 on planet Pyrolite, and she was only second to Mu Rong. Thus, defeating these cyborgs from the Ross Empire would not be difficult. Hai Chi-Chi was very pleased with herself. She had been holding back for a few days now, and she had been itching to fight. Although these cyborgs were not very useful, they had still managed to satisfy her competitive spirit. What do you think? I'm amazing, right? Hai Chi-Chi proudly asked Northgate Gang and the others. She even glanced at Lu Yin as she spoke. Northgate Gang immediately praised her, but he was still met with Hai Chi-Chi's merciless ridicule. Her words were just as powerful as her domain. The battle in the mountain range did not attract much attention. Although the Ross Empire's actions were unusual, most powers still focused on their own people. Above the planet, New Moon and the others had ugly expressions, as they had not been able to seize the mountain range. A mere Northline Flowzone's power had actually stopped the Ross Empire. The Blaze Realm and the Dire Barbarian clan should make a move as well, New Moon said calmly as he stared at Hai Chi-Chi. This girl was not simple. Hua Hao frowned. If all 3 sides make a move, it will definitely attract attention. It's not wise. The Ross Empire alone won't be able to take it. That girl is very powerful, New Moon said. Hua Hao stared at Hai Chi-Chi on the screen, and the more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. I remember now. This girl was with the youth who killed Jared. The other 2 looked at him. Hua Hao coldly asked, do you still remember the battle at Pyrolite Lake? That person caught the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers? That scene had been a classic, so how could the other 2 forget it? That youth killed a disciple from my Blaze Realm. This girl is with him, and that youth is in this mountain range, Hua Hao said. Lei Long lowered his voice. If that's the case, then the Lemeters from our 3 forces won't be able to take this mountain range. Let's confirm it first. If that youth is really in the mountain range, then we'll immediately hand over the map to the Sword Sect so that they can seize the mountain range, New Moon said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 502. The 3 parties quickly reached an agreement, and the Ross Empire sent another batch of androids to planet Pyrolite. This time, their goal was not to seize the mountain range, but rather to search for traces of Lu Yin. As long as they could confirm that Lu Yin was there, they would immediately contact the Sword Sect. No matter what the reason was, the fact that this person had caught the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers proved that he was nearly as strong as Ling Quebec. He had even killed Jared in an instant, so the Lemeters under their command could not match up to him. They had to rely on the Sword Sect. However, man proposes, God disposes. The 3 parties of the Rossi Empire did not expect that the person who had sent out the sample was not a spy from one of the major factions, but a fugitive under the control of a small gang of more than 10 people. This small gang used all sorts of methods to manipulate the fugitive to obtain confidential information from certain factions, then sold it for money. This small group had originally only wanted to obtain information about the Ross Empire's geological research, but they had coincidentally participated in the geological analysis of planet Pyrolite and obtained the map. That person had not died of his own accord, but had been forced by the small group and his family. He had no choice but to send out the map, but he had also been afraid of being interrogated by the Ross Empire, so he had chosen to commit suicide. The Ross Empire's attention was focused on the various major powers, so they had not expected such a daring group to covet their information. The small group was short-sighted, and they did not have the ability to cooperate with the major powers to obtain Pyrolite. They simply sold the map to many intelligence organizations in a short amount of time and then disappeared without a trace. The three parties from the Ross Empire were planning to cooperate with the Sword Sect, but the map they had been relying on had already been sold by several intelligence organizations and appeared on the screens of the various major powers. Everything had happened too quickly, so quickly that the Ross Empire had not even confirmed whether Luin was in the mountain range. Some of the major powers had already sent spacecraft towards the mountain range. New Moon and the others were stunned. Hundreds of spacecraft were rushing towards the mountain range, so even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Hua Hao stared at New Moon. What's going on? New Moon frowned, but before she could speak, someone reported that the map had been sent out, and every major power had a copy. This report left Hua Hao and the others speechless for a long time. This was the bargaining chip they had used to cooperate with the Sword Sect, so how had it been leaked so quickly? Were the people who had obtained the map idiots? Or did they not understand the value of pyrolite? They had assumed that the powers who had obtained the map would secretly try to seize the mountain range like them. Who would have thought that they had no plans to take the pyrolite and simply sell it for a good price? The three parties' plans fell through, and they no longer had the capital to work with the Sword Sect. But at that moment, Luin felt that something was amiss. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft were hurtling towards them with incredible momentum. Northgate Gang and the others were dumbfounded. Look, someone exclaimed. Northgate Gang and the others looked up into the sky, only to see a group of spaceships forming the words, Northline, defend. What do you mean? Defend the mountain range. Northgate Gang was stunned. Ah Fan and the rest were confused. Who could tell them what had happened? Granny Chan's face was gloomy. Immediately send someone to the mountain range to inform Northgate Gang and the others of what happened. Also, ask Luin to defend the mountain range. Northline Flow Zone will naturally reward him. Lily Ann's expression was grave. What if Luin isn't willing? Granny Chan looked helpless. Then give up. That's not something we can defend. Lillian nodded, as they had also obtained a sample map. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary vein would actually contain the largest pyrolite mine on planet Pyrolite? It was such a pity, as it would be great if the other powers did not know about this. Countless explosions rang out from the mountain range as craters were smashed into it. Leaders from various parties descended and began fighting over the mountain range. In the sky, batches of spacecraft formed arrowheads that pointed towards the mountain range, guiding the cultivators under their command to head there. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu and the others from the Sword Sect moved out and headed towards the mountain range. At Pyrolite Lake, Wen Qianer and the others looked at Ling Quebec. He frowned, but still headed north. At Pyrolite Plains, Zhanglong Daynite and the others looked towards the south and exchanged glances. Between the mountain range and Pyrolite Plains, Shua Daynite raised her head and looked in the direction of the mountain range with worry. She did not know what had happened, but the mountain range seemed to have become a crucial location that everyone on planet Pyrolite was fighting over. Atop the mountain range, Luin let go of a cultivator who had fainted. His expression was ugly as he casually waved his hand, causing a shockwave to sweep out and send more than 10 meters flying. He then looked at Northgate Gang. Retreat immediately. This isn't a place that you can defend. He already knew what had happened, but he had no intention of helping Northline Flow Zone defend this mountain range. Defending this mountain range would be equivalent to becoming enemies with all the other powers, which went against his original intentions. Northgate Gang wanted to retreat as well, but the words formed by the spacecraft in the sky were still flashing. This was an order from Northline Flow Zone's Granny Chan. I said, retreat immediately. I can help you leave, or I'll leave on my own. Hai Chi-Chi could feel the cruelty of the battlefield, especially since more and more people were arriving. The air was already filled with the stench of blood. She had just killed someone, and it had been her first time killing someone. She felt terrible, but she did not have time to think about it. The feeling of killing someone left her in no mood to speak. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she looked up at the sky in disbelief, her eyes flickering. Northgate Gang's expression changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and struck out. The shockwave from his space render palm swept out and opened up a path. In outer space, Granny Chan and the rest had ugly expressions. Lu Yin was planning to leave. Scholar New Moon and the rest helplessly looked at the screen. From the moment that the sample map had been leaked, this mountain range had no fate with them. The most likely outcome was that it would be controlled by the Sword Sect because they had Mu Rong. Within the mountain range, Lu Yin shouted, "Chi-Chi, let's go." Hai Chi-Chi appeared beside Lu Yin in a flash and grabbed his arm. "We can't leave." Lu Yin frowned. "What do you mean?" Hai Chi-Chi's gaze was complicated, and there was a trace of apology in it. She was no longer as lively as before, and she whispered, "My second brother is here." Lu Yin was stunned, and then a thought flashed through his mind. His body trembled, and he glared at Hai Chi-Chi. "You tricked me." Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." When Hai Chi-Chi had mentioned Hai Dashao's appearance, Lu Yin had figured it out. The Sea King's Dome really wanted to obtain pyrolite, and Lu Yin was a pawn that the Sea King's Dome wanted to use to obtain the pyrolite. The Sea King's Dome must have considered this by allowing Hai Chi-Chi to follow him. As long as Lu Yin entered planet Pyrolite, he would no longer be able to make any decisions. It was no wonder why Hai Dashao had so readily used his name to support the Great Yu Empire. The Sea King's Dome only wanted Lu Yin to enter planet Pyrolite, and as long as he did, Hai Chi-Chi would definitely be able to expose his identity. At that time, he would have to help the Sea King's Dome obtain the pyrolite, as the Great Yu Empire was under the Sea King's Dome's protection. Right, those battle videos on the internet had been deliberately shown to him by Hai Chi-Chi. No, those battle videos might have even been filmed by the Sea King's Dome. From the very beginning, Lu Yin had been part of the Sea King's Dome's plans. The only thing they had missed was the fact that this mountain range was the largest pyrolite mine. However, this made it easier for them to compete for it. Hai Dashao had appeared when Lu Yin had wanted to withdraw from the competition, and there were probably even stronger experts from the Sea King's Dome. But why hadn't the Sea King's Dome forced Lu Yin to come to planet Pyrolite? Why had they used such a method to lure him in? With the Sea King's Dome's strength, as long as the Sea King said the word, Lu Yin would have to come regardless of whether he wanted to or not. There was no way for him to resist, so why had they made things so complicated? Was it because of his status as a prospective son-in-law? Lu Yin stared at Hai Chi-Chi in a daze as his mind raced. Hai Chi-Chi lowered her head. She truly had not known about any of this until just now. Although she had always mocked Lu Yin and disliked him, she still did not feel good about scheming against him like this. "What if I insist on leaving?" Lu Yin asked coldly. Hai Chi-Chi pursed her lips. "I don't know, but you won't be able to escape Elder Tong's methods. All of this should have been arranged by Elder Tong. He's very smart, and he's the military advisor of our Sea King's Dome." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Why scheme against me? Wouldn't it be better to just threaten me?" Hai Chi-Chi shook her head. "I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask me, and don't look at me like that. I'll feel guilty." Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see Hai Dashao's arrogant gaze in the darkness of space. There were too many things that could be threatened, and the simplest was the Great U Empire. Would the Sea King's dome use the Great U Empire to threaten him? If the Sea King's dome had schemed against him for the sake of Pyrolite, then using the Great U Empire to threaten him was not impossible. If that was really the case, then Lu Yin's only option was to follow the Sea King's dome's arrangements and seize the Pyrolite ore before becoming enemies with the various great powers. Lu Yin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Can the Sea King's dome promise to protect the Great U Empire? Hai Chi nodded. Yes. Before we left, my father said that as long as you speak, I can make this promise on his behalf. Lu Yin mocked himself. I thought I was smart, but I was schemed against at every step. The Sea King's dome and the Sea King are truly formidable. Hai Chi sighed as she looked at him. She could hear his resentment, helplessness, and sorrow, but so what? The difference between the strong and the weak was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, she could not understand. If her father really wanted to obtain the Pyrolite ore, then he could have just sent this person over to snatch it. Why did he have to make things so complicated? This was not her father's style. Could it be that her father really wanted this person to be her husband? Hai Chi's expression changed, and her mouth twitched. That shouldn't be the case. In the distance, Northgate Gang and the rest looked at Lu Yin. Without Lu Yin to pave the way, they would suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin sighed. After today, the Great U Empire would be under the Sea King's dome's protection. If he still wanted freedom, then he would have to leave. He would remember the Sea King's dome. He was not good at scheming, and he could not surpass the Sea King's dome or the other great powers. However, he believed that with his innate gift, he would be able to settle this debt one day. Although his name had spread throughout the universe and he had become the #1 leader in the universe, Lu Yin was not happy about it. The various great powers were like giant pythons that coiled around him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Because of this, he had no choice but to think of all sorts of ways to obtain various identities in order to protect himself. These powers had monopolized the universe and monopolized the paths of countless cultivators with no background. Perhaps this was one of the reasons for the rise of the 10 Arbiters Council. The council gave young cultivators a relatively fair environment and background, even though this background was still shrouded by the various great powers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 503. More and more people are coming. Northgate Gang couldn't help but shout in the distance. He looked up at the sky in fear. Spacecraft after spacecraft landed, and there were many experts from the 8 great flow zones among them. There were probably no less than 2,000 kilometers gathered in the mountain range, and it was far more intense than the fight at Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin said, "There's no need to leave. We'll stay." Hai Chi pursed her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. She didn't look at Lu Yin, but her apologetic look only grew deeper. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Stay. Wait for death. The Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, and other behemoths are coming. Lu Yin raised his head. No matter how smart a nobody was, they would never be able to escape the grasp of a powerhouse. He had understood this before, and now, his understanding had deepened. His identity and background were all fake, and he was the only one who was real. It was too difficult to control one's own fate, and the process was extremely long. But now, he could control the fates of the people in front of him. At least on planet Pyrolite, he was invincible. No matter what the outcome of the fight for Pyrolite ore was, he was bound to become an enemy of the various great powers. Perhaps he was born to be unable to stand on the side of justice. The Sea King's dome had schemed against him and had never interfered in the struggles of the inner verse or outer verse, which meant that Lu Yin could not join them. In that case, there was only one path, Leon's Armada. Lu Yin smiled bitterly, as he had never thought that he would have to travel to the cosmic sea in such a manner. He wasn't worried about whether or not he could reach the cosmic sea safely. Although he didn't know how strong Mr. Mu was, it shouldn't be a problem for him to send him safely to the cosmic sea. Perhaps after leaving planet Pyrolite, he would never be able to return to his ordinary life. The cosmic sea or even the legendary Neoverse would be his path. In that case, he would make this battle on planet Pyrolite even more splendid. Up until now, the people from Northline Flow Zone hadn't attracted much attention, as there were too many cultivators fighting. Lu Yin and the others quietly watched from a mountain peak. They didn't participate in the battles, and nobody took the initiative to cause trouble. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand why the cultivators from these small powers would fight to the death, but in the end, they would still be snatched away by the Sword Sect. What was the point of fighting so intensely? Reality proved that there were still quite a few smart people. Many spacecraft in the sky formed the words "Stop" and "Unite," and the battles on the mountain range gradually calmed down. The various powers seemed to have come to a decision. Nearly 2,000 Lemeters stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. A spacecraft entered planet Pyrolite's atmosphere and exploded in the mountain range. A handsome man walked out and looked down at everyone in the mountain range with a smile. "I wonder if anyone still remembers me, Prince Pisces." On the mountain range, everyone was looking at him. Dark red smoke rose vertically into the air from all directions, bringing with it a boundless air of desolation. The air was still filled with the smell of blood, and at this moment, that man seemed to be the center of the mountain range. Lu Yin's gaze grew more serious. This person had some strength. Lord Pisces. 100 years ago, there was a super genius who defeated a cruiser as a Lemeter, and he was able to join the 10 Arbiters' Council. He was one of the counselors, someone exclaimed. As soon as he said this, many people suddenly remembered who he was, and they all looked up at the sky in shock. It was rumored that this person had become an explorer a long time ago, but he still hadn't become a cruiser. Why had he appeared here? Furthermore, he seemed to be a Lemeter. Lord Pisces raised his head proudly. At least someone still remembers me. In the mountain range, someone hesitantly said, "It's not the 10 Arbiters' Council, but the Youth Council." Many people looked at him. That person looked at Lord Pisces fearfully, but he still replied seriously, "Only the 10 people from this year's council have the qualifications to be called the 10 Arbiters. The previous council members were only counselors, so they couldn't be called the 10 Arbiters." That's right. This year's 10 Arbiters' Council is completely different from the previous ones. They've truly given power to the younger generation, and they've also created 10 monsters. The previous counselors were at most realm breakers, and they couldn't compare to the current 10 Arbiters. I've heard that Arbiter Zhenwu once defeated several counselors from the previous councils on his own. He's truly separated this council from the previous ones. In the sky, Lord Pisces' face sank, and the void around his body distorted. An enormous aura swept across the area, shocking everyone. Let's cut the crap. I've been hired by the various great powers to unite everyone and resist the powerful Sword Sect, One Family, and Day-Night Clan, Lord Pisces announced loudly. Within the mountain range, many cultivators looked up at the sky. Countless spacecraft had formed words that represented the various powers' attitudes. There was no point in a chaotic battle, and only by working together would they be able to stop the monopolies of the other powers. At this moment, the second Great Hall's experts arrived. Kuang Wang was at the front, and his injuries from the battle with Ling Ke had mostly recovered. Although the second Great Hall was the weakest power in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, it was still an organization below the Divine Great Hall. The entire Beast Tamer's flow zone could be considered a single power, which was the Divine Great Hall. However, the Divine Great Hall was divided into the First Great Hall and the Second Great Hall. Thus, the Second Great Hall could completely represent the Divine Great Hall, and Kwang Wang was an expert from the Divine Great Hall. When they saw Kwang Wang and the others arrive, the cultivators from the various powers became nervous. The difference between these geniuses and ordinary Lemeters was too great. Even if there were a few geniuses who had comprehended domains and battle force, they still weren't confident in defeating Kwang Wang. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lord Pisces. Lord Pisces landed on the ground and faced Kwang Wang and the others. Many of the pyrolite mines on planet Pyrolite have been snatched away by you. The various powers have joined forces here, and we won't back down. Kwang Wang remained calm. You're also an explorer whose realm has been weakened. After paying such a huge price, do you really think that you can resist the Sword Sect and the others? Lord Pisces' face was gloomy. He was an explorer, but his realm had been forcefully weakened, and he would never be able to step into outer space again. To him, this was cruel. Only by defending this mountain range and making contributions would he be able to live out the rest of his life in peace and give his descendants a chance. Although he had been famous when he was young, he had been unable to break through to become a cruiser, which had led to his current situation. He did not want his descendants to suffer the same fate. Under the seemingly arrogant appearance, there was a heart of despair. The power behind him had promised him that as long as he defended the mountain range, his descendants would receive the greatest support from the sect. He had to defend the mountain range. It's not just me against the Sword Sect, but all of us. Lord Pisces shouted. Behind him, on the mountain range, more than 2,000 Lemeters roared back. At this moment, no matter what kind of grudges they had with the powers behind them, they had to set them aside. If they wanted to defend the mountain range, they had to join forces. In the distance, Shiyu and the others had also arrived, and they stared at the mountain range in shock. These small powers had finally been forced to this point, but was there any use? Even further away, Ling Ke and the Wen family's cultivators were rapidly approaching. The Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, and other powers were also rapidly approaching. More than half of planet Pyrolite's cultivators had gathered in this mountain range, and all of the strongest Lemeters had arrived. They're here, Northgate Gang said in a trembling voice as he stared at the group of people approaching from below. This group was led by Ling Ke and the Wen family's cultivators. The arrival of the Wen family caused the more than 2,000 Lemeters present to tremble. Rather than the Wen family, it was more accurate to say that it was Ling Quebec. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Kwang Wang's expression changed, and he stared at Ling Quebec. This person had severely injured him with a single slash, and his strength was unfathomable. Lord Pisces' eyelids twitched, as this was the most difficult moment for them. However, he had already thought of a solution. When Chiener and the others followed behind Ling Ke and stared at the peaceful mountain range with unfriendly expressions. The situation was on the verge of erupting. You can all leave now, Ling Ke said as he coldly swept his gaze across the front. Even Lord Pisces was ignored by him, as he was nothing more than an outdated piece of trash from 100 years ago. The universe had undergone a revolution, and ever since the appearance of the 10 Arbiters, the younger generation was completely different from the past. In the past, Lord Pisces had been weakened from an explorer to a Lemeter, and he had possessed unparalleled strength. Now, however, he was nothing in Ling Ke's eyes. Lord Pisces could feel Ling Ke's indifference, and he was furious, but he forcefully suppressed it. Brother Ling, we can retreat, but can you stop Mu Rong by yourself? Ling Ke frowned. You and I can work together, along with the 2,000 cultivators present and the people from the second Great Hall. How about that? Lord Pisces suggested. This was his plan, and it was also something that the various great powers had come up with. It was a plan that could not be considered a plan, but rather, it was to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. As for the final outcome, it would depend on the will of the heavens, as no one could guarantee that they would be able to defeat Murong and Ling Quebec. These two could not be defeated by numbers, unless one possessed a technique like the day-night clans that could damage one's spiritual force. Ling Ke had already suffered a loss before, and he would not repeat the same mistake. When Chiena was tempted, they had already been defeated in the contest for Pyrolite Mountain, and Murong could not be defeated by Ling Ke alone. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed. Working together. It was a good idea, but it was a little embarrassing. At this moment, the Day-Night clan arrived, and they attracted everyone's attention once again. Night Queen Yanqing looked at the peaceful mountain range and raised an eyebrow. This group of trash had actually teamed up. Lord Pisces looked at Night Queen Yanqing and shouted, "Day-Night clan members, how about we work together to defeat Murong first? Otherwise, no one will be able to keep him in check." Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed, and she looked at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke looked over at the same time. Although he did not speak, it was clear that they had decided to work together. At that moment, a sharp aura rushed over. They had finally arrived at the Sword Sect. Lu Xiaoqiu and Lu Xiaoyun walked at the front while Yo Yi excitedly followed behind them. Murong was at the back with a calm expression. Murong's appearance was like a huge mountain weighing down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, this mountain range was filled with the universe's top leaders. Outside of planet Pyrolite, the various great powers were all staring at the mountain range. Lord Pisces took a deep breath and looked at the Sword Sect members. He shouted, "Sword Sect members, are you trying to seize this mountain range?" Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lord Pisces. "So what if we are?" Lord Pisces' gaze was fierce. "You've already taken over Pyrolite Mountain, and the Pyrolite ore in this mountain range should be divided equally among the various great powers. If the Sword Sect still wants to seize it, then isn't that too much?" Lu Xiaoyun ignored Lord Pisces, as the current situation was clear to her. She turned back to look at Murong. Murong stepped forward. "If you want to block me, then feel free to try." He did not care about Lord Pisces at all. From start to finish, all of their schemes and alliances had been useless. Only a few people could truly decide everything. I'll add another chapter at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 504. He did not care about this so-called alliance. Lord Pisces had thought that all of the Lemeters would be able to resist Murong and divide the Pyrolite ore between them, but his actions were laughable. He had achieved his goal, but the outcome was not something he could control. Lu Xiaoyun took the lead, and an endless rain of swords descended from the sky, targeting everyone in the mountain range. From the very beginning, the Sword Sect had assumed that everyone else would be their enemy. Regardless of whether Lord Pisces acted or not, the battle would not change. In the face of the Sword Sect's powerful attack, many of the cultivators retaliated. In an instant, the earth and mountains crumbled, and the void distorted as cracks exploded like lightning. Northgate Gang and the rest were stunned. This was a true top-tier battlefield. In the distance, Shiyu, Wen Qian'er, and the rest were shocked as well. Murong and Ling Ke had both acted. This was the second time the two had clashed on planet Pyrolite. Ling Ke immediately split his soul, and 3 Ling Kes combined 3 blades stabbed towards Mu Rong. On the ground, green grass spread, and the farmer boy's song appeared at the right time. The 3 K's mighty slashes froze in the void, and in the next moment, Zhanlong Day Night and Night Queen Yanqing attacked Mu Rong at the same time. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword, and sword light flashed, illuminating planet Pyrolite with a cold light. A top-tier battlefield was not something that ordinary people could participate in. Lord Pisces stared blankly. He had thought that he had the situation under control and could unite everyone to resist the sword sect, but when the battle truly began, his plan seemed laughable. He realized that even without him, the battle would not have changed at all. Everyone would have joined forces to resist the sword sect because Mu Rong was too strong. The scale of this battle far exceeded that of Pyrolite Mountain. Not only were Mu Rong and the other strongest Lemeters participating, but there were also many older explorers who had weakened their realms to participate. There were no longer just 1 or 2 people who were qualified to approach Mu Rong and Ling Ke's battle. There were nearly 10 people from the Day-Night clan, the Wen family, and the Sword sect. One of them had even released a powerful astral beast. He was from the Divine Great Hole. If they did not defeat Mu Rong, they would never be able to seize this mountain range. This was what everyone agreed upon. Above the planet, the various great powers stared at the mountain range. Perhaps this would be the biggest battle since the start of the Pyrolite War. Countless spacecraft descended like shooting stars, and Lemeters appeared one after another to join the battle. The shockwave sent hundreds of Lemeters flying, and they all lost their ability to fight. Mu Rong's farmer's song had controlled countless people. Even Lu Yin had almost harmed himself in the past, let alone others. Mu Rong's farmer's song had severely injured a third of the cultivators and shocked the universe. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his eyes, and the second sword descended. Countless people were dumbfounded. Was it really wise to make an enemy of the sword sect? This was not a battlefield that they could join, even if everyone joined forces. Lord Pisces clenched his teeth and attacked Lu Xiaoqiu. 2 strange fishes formed a strange diagram in an attempt to suppress Lu Xiaoqiu, but Lu Xiaoqiu cut them apart with a single slash. You're already past your prime. Lu Xiaoqiu's second slash caused Lord Pisces to vomit blood and crash into the mountain range. Zhanlong Day Night appeared behind Lord Pisces and punched at Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword to block, but his body was sent flying into the ground. Lu Xiaoyun slashed at Night Queen Yanqing, but the attack was blocked by the Night Queen's Night King's body. Her purple eyes looked at everyone from the sword sect, but her surroundings suddenly changed. This was the quadrangular Dragonlock array, and it was Yo Year. Her eyes were cold as she looked to the right. Yo Year winked playfully. Old auntie, let's play again. Night Queen Yanqing was furious. You brat, I'll kill you. Just as she finished speaking, a strange fluctuation suddenly swept across the area. This was a domain. Not only Night Queen Yanqing, but even Yo Year was shocked. Was this a domain? Old auntie, who are you trying to kill? Hai Chi-Chi's voice rang out, and she appeared to Night Queen Yanqing's left. Yo Year looked at Hai Chi-Chi, and Hai Chi-Chi looked back at Yo Year. Night Queen Yanqing was enraged, and she unleashed all of her power, but she still could not break free from Yo Year's quadrangular Dragonlock array. Hai Chi-Chi was surprised. What a powerful battle technique. What is this? Yo Year was pleased. It's a battle technique from the Yo Court, the quadrangular Dragonlock array. What do you think? It's powerful, right? Hai Chi-Chi nodded continuously and excitedly said, It's so powerful. Teach me. She had already forgotten about the apology she had felt from the Sea King's dome, and she had returned to her normal self in the blink of an eye. Yo Year happily agreed. Night Queen Yanqing bellowed. What did these two brats take her for? At that moment, the void was torn apart, and K's mighty slash descended. It pierced through the quadrangular dragonlock array and rescued Night Queen Yanqing. Yo-Year retreated more than 10 steps and gritted her teeth as she glared at the distant Ling Quebec. That bastard! He's fighting Mu Rong, yet he still has the time to meddle in other people's business. Ling Ke was already under a lot of pressure from facing Mu Rong, and he had continuously expanded the scope of the battle in order to avoid being controlled by the farmer boy's song. He had no choice but to divert his attention to save Night Queen Yanqing. Mu Rong had taken advantage of Ling Ke's moment of distraction to sweep through 3 powerhouses with weakened realms. The picture of a farmer boy herding cows had suppressed the entire battlefield, causing nearly 10 powerhouses with weakened realms to cough up blood. Mu Rong was too terrifying. Even though he was surrounded by many powerhouses, he still seemed invincible, including Ling Quebec. Night Queen Yanqing only wanted to kill Yo-Year and Hai Chi-Chi. This time, she was more careful and would not be trapped by Yo-Year's quadrangular dragonlock array. Every time Yo-Year attacked, she would quickly leave her original position and bombard the area with powerful star energy. Yo-Year cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran away. Hai Chi-Chi shouted, "Follow me." Yo-Year hurriedly followed. Night Queen Yanqing's hatred for Hai Chi-Chi surpassed that of Yo-Year. She ignored everything else and chased after them, charging into the mountain range. Most of the Lemeters in the mountain range had been heavily injured by Lu Xiaoyun and Lu Xiaoqiu's sword techniques. Only a small portion of them could still walk, but they did not intend to participate in the battle. Night Queen Yanqing was definitely powerful, and as long as she was prepared, Yo-Year's battle techniques would be useless against her. Even Hai Chi-Chi's domain was no match for her. The 2 girls were chased by Night Queen Yanqing, and they soon arrived where Northgate Gang and the others were. Northgate Gang was stunned, and he knew that something was wrong the moment he saw Hai Chi-Chi excitedly rush out. Sure enough, she had provoked a powerful enemy and returned. Everyone felt the pressure suddenly increase when they faced Night Queen Yanqing, and they could not resist at all. They could only look at Lu Yin. Hai Chi-Chi shouted, "Help! This old auntie is killing people." Yo-Year also shouted, "Who can save us?" Night Queen Yanqing's eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. Even if it was the Yo Court princess, she would still kill her first. The Night King clan did not fear anyone. Hai Chi-Chi pulled Yo-Year past Lu Yin and suddenly stopped. "We're safe." Yo-Year blinked. "How are we safe?" Night Queen Yanqing raised a hand and grabbed at the 2 girls. As for Lu Yin, she completely ignored him and did not even look at him. Suddenly, when Night Queen Yanqing passed by Lu Yin's side, she felt her scalp go numb and a chill run down her spine. Based on her many years of battle experience, she could sense danger and instinctively dodged to the side. However, her shoulder was firmly grabbed by a hand. "Night Queen Yanqing, long time no see." This one sentence caused Night Queen Yanqing's eyes to shrink. When she heard this voice, she turned around in a daze and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and saw that he was still in his disguise. Night Queen Yanqing was confused, as she recognized this person. He had used 2 fingers to clamp down on her K's mighty slash, which had indirectly saved her life. She had been looking for him all this time, but she had never expected to find him here. But why did this voice sound so familiar? Wasn't that him? The next moment, Lu Yin's appearance changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and she was in disbelief. Lu Yin. Less than a meter away, Hai Chi-Chi patted her chest. Beside her, Yo-Year also looked at Lu Yin in shock. It was him. "Thank you for taking care of me all this time," Lu Yin said calmly. He was currently in a bad mood, as he had been forced to fight over pyrolite ore. In the end, he might not be able to obtain anything, and he might even have to leave the cosmic sea. To him, this was bad luck, and whoever appeared at this moment would be unlucky. Night Queen Yanqing felt an intense pain in her shoulder as a majestic force pushed through her shoulder and into her organs. A trace of blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Luyin, how dare you appear here? Aren't you afraid of implicating the Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yes, everyone is sure to take care of me. However, from now on, this threat will no longer exist. Help me tell Elder Yuanjing that I, Lu Yin, will always remember his care. He then flung Night Queen Yanqing away. Night Queen Yanqing was suppressed by Lu Yin's strength and was unable to move. Her entire body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, and her Night King's body and battle force collapsed as she fainted. Everyone was shocked by Night Queen Yanqing's miserable state, and they all looked towards the mountain range. Was there someone who could defeat Night Queen Yanqing? Ling Ke also looked towards the mountain range in shock. Although Night Queen Yanqing was not a top-tier powerhouse, she was still one of the powerhouses who had been qualified to participate in the siege against Murong. She was one of the top 5 powerhouses present, but she had been beaten so badly. In outer space, Night Queen Qiuyu was so angry that her entire body trembled. She glared at the screen. It's actually him. This brat is looking to die. How dare he attack my Day-Night clan? Contact Karthika immediately and have him destroy the Great Yu Empire. In the Sword Sect, Elder Viletree frowned. That's Lu Yin. Why did he appear? In the Wen family spacecraft, Mira was also staring at the screen in shock. Lu Yin couldn't be that stupid, right? Why would he attack the Day-Night clan? He should have stayed out of this. In the second Great Hall, Karthika clenched his fists. Lu Yin had still come, but he had actually attacked the Day-Night clan. Was he not afraid of implicating the Frostwave Weave? Or did he really think that he would be safe with Hai Dashao's personal promise? As long as it wasn't the Sea King's promise, they would not care if Lu Yin violated everyone's interests. In the Northline flow zone, Granny Chan and the others were pleasantly surprised. Was Lu Yin going to help them seize the mountain range? But why? The situation had changed too quickly. The various powers were all attracted by Lu Yin. Previously, it had been Murong, but now, Lu Yin was the greatest barrier. Below planet Pyrolite, everyone looked at Lu Yin. They were all familiar with this person, as he was the strongest Lamiter who had surpassed Murong. He was an invincible powerhouse. Murong and the others stopped fighting. Underground, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night walked out and stopped fighting as well. Lord Pisces' face went pale, and he looked up. There was someone even more ruthless here. Lu Yin's appearance had changed the situation once again. He was no longer afraid of being surrounded, and since he had decided to act, he would not hesitate. He would show these people what it meant to be an invincible emitter. Thank you for Little Pow's tip, and thank you all for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The second volume was about to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 505. Outside the mountain range, Zhua Day-Night looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Are you going to make a move? All of your previous concealment will be meaningless. He alone was like a tall mountain. His shadow seemed to envelop everyone. At this moment, even Murong's shadow was dim. High up in the sky, a group of spacecraft suddenly formed words that read, "Join forces to kill Lu." These were simple words, but they displayed an unparalleled determination. These were the Day-Night clan spacecraft. The next moment, Xianlong Day-Night was the first to attack. He raised his right fist and gathered all the strength in his body before striking out with a majestic might that distorted the void. Lu Yin, it's been a long time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he watched Xianlong Day-Night's fist approach. Everyone watched as Lu Yin slowly raised his right palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and dust flew everywhere. The shockwave transformed into visible ripples that pushed Hai Chi-Chi and the rest away. The mountain range split apart, and a horizontal crack appeared in the void. Countless people were shocked by this scene. With a whoosh, the dust settled, revealing Lu Yin's calm face. He hadn't even taken half a step back, and his palm was still tightly gripping Xianlong Day-Night's right fist, preventing him from advancing or retreating. Countless people were dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open as they stared at the scene in disbelief. This was Xianlong Day-Night, a top powerhouse of the Day-Night clan who had fought Lu Xiaoqiu to a standstill. He was someone who was qualified to join in the siege against Mu Rong, but Lu Yin had easily blocked his punch. It had to be known that even Ling Ke and the others had to either defend themselves or dodge Xianlong Day-Night's punch. None of them had been able to block it as easily as Lu Yin. Xianlong Day-Night stared at Lu Yin, his eyes flickering with disbelief. Your strength. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're too weak right now. He then exerted force with his right palm, and with a crack, Xianlong Day-Night's right fist was broken. His entire body was smashed into the ground like Night Queen Yanqing, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin looked down at him. I'll look for you after I've dealt with the others. He then took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the mountain range. In just 2 moves, he had defeated 2 top powerhouses of the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's strength left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Yo Yi was shocked, this person was indeed powerful. Hai Chi-Chi blinked. This guy was actually quite pleasing to the eye. It made sense for her father to make him his son-in-law. No wonder he hadn't forced Lu Yin to steal the pyrolite mine. Wait, that wasn't right. What was she thinking? What was she thinking? What son-in-law? There was no such thing. In outer space, Night Queen Chuyu's expression changed. Xianlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing had both been defeated, and their opponents had only attacked twice. How could this be? Was the gap between the meters really that great? Lu Yin's strength reminded her of the 10 arbiters. On planet Pyrolite, below a mountain range, Sir Pisces stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. This person had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, and he was now less than 5 meters away from him. Ling Ling, Ling Ke, Ling, Ling Ling. Calm to Ling Ling to the Day-Night. Ling Ke raised his head and took a few steps forward. He stared at Lu Yin coldly. How domineering. Lu Yin, even if you're the strongest Lemeter, can you stop everyone? Lu Yin looked at Ling Quebec, you can try. Ling Ke's eyes widened. Everyone attack together. If we don't defeat him, no one will get this mountain range. He then took the initiative to attack. His K's mighty slash tore through the void and stabbed towards Lu Yin. He used his full strength right from the start, as he had already guessed that Lu Yin was the one who had caught his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. Lu Yin was not someone with an extraordinary innate gift. Aside from this person, who else could have caught his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers? To the side, Mu Rong also attacked. He had chosen to team up with Ling Ke against Lu Yin. Previously, Ling Ke and the others had joined forces to attack Lu Yin, but now, everyone joined forces to attack Lu Yin. The void tore apart in front of Lu Yin, and the K's mighty slash appeared in front of him. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing the blade to fly to the side with a bang. He then raised a palm to face Ling Quebec. At this moment, he had already moved all of the fate sand from his heart and left arm away, hiding them under his clothes. In other words, 2/3 of his sealed physical strength had been released. At this moment, Luin was invincible. The shockwave from the space render palm shattered the void, and it roared like a monster as it charged towards Ling Quebec. Ling K's pupils shrank. He knew that Luin was very strong, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Flicking away his K's mighty slash with a single finger was enough to topple Ling K's worldview. There was a boom as the space render palm swept out in one direction. Ling K dodged it, but everyone else in that direction was struck by the space render palm's force and lost their ability to fight. Luin raised an eyebrow. "You haven't learned your lesson yet. Your song is useless against me." Then, his body trembled, and the void tore apart. He raised a palm and aimed it at Mu Rong. Mu Rong's face changed, and he hurriedly dodged. A huge shockwave blasted out from where he had been standing. 2 palms had forced Ling K and Mu Rong to retreat. Not only had he flicked away the K's mighty slash, but he had also caused the farmer's song to collapse. The strength that Luin had displayed in the past few seconds had caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. "Monster! He's a monster!" Someone shouted as they stared at Luin in fear. Following his words, everyone immediately retreated. "This person is a monster. He's invincible. Monster." Against Mu Rong, everyone could still fight if they joined forces with Ling Quebec. However, against Luin, even with Mu Rong's help, they felt like ants trying to shake a tree. This was not a battle that could be won by numbers. Wen Qian'er stared blankly. This was the strength of an unequaled Lemeter. She had overestimated herself and wanted to experience it for herself, but even Ling K was far from being able to match up to Luin. Ever since Mr. Mu had raised Lu Yin's physical body to its limits, he had reached the realm where his battle soul could be in a domain with his eyes closed. In other words, he was truly invincible. Perhaps the 10 arbiters might have been able to contend with him when they had been Lemeters, but now, none of them could stop him. Mu Rong looked at Luin solemnly, as the current Luin made him feel powerless. He had exchanged blows with Luin before, and he had truly experienced this person's strength. In the beginning, the two of them had been evenly matched, and Luin definitely did not have the strength to shake off the farmer's song. It was only towards the end that he had released that level of strength, which was something that he had comprehended during his battle with the Sea King at the Sea King's Dome. Now, Luin had released his strongest strength right from the start. This strength was not something that Mu Rong could block, and neither could anyone else. Right now, only explorers or even cruisers could fight against him. He was invincible against Lemeters. Above the planet, the various great powers were stunned. The difference between them was too great, and it was not something that could be made up for with numbers. In the Sword Sect, Elder Viletree was shocked. "This kid is unbeatable. Think of a way to send explorers to planet Pyrolite. Order Lu Xiaoqiu and the others to retreat to Pyrolite Mountain. Don't fight with this kid." "Yes, Elder." Within the Wen family spacecraft, Mira was also shocked. She had not expected that Luin would become so strong in the short time that she had not seen him. His strength was a little exaggerated, and even the 10 arbiters would have to look askance at Luin. They had also been invincible when they had been Lemeters, but they should not have surpassed Lu Yin's strength. He might already have the strength to match her own. Who would have thought that an ant from Earth who had just started cultivating would be able to reach such a level? In the domain of Lemeters, Luin had the aura of a supreme existence. The Day-Night clan and the Wen family simultaneously issued orders for everyone to retreat. These seniors could clearly see the difference between them, and Lu Yin was not someone that the younger generation could contend against. As the words in the sky changed, they all turned into a single word: retreat. At the foot of the mountain range, everyone inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief, as there was no need to fight with this monster. Lu Yin looked up. These powers were indeed worthy of being able to mingle in the Interverse. They were decisive in their actions, but the fact that they had retreated so decisively meant that they were thinking of other methods. They were either threatening Lu Yin or looking for another powerhouse. In the sword sect, Lu Xiaoqiu walked out with a resolute gaze. Lu Xiaoyun's expression changed. "What are you doing?" "The elders have ordered us to retreat." Everyone else looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu resolutely walked forward and faced Lu Yin. "You and I have an agreement to challenge the top 100 rankings together." "That's right," Lu Yin replied. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze turned cold. "I have a feeling that this battle will be our final battle as leaders, as well as our first. I don't want to miss it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You're not my opponent." Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword hilt. "So what? This is my way of the sword." In outer space, Elder Vile Tree and the rest fell silent. Lu Xiaoqiu had inherited the 13 swords because of his own way of the sword. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, he had to take action. Otherwise, his way of the sword would crumble. Compared to a Lu Xiaoqiu whose way of the sword had crumbled, they would rather fight him, regardless of whether they would live or die. Of course, the sword sect did not believe that Lu Yin would dare to kill Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's head hurt. People with such high beliefs were the most troublesome. Zhang Dingtian was one, and Lu Xiaoqiu was another. Lu Yin himself had cultivated to his current level by relying on his die and luck, and he did not have such beliefs. At this moment, when he saw Lu Xiaoqiu's resolute gaze, Lu Yin felt that he lacked something. He himself should have some sort of belief. "Go ahead," Lu Yin said calmly. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Even Ling Ke and Mu Rong had not been able to defeat the fourth sword. Was Lu Xiaoqiu going to use the fifth sword? Each of the 13 swords was shocking, and everyone wanted to see the might of the fifth sword. Lu Xiaoqiu took a deep breath and gripped his sword hilt tightly. His eyes were resolute, and he was indeed going to use the fifth sword. This was a sword that he had yet to comprehend. Using the fourth sword as a leader was already very terrifying, and the fifth sword should have been something that he could only come into contact with after becoming an explorer. But now, he had to use it, or else he would not even have a chance. Perhaps after the fifth sword, he would become a cripple. But he did not regret it. At the foot of the mountain range, many cultivators continuously retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Lu Yin did not attack, as he wanted to show his respect for Lu Xiaoqiu's beliefs. He would give Lu Xiaoqiu enough time. The cultivators continuously retreated, and one of them suddenly looked at his sword in shock. His sword was shaking, and soon after, many swordsman cultivators around him also noticed that their swords were shaking, as if they were not under their control. This was a force field that had not yet been displayed, but it truly existed. The fourth sword manifested this force field in the form of sword qi, and it was the strongest attack. At this moment, this force field had merged with the environment. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 506. Yo Yi'er looked down from the mountain range, and she recalled a description of the sword sect's fifth sword from her seniors. Man and sword as one, sword and domain as one, man and domain as one. This is the fifth sword. What did you say? Hai Chi was confused. Yo Year shook her head. Nothing. Do you think that person can block the fifth sword? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. I don't know. Below the mountain range, Lu Yin's expression turned serious. He could feel Lu Xiaoqiu's force field and the terrifying power of the fifth sword that seemed to merge everything into one. This sharp aura had yet to appear, but it had already caused cracks to appear in the void. In Lu Yin's eyes, Lu Xiaoqiu had already transformed into a sword, and countless spatial cracks had spread out from his body. Ling Ke stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. The sword sect's 13 swords truly lived up to its name. If Lu Xiaoqiu had completely comprehended this sword, then Ling Ke might not have been able to defeat him. Mu Rong also stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in amazement. The inheritors of the 13 swords were indeed not simple. Countless people were looking forward to Lu Xiaoqiu defeating Lu Yin in one strike. Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly opened his eyes and unsheathed his sword. With him at the center, a sharp aura spread out in a circular manner. Everything within 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters was enveloped by this aura, and it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. This was a power that could decide their life or death. Mu Rong raised a hand, and a very thin trace of blood appeared on his palm. It wasn't just him, everyone who had been enveloped by the fifth sword had been injured to varying degrees. Many cultivators were terrified, and they hurriedly retreated. Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger. The void flickered, and a white shock wave slashed towards the ground. The fifth sword had not been completely released, but it was already trying to injure Lu Yin. It was impossible. After coming into contact with the fifth sword's power, Lu Yin suddenly shook his head. You can't use this sword. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly say such a thing, and most of them were confused. Only a few looked at Lu Xiaoqiu with pity. In the starry sky, Elder Vile Tree shook his head and sighed. The fifth sword, man, sword, and domain as one. He managed to fuse man with his aura, and man with his sword, but he was unable to fuse his sword with his domain. His power leaked out, causing him to fail on the verge of success. Behind Elder Vile Tree, Lu Sanjian looked at the screen with pity. If he could use the fifth sword, then Xiaoqiu would definitely be the strongest. Elder Vile Tree calmly replied, not necessarily. No, that's not right. Even if he can use the fifth sword, he's still not the strongest. He then looked at Lu Yin. I've seen this kid's battle with Mu Rong. This kid possesses extreme strength, and it's not something that a powerhouse at the same level as him can contend against unless they've also reached the pinnacle in a certain aspect. Lu Sanjian was confused. Extreme. Elder Vile Tree sighed in amazement. Yes, the pinnacle, just like the 10 arbiters. Lu Sanjian was shocked. This kid can rival the 10 arbiters? Elder Vile Tree did not answer, but he did not deny it either. The sword sect had the 10 arbiters, so they were well aware of their strength. Their monstrous reputation was not an exaggeration, it was the truth. Even for a powerhouse like Lu Sanjian, who was close to becoming an enlighter, the 10 arbiters' strength when they had been Lemeters was inconceivable. It was precisely because they understood the 10 arbiters' strength when they had been Lemeters that they did not pay much attention to Lu Yin and the other 10 arbiters' candidates. The difference was too great, and they were not even on the same level. The so-called 10 arbiters' candidates were just words of encouragement, but now, someone who could rival the 10 arbiters had appeared. Lu Sanjian was very clear on how terrifying and unfathomable someone who could rival the 10 arbiters' Lemeters was. To all Lemeters, such a person was a monster. It was no wonder why Elder Vile Tree had ordered everyone to retreat after Lu Yin had made his move. He was an existence that could not be resisted. On planet Pyrolite, just as Lu Yin had said, Lu Xiaoqiu could not use the fifth sword. His force field had collapsed, or rather, it had been destroyed by his own sword qi. He could not combine his sword and domain. Lu Xiaoqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled. Lu Yin calmly looked at him. Although you haven't been able to use that sword, you're not far from being able to. I'll wait for your challenge. I probably won't become an explorer before you do. Lu Xiaoqiu was unwilling to accept this. Are you pitying me? Lu Yin shook his head. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. It will be more difficult for me to become an explorer. However, even if I don't become an explorer, I can still challenge the top 100 rankings. The original agreement is invalid, and the current you cannot challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time as me. Lu Xiaoqiu silently left. He had been defeated before the battle had even begun, but he did not regret it. If he did not even have the courage to fight, then how could he talk about surpassing his ancestors? Most of the people left one after another. With Lu Yin overseeing things, no one could seize this mountain range. At this moment, a few Day-Night clan members charged up the mountain range in an attempt to take Zhanlong Day-Night away. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and a shockwave from his space render palm swept out, sending the Day-Night clan members flying. You can't take this person away. The Day-Night clan members were terrified. Lu Yin, do you want to become mortal enemies with the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin indifferently replied, wait until I'm done with my questioning. You. At this moment, Night Queen Yanqing finally regained consciousness. She had been severely injured, and Lu Yin still remembered the fact that she had used Zhua Day-Night as a shield. He had not held back when he had attacked her just now, and she had only survived thanks to her Night King's body and battle force. Night Queen Yanqing stood up with the help of the Day-Night clan members, but she glared at Lu Yin as if she wanted to eat him alive. Lu Yin glanced at her and then turned to leave. Lu Yin, Pyrolite is a strategic resource. If you dare to take it, even Elder Yuanjing will not be able to protect you, much less the Great Yu Empire, Night Queen Yanqing threatened. Lu Yin stopped in place and slowly turned around. In the distance, the Sword Sect, One Family, Second Great Hall, Dire Barbarian Clan, Blaze Realm, and other great powers were all watching this scene. If possible, they did not want to retreat, but it seemed like the Day-Night clan was about to break the rules. If they were up against any other power, the Day-Night clan would not be able to break the rules, just like how Wen Kitchen had been stopped by Night Queen Qiuyu when he wanted to break the rules. However, they were up against Lu Yin, who had no background. At most, he was the Sea King's prospective son-in-law, but he was only a prospective son-in-law and not a real son-in-law. If the Day-Night clan could threaten this person and force him to give up the mountain range, then they could continue fighting over it. However, they were also worried that Lu Yin would be roped in by the Day-Night clan, which would be even more troublesome. Are you threatening me? Lu Yin stared coldly at Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing panted heavily as the surrounding Day-Night clan members looked at Lu Yin in fear, afraid that he would attack. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. You're one step too late. He then pointed at the mountain range. There's someone with a higher status there. Everyone subconsciously looked at the mountain range. Yo Yeer blinked and looked at Hai Chi-Chi. Aside from the people from the Northline flow zone, there was only this brat here. Hai Chi-Chi did not back down. She took a step forward and hovered in the air. She wanted to speak, but she could not think of a good opening line. She rolled her eyes and said, Trash, I'm your sister Chi. The mountain range fell silent as everyone stared at Hai Chi-Chi, including Mu Rong and the rest. Trash. Was she referring to them? Yo Yeer's gaze towards Hai Chi-Chi suddenly became one of worship. This opening line was amazing. Hai Chi-Chi blinked and looked at everyone. Was what she said not good? Lu Yin knew that Hai Chi had a venomous tongue and was unreliable, but he had not expected her to be this unreliable. In such a serious situation, he had been led astray by her. This caused his resentment towards Hai Chi to lessen by more than half. The person who had schemed against him was the Sea King, not Hai Chi. Night Queen Yanqing glared at Hai Chi. This damned brat, she would tear her mouth off sooner or later. Hai Chi looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin answered, her name is Hai Chi, and she's the Sea King's daughter. There was an uproar below the mountain range, and everyone stared at Hai Chi in shock. The Sea King's daughter. Mu Rong was shocked. He had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but he had never seen the Sea King's daughter before. Was this person really the Sea King's daughter? He suddenly rejoiced that he had not pulled out the Sea King's trident. Ling Kai stared blankly, feeling that something was amiss. The Sea King's daughter's opening line was a little too brazen. Shiyu looked at Hai Chi. She was Lu Yin's fiancée. The two of them were quite compatible. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank. The Sea King's daughter. No wonder she dared to humiliate her. She suddenly felt that she would never be able to do anything to this brat in this lifetime. Yo Year was shocked. She was the Sea King's daughter. Hai Chi raised her head and looked at everyone with satisfaction. This was the effect she had wanted, and this was the way she had wanted to appear. It was too flashy. As a woman, she wanted to be in the limelight even more than a man, but she had always been suppressed in the Starfall Sea. She had agreed to the selection so that she could find someone to accompany her, and now, her dream had finally come true. Night Queen Yanqing was speechless when the Sea King's daughter appeared. Allowing his daughter to accompany Lu Yin was a clear indication of the Sea King's attitude, and the Day-Night clan's threats were useless against him. The other side. Sure enough, Lu Yin definitely had something to rely on if he dared to make a move. At that moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Ripples appeared in the dark red air, and the void trembled. Everyone felt an enormous pressure descend upon them, and they all looked up to see a face reflected in the sky. It was the second great hall's enlighter, Karthika. This was the first time an enlighter had directly intervened on planet Pyrolite since the beginning of the struggle. The Sea King's dome has not promised to protect your country. Kid, I advise you to think about the consequences before you act. Karthika's voice spread throughout planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Hai Chi suddenly shouted, "You scared me to death, you shameless old man. Get rid of your stupid face." Karthika was furious, but he could only pretend that he did not see Hai Chi. He glared at Lu Yin. Kid, did you hear that clearly? Hai Dashao's personal promise does not represent the Sea King's dome. Furthermore, the Sea King's dome will not interfere in the struggles of the innerverse and outerverse, so your country will not be protected by the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin did not respond, and he just looked into outer space. It's time for you to show up, Hai Dashao. Sure enough, Karthika's face changed the next moment, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Planet Pyrolite fell silent once more, and at this moment, the enlighters from the various great powers were all staring at a young man standing outside of planet Pyrolite with astonishment. This person was Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao's appearance had caught the various great powers completely off guard. Was the Sea King's dome going to interfere in the struggle for planet Pyrolite? Thank you, Kei Lian, for your tips. Thank you, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 507. Night Queen Qiuyu was the first to appear, and she stared coldly at Hai Dashao. Senior Sea King has never interfered in the struggle for hegemony in the innerverse or outerverse. Second young Master Hai, are you going to break this tradition? Hai Dashao faced Night Queen Qiuyu and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Senior, you've misunderstood. The Sea King's dome has not interfered in the struggle for supremacy of the innerverse or outerverse, and the Sea King's dome will not interfere in the struggle for planet Pyrolite either. However, Frostwave Weave will be protected by the Sea King's dome, as this is a promise that father has made to his future son-in-law. Night Queen Qiuyu's eyes flashed with anger. Future son-in-law. That Luin. That's right, Hai Dashao replied firmly. To the side, the sword sex elder Viletree walked out of the void and looked at Hai Dashao with a rueful expression. How many years has it been since the Sea King's dome interfered with the struggles of the innerverse and outerverse? Who would have thought that a youngster would make an exception? Hai Dashao raised an eyebrow. Senior, I've already said that the Sea King's dome will not interfere with the struggles of the innerverse and outerverse. We're only here to protect our future son-in-law. A mere border weave is not enough to catch your attention. That's easy for you to say. That brat has now stolen the largest pyrolite mine on planet Pyrolite, and he's affected the fundamental interests of the various powers. If your Sea King's dome doesn't interfere, then immediately retreat and take that brat with you. No one will make things difficult for him, Lei Long from the Dire Barbarian clan said in an unfriendly tone. Right after that, the Blaze Realm's Huahaoyu, the Ross Empire's scholar New Moon, Karthika, and other enlighters appeared one after another. They all stared at Hai Dashao with unfriendly gazes, vaguely surrounding him in an attempt to coerce him. Pyrolite ore was too important to the various great powers. Even if they were up against the Sea King's dome, they would not give in. It was rumored that the Sea King's dome transcended worldly affairs, and that the Sea King's strength had reached the level of an envoy with a power level of at least 500,000. However, no one had been able to verify this for many years. Gradually, the various great powers no longer feared the Sea King's dome too much. Only the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect, and the Wen family, who possessed extraordinary backgrounds, did not force Hai Dashao. They had never forgotten how terrifying the Sea King was. Otherwise, the Starfall Sea would not have become the Sea King's backyard. Hai Dashao looked around at the crowd, and his lips curled up. Seniors, are you dissatisfied with the Sea King's dome? Night Queen Qiuyu, Viletree, and Wen Kitchen exchanged glances, but they did not speak. Lei Long stepped forward and glared at Hai Dashao. Junior, you don't have the right to talk to us. Get your seniors to come out. Hai Dashao looked up at the sky. How many years has it been? Has the Sea King's dome been forgotten? It seems that Imperial Father should come out for a walk. His words caused Night Queen Qiuyu and the others to tremble. The Sea King is coming out. That would not be a simple matter, and it was possible that the clan's powerhouse, who was overseeing the destiny, would show himself. That would be a storm that would sweep through the innerverse and outerverse. Suddenly, Night Queen Qiuyu and the rest felt their hearts sink as an indescribable pressure swept over them like an invisible storm. Everyone felt as if they had been grabbed by an invisible hand, and they found it difficult to breathe. Viletree's pupils shrank. They were all enlighters, so anyone who could give them such a feeling was definitely an old freak who had yet to show himself. After thinking about it, he immediately asked, I wonder which senior from the Sea King's dome has arrived. Please show yourself. Lei Long and the others turned pale. Did this pressure come from the Sea King's dome? Hai Dashao smiled as he looked at Lei Long, Huahaoyu, and the others. Beside him, an old figure slowly appeared. The old man's back was stooped, and he was only about a meter tall. His appearance was ordinary, and he was dressed casually. He looked like an old man from next door, and his cloudy eyes seemed to be unable to see anything clearly. However, when this old man appeared, Viletree and Night Queen Chuyu's expressions changed. They had roamed the Starfall Sea when they were young and had visited the Sea King's dome. They had seen this old man before, and he was Elder Ren, one of the 4 great elders of the Sea King's dome. He was an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. No one had expected that an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would suddenly appear on planet Pyrolite, and he was even from the Sea King's dome. Lei Long felt fear from the bottom of his heart when Elder Ren looked at him. He felt as if he could be killed at any moment. Karthikeya did not even dare to breathe loudly. Hua Haoye, Scholar Newmoon, and the others did not dare to move, and they all stared at Elder Ren in shock. Soon after, enlighters appeared one after another. These enlighters all came from smaller organizations, and they had not held much hope in competing for the mountain range. Thus, they had not shown themselves to pressure Haidashao. However, now that Elder Ren had appeared, all of the enlighters showed up, including Granny Chan, in order to show their respect. If someone uploaded this scene to the network, it would definitely shock countless people. It was rare for even one enlighter to appear in the Outerverse various weaves, but here, more than 10 of them had appeared at once, which caused even the heavens to tremble. Elder Ren looked around and slowly said, "It's been a long time since I've been out and about. I've almost forgotten what the astral wilderness is like. How nostalgic." The Sword Sect's Viletree stepped forward and bowed respectfully. This junior greets Elder Ren. Does Elder Ren still remember this junior? Elder Ren looked at Viletree with his weathered eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "So it's you, kid. You've grown old as well." Viletree respectfully replied, "I didn't expect Elder Ren to still remember this junior." Elder Ren smiled. "You're a genius from the Sword Sect. Of course I remember you." He then looked at Night Queen Chuyu with a flash of astonishment. "Young lady, you're here as well." Night Queen Chuyu stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Ren." Elder Ren nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. "Where's that kid?" Night Queen Chuyu's body trembled, and a bitter look appeared in her eyes. "He's not here." Elder Ren sighed and looked at Night Queen Chuyu. "In the end, we still separated." This is fate, and you can't blame anyone else. Night Queen Chuyu closed her eyes to hide the pain in her eyes. When Northline Flowzone's old monster, Northgate Taisui, whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands, had appeared, the various great powers had not been too alarmed. The main reason was that Northline Flowzone was too weak. Even if Northgate Taisui's power level surpassed Elder Ren's, his status in the universe was still low. This was the power of the Sea King's dome. Even the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect had no choice but to lower their heads. Haidashao spoke up and pointed at Lei Long, "Elder, that person said that our Sea King's dome is not qualified to manage Frostwave Weave." Lei Long's expression changed when he heard this. "Haidashao, don't spout nonsense. I never said that." Elder Ren looked at Lei Long, and his turbid eyes suddenly changed. Lei Long felt as if the heavens had become unfamiliar, and his power had completely escaped his control. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Everyone was shocked, as this was too terrifying. Lei Long was an enlighter with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, but he had not been able to retaliate at all. Elder Ren did not attack a second time. "Out of respect for your clan's elders, I'll let you off this time." Lei Long lowered his head with a venomous look in his eyes, but he did not dare to speak again. Those who could cultivate to the enlighter realm were geniuses among geniuses, and those who could cultivate to power levels of 300,000 to 400,000 were even more geniuses. Furthermore, Elder Ren was from the Sea King's dome, and even someone at the same level as him would find it difficult to defeat him, let alone Lei Long, who was much weaker than Elder Ren. Challenging a Realmbreaker was not too difficult for a powerhouse from the Sea King's dome. The surrounding Enlighters subconsciously distanced themselves from Hai Dashao, not daring to approach him. Wen Qichen stepped forward and bowed to Elder Ren. Junior Wen Qichen from the Wen family greets Elder Ren. Elder Ren looked at Wen Qichen and nodded with a smile. The Wen family is a reasonable family, and they're all scholars. I like to talk to scholars. Wen Qichen smiled bitterly and bowed to Elder Ren again. Senior, may I ask if what second young Master Hai said is true? Does the Sea King's dome want to protect Frostwave Weave and Luyin? Elder Ren shook his head. No. Everyone's eyes lit up. Hai Dashao was stunned, and he looked at Elder Ren strangely. Elder Ren slowly explained, the Sea King's dome is not protecting Frostwave Weave and Luyin. Rather, it's protecting the future son-in-law of the Sea King's dome and his hometown. Nonsense, that's not the same. Everyone cursed inwardly, but no one dared to say it out loud. Wen Qichen smiled bitterly. Junior understands. The Wen family will not act against Luyin or his friends. In the battle on planet Pyrolite, the strong will win, and the defeated will retreat. Elder Ren nodded and looked at Wen Qichen approvingly. Kid, you're very sensible. Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of being a scholar. Wen Qichen was speechless. Elder Ren was scolding him, and no matter how he looked at it, it sounded like he was being scolded. However, the praise on Elder Ren's face was very strange, and Wen Qichen did not know if the old man was praising him or scolding him. Everyone understood that the Sea King's dome wanted to protect Luyin, and they could not threaten that youth. It was no wonder why the elder had dared to act so recklessly. In the battle on planet Pyrolite, Lemeters had no chance. Luyin was like a mountain that no Lemeter in the universe could cross. The only way to do so was to become an explorer. After Wen Qichen, Night Queen Choyu, Vile Tree, and the other Enlighters left, the other Enlighters left one after another. Lei Long's expression was vicious, and when he returned to his spacecraft, he immediately ordered his subordinates to speed up the search for a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. He even wanted to find a way for cruisers to enter. As long as cruisers could enter, planet Pyrolite would belong to the Dire Barbarian clan because Avery was here. It wasn't just the Dire Barbarian clan, all of the other powers focused their attention on finding a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. All of the Lemeters on planet Pyrolite had retreated from the mountain range. Only one person remained, Zhanlong Day Night, who had been captured by Luyin. Karthika's disappearance made Luyin realize that all threats no longer existed, and the Sea King's dome would shoulder the burden. However, he was not happy, as this meant that from now on, Frostwave Weave would belong to the Sea King's dome, and as long as he did not withdraw, he would also belong to the Sea King's dome. He was not naive enough to believe that the Sea King was protecting him out of kindness. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, he wanted to know what had happened to Shinwu Continent and why Zhanlong Day Night had been able to leave. Zhanlong Day Night had been severely injured by Lu Yin's attack, but with his freakish recovery abilities, he woke up in less than half an hour. The injuries on his body had even healed considerably, which made Hai Chi-Chi rather curious. Zhanlong Day Night crawled up with great difficulty and looked at Lu Yin before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Long time no see. Lu Yin looked at Zhanlong Day Night. You know why I kept you here? Zhanlong Day Night grinned. Do you think I'll tell you? A cold glint flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. You can choose not to tell me, but I can also choose to kill you. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.